Balik sa akin, isip. Ay, balik, ano mo? So ba, hindi ka nilalamog dito? Gusto mo na naman ng mga pinapay? Bake shop. Gusto mo na ng bake shop? Yan, gusto mo na naman yan? Yan, baking yan, ano? Yes? Marami. Roman French. Ayan, parang si Gregory. Nagluto daw ng sushi. Oh, ito. Ayan, gusto mo yan? Oh, wala yung sunglass mo, Mason. Oh, where's your sunglass mo? From the garage. Yeah, the tissue paper. From the cabinet. From the cabinet yourself. Tissue paper. From the cabinet. Tissue. Tissue paper. Back. Pa doon. Diba? Are you watching? Ang bilis naman ng tubig mo. Oo. Ano yan? Parang yung sa mami na ano ah. Oo, yung kanyang pampakinta. May effect na siya. Yeah. Malalaking croissant. Ah, lako. Lako, yung tinapay na. Ay, aba. Aba. Isa na lang. Ah, may ikot nga, oh. Ginawa niya flower, oh. Want me to cook bacon? Ah, I'll cook bacon. No cold bacon?
I use Febreze products to prepare every day to make my home smell amazing. On my bed, my couch, my jacket, jeans, in between washes, even shoes. Febreze doesn't cover leftovers with scent, but flushes them and freshens. Over 1,000 uses. Febreze Fabric Refresher.
It's electric and it's gas. Quite the paradox. It really is both. The first ever Lexus RX plug-in hybrid. I'm visiting the baking capitals of the world. Galicia. In search of the people, the places, and the traditions that make the very best of baking. From the late sunshine vibe of Miami to the European chic of Paris. Superb. I've gone stateside to check out the city bakes in one of the world's most iconic places. One that never stands still. I'm in New York, which I've already guessed. The middle of Times Square, it's sunset. This place is buzzing 24 hours a day. But I'm here to check out the bakes. What's the next trend to leave New York and come to Europe? I'm here to find out. I'm going to dive into the latest flavors of the New York donut. Oh, yeah. Wow. I visit a bakery that's turned the rustic bagel into a performance. Hot bagels! And after near death by cheesecake, I come up with my own bit of New York cheesecake magic. I wrote something. This is a city that instantly makes you feel you're in a movie. Everywhere you look screams New York. One of the things about New York is its size. I mean, I know London's big, it's got the occasional skyscraper, but New York's got more than its fair share. Wherever you go, you feel dwarfed by these colossal buildings, not also an Empire State. It's a nice day. I think I've got an egg. This way. As you might expect, eating in New York is a pleasure. In fact, it's an adventure. Even something simple like a bagel for breakfast is a hard decision. Hello. How's it going? Good. What are the options for the bagels then? We have a whole bunch of bagel options. We have every bagel, and of course the whole grain bagel. We also have a multi-grain bagel, or if you like a healthy cream bagel. This is what New York is famous for. Thank you very much, Vic. Doing it bigger and better, even its base. I like to think that I'm on the cutting edge of baking. I like to think that I invent different things. But to be honest, for me, New York is going to be fascinating. I'm sure we're going to get a little bit of inspiration from here. You know, anything bagel. It's delicious. The trophy is not bad either. I'm starting my search for the best of New York with that American classic, the donuts. The United States has long had a deep love affair with them, but I'm told that this shop, open for less than a year, is trying to do something new. Donuts. These are great looking donuts. Thank you. They're not fattening at all, are they? No. Not fattening at all. Yes. Now I'm used to a little bit of sugar on mine. The choice here is incredible. Lemon and poppy, chocolate, cafe au lait. Right, I think I know what I want. A toffee, okay. I've got to try the basic one as well, so a plain one, please. And the passion fruit, please. Okay, that's my favorite. Is that your favorite? Yes. Do you think that's enough to start with? Well, just to start, but I think you have to try hibiscus. Yes, I've never had anything like that. This is heavy hibiscus flower. Wow, that is great. Fanny is the shop owner, and the bakery is right behind the They make donuts all day long here, so they're fresh for the customer, which I'm happy to say is me today. You take the humble approach and tell me something. Now, this one is dulce de leche with toasted almonds. Dulce de leche is a South American flavor. It's basically the toffee in banoffee bun. It's very Moorish. That's delicious. Now this one is passion fruit.
I'm from Mexico, so I didn't grow up with sweets that were extremely sweet, so I crave sour, tangy flavors.
Oh yeah. Wow. It's a strong taste.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love that. That's why they made a tequila on the other.
We do. We
You
make,
do?
we make the margarita one.
Really?
Yes, for Cinco de Mayo, Mosquito.
What is it?
This is the hibiscus.
Oh yeah. That's delicious.
Thank
I
you.
love that. It's not a strong flavour. It's an into the back. And it looks so attractive. And then the flavours in the donuts are different. They're out there. They don't taste artificial. They taste full of flavour. I mean, I didn't realise that the donuts could be taken to such a level because a lot of flavours you're not able to take. I'm fascinated to see how Fanny's Donut Bakery churns out so many flavours all day long. I'm out to the operation then.
Yes, yes, it is.
Fanny's Bakery team is standard dough and fine now.
It's a brioche type dough.
Yeah.
A little less butter, it's not as rich. You probably use fresh nutmeg.
And after proving, it's deep fried before getting its flavoured glaze and toppings. What is it about New Yorkers that allows you in particular to be able to open a shop like this?
New Yorkers are foodies, and you have such a melting pot of cultures. You know, and I am one of those, and so is everybody else. So you're always surrounded by inspiration. You go see things, you go try things.
So what you're actually doing is your culture, your heritage, your flavours that you have from where you grew up with, you're bringing to the people of New York
Yes,
in the form of a donut.
exactly.
That's what makes a difference. I love it. I really do.
Save on Halloween at Michael's. Store deals on wicked galore. Companies for every project and more.
If this is what New York can do for a donut, I can't wait to see what else awaits me. Much of the baking in New York originated in Europe. Family recipes brought over through the 18th and 19th century by waves of immigrants. I've never actually seen the Statue of Liberty before. I mean, it looks small in distance, but geez, I love that. But this was actually the route in that most of the immigrants took when into America. It's incredible. Beautiful moment, I'm going to say. One of the bakes that came in with the Jewish immigrants were the famous bagels. I want to take to a place called Saddles. Now, it's run by a girl called Melissa. It's only been open nearly a year. Now, she's turned bagels into an entertainment form. Really? I'm the only one who can do that. Hello. Do you mind if I take these guys in to have a around? Now, this place is very special. This is a very different bakery to the street bakery where I bought my breakfast this morning. It's a gosh. The waiters were all dressed up in big clothes. The centre is where Melissa makes all the bagels. And all around is the entertainment seat. This is the theatre seat, if you like. And when fresh bagels are baked, they're announced. And all the staff join in, just like a chorus line. I want to introduce you to Melissa, who starts all of this. She's over there making bagels. Come with me. Hello, Melissa.
Hi, Paul.
Hello,
Nice to
baby.
see you.
So this is your home.
This is my home.
My son Joe studies the bagel channel.
Melissa's sourdough bagels are prepared in the new pie kitchen. Like all bagels, they are boiled for a few minutes, then some are tossed in seeds.
And then we put them on the boards, and these boards then go into the oven. So we put them in the oven upside down.
After a few minutes in the rotating oven, the bagels are flipped over. So you make them on one side, flip them over onto the
And then they can
plate. Yeah, that's fantastic. I love it. The British afternoon tea is served on a big stand. You take the start of the biscuit they call it with carrots. I put the bagel in.
we love the elevated we were at elevated where it wasn't considered the original Delta bagel that you can get on any street corner.
I think it's a great idea.
It's fun.
Whole bunch of this is a celebration of the bagel, celebrating that. This did the book. I came over to New York and it's just gone. Oh, man, this is taking it to a whole new level. So when are the next one? Tuesday plan?
Momentarily.
All right. I know you'll know me as a shy, retiring baker, but when in New York, you're loud. Hot bagels!
This sounded a little bit more gusto the next time.
Hot bagels. I think that works.
Anyway,
One of the great things about New York is obviously you've got this huge buildings everywhere, just go vertical. And then right in the heart of New York, you have this Central Park. Central Park is vast. It runs from Midtown right up to Harlem. And any time of year, it's beautiful. Most people that live in New York come to this place. It's a little bit of a better place. I suppose the equivalent would be Hyde Park in the UK and London. Whether you fancy a horse and carriage ride, rollerblade, jog, or a spot of rowing, it's all here. And one thing which is pretty poignant to me, coming from the northwest of England, there's a memorial over there to a guy I'm a big fan of, John Lennon. I was born and raised on the beat with my mum and dad were both big fans. My mum saw him in a cabin many times. And she actually didn't think it was a cop, which is strange. And I made up the call this place Strawberry Fields after him. So that's memorial. Still to come, I discovered a new way of baking bread that is so easy it can't be believed it works. That looks like a true artisan bread. I introduced the inventiveness of New York by putting its cheesecake inside my chocolate brownie. Get in. I'm in New York, exploring the inventiveness of this incredible city. My next bakery is Hell's Kitchen in the east of Manhattan. Sullivan Street Bakery is so renowned that even the New York Fire Department stopped by for their lunch. This is a bit of a personal fact-finding mission for me because Jim Leahy is famous in the bread world for coming up with a brand new, super simple way of making bread at home.
So this is sweet enough. What's up?
Great looking things. You know, they changed the way that we mix bread.
You're talking about the no meat.
That's the way. Really changed. That's the way what this whole thing's all about.
Yeah, I'll love to show you. If you want to come back to the bakery and I'll give you a quick stir.
I've always made bread at home by dipping the dough with a long year. That's easy.
Yeah.
But Jim has apparently come up with a method that does away with all that elbow grease. I want to know how it works. This is the technique now that you came up with.
So the milking process is a really simple principle. 400 grams of flour, you have yeast, and that's about a half a gram. And this is 8 grams of salt, fine table salt, sea salt. And then so mix it together. This method, hands down, produces better bread than even the best artisan bakers in hands. And what's really beautiful about it all is it requires no effort on your part, on my part, what you're doing.
This sounds too good to be true.
I put out 300 grams of water,
Let's get really detailed there. Hard water or soft water?
tap water,
Okay.
tap it with tap water. Pour it in, and then I'm just gonna put it together like this, and it is done. And then it's stagnant. That was about like 6 seconds.
Yeah, that's 6 seconds. Normally, I'd be working this way for maybe 10 minutes until it's smooth and elastic. It's very good for that. So obviously you're not working it, it's leaving it alone. But this is all Jim does.
Perfect.
It gets covered and left alone.
After 24 hours, this is what it would look like. So it goes from that to this.
The dough has risen ever so slowly. Despite not being kneaded, it's now smooth. What is really weird is, during my baking life, I've done doughs like that before. Inadvertently, just mix something together and forgot about it, dramatic flow. What I haven't done now is go to the point of baking it.
Respect the integrity of the law. You don't want to cut it into a bunch of pieces. You want one whole piece. Okay?
Jim is what I call a bread head. I love his energy.
Anyone can do this. And that's it. Done.
That really does take just seconds. To bake it, Jim has a whole new technique using preheated casserole pots, or Dutch ovens as in America.
Then you have a rose that is sitting there for a little over 2 hours. A little bit too big for the pot, but we're going to make it work anyway. A little lopsided, not ideal. The principle get up. And we're going to put this in the oven now for about So they bake for 20 minutes with the lid closed, about 15 minutes with the lid open. And people are up now, but it's still hot. It's on the quickly.
Right.
Yes. So they try to put this away.
It smells fantastic. Yeah. But look at that structure. That looks like, you're right, a true artisan bread. Because I'm trying to look at this.
I love the way the fruits are. Fruits.
And everybody says, this is a really impressive look. Tastes like, think of the best homemade bread you've ever made that your grandma used to make.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
That's the huge compliment. That's what I love this thing. You know, I like the new kind of damn
Politician. I think in Europe, as bakers were restrained by tradition, by rules. And I think in New York, that doesn't exist. I think they've mastered the recipes that come out from Europe. I think it's changed it, makes it completely different. That's why hats come from New York. Nice to What I'm slowly discovering about New York is the quality of bakers here. They've got some fantastic recipes. And what they've done with those recipes is step them up a notch. I think it's revolutionary. And that's the key thing. That is the New York way. Bigger and better. Before I leave this city, I'm on my way to visit a New York institution.
I want to welcome you to Brooklyn. I want to welcome you to Juniors.
I told you don't know cheesecake until you've been to Juniors. This New York family has been reinventing it for the last 65 years. Alan Rosen is the third generation to make this recipe.
For 65 years, we've been on this very street corner, making the recipe exactly the same way as when we started.
It is incredible, and even the signpost on the road here.
Yeah, well, we were fortunate enough that we named the street corner Harry Rosen Way Cheesecake Corner.
Harry Rosen is Alan's grandfather, who created this recipe in 1950. Now, I've come all the way from the UK to look at cheesecake. Generations of Brooklynites have come to eat at Junior's Diner, and on the floor above in the original 1950s kitchens, thousands of cheesecakes are still being made by hand. And unusually, every Junior's cheesecake has a sponge base. I've got to try some. Hello.
How are you? This is Paul. We're going to introduce you to a little New York style cheesecake today. We're going to start with a classic. Let's start with this one. The original New York style.
Let's try this.
That is the one that my grandpa tried with 65 years ago.
I like it. I like it a lot. It's very, very creamy. And you can taste the cheese in it. The sponge is beautiful, soft. That's good.
Thank you. Thank you, John.
I can't finish it all
I might want to keep this one. We got some work on it.
Okay.
Here's a slice of strawberry, please.
Well, then Alan said we have some more coming up.
Strawberry cheese pie.
He wasn't chicken.
Fresh strawberries.
Wow. It's delicious. That's standard food. Yeah?
Same, exactly the same.
Okay, bring it on.
Whatever you have, boss.
Wow. What's happened is, over the last 65 years, Juniors have elaborated on their original recipe, creating more and more incredible cheesecakes. I'm looking at this.
So I'm sitting with my dad over breakfast 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And my dad says, why don't you take a plain cheesecake and put it inside the chocolate layer cake?
Do you know what? It shouldn't work, but it does.
It does.
It does in so many ways.
And from that, we came up with red velvet cheesecake.
Okay. Yeah, man. That's quite nice, actually.
So ask me about that one. This
It is. I'm looking forward to that.
We're liking up the roll fruit. How did that one come up?
It's difficult to explain, but the flavors are excellent. Strawberry, I particularly like. I'm going back to the bone. Okay.
Cheesecake?
So we took two of America's most beloved desserts. Apple pie, basically, and cheesecake.
It's a great plan, that one. If I don't eat any of those, I'll probably clean up one of those. Yeah, maybe one of them.
Yeah, we got three more.
Of course it does. Alan also has Black Forest cheesecake. Oh wow. And carrot cake cheesecake. Does it get any bigger than that?
And that's a good one. We'll work on that one later. You're doing great. I got it.
Thanks so much.
Chocolate loose raspberry swirl at the same time.
Thank goodness these are the last two. Is that seriously that important?
Yes, regular size fish, regular special food. No thanks.
Not very good. All these cheesecakes taste amazing, I promise you they do. I'm pretty full after my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 spoonful of cheesecake. If the New Yorkers can innovate like this, so can I. Before I leave Junior's, I asked Helen if I could invent my own 100 cheesecake.
Well, you'll be the only guy except for our bakers who get to work upstairs in my business.
That's very amazing.
I hear you're a big deal about the UK, so we're gonna let you up there.
Right, let's just sit here and I've decided to take my own chocolate brownie recipe and somehow get Junior's cheesecake inside it. So you're going to crack on with your cheesecake, I'll crack on with my chocolate brownie, and we'll try and have a bit of a
My touch, or a mashup, so to speak.
have a mashup, yeah. Alan's recipe, changed for 65 years, is Philadelphia cream cheese, which he's going to slowly blend with sugar, 2 eggs, double cream, and vanilla extract. My brownie starts with whisking together 6 eggs and sugar. I'm doing mine by hand, just saying, the only thing else so use the mixer. Into the eggs, I pour a lukewarm mixture of dark chocolate and melted butter. Straight in. See how flat that is, perfect. Next, self-raising flour. The last thing you're going to add pieces of chocolate. Have you done anything like this before? Brownie or that?
Cheesecake, maybe next week.
Call it Hollywood cheesecake.
We like that, wouldn't we?
Oh, yeah. He thinks that's funny. I think it's going to be a good.
I think it's ready. Why yours, my friend?
Oh, beautiful.
This should be quite delicious, actually. Looks pretty interesting.
Like one over there.
I don't want it to change colour too much. I want it to be quite stark. So you see the cheesecake and the brownie together.
We bake it at 170 degrees C with Junior's original ovens. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you very much. That's a great looking up.
Yeah.
The cheesecake and the brownie both bake at the same rate and stay separated, giving the brownie an incredible looking cheesecake marbling running right through it.
I've never had anything like this before. I'm looking forward to it. Cheers. Really wonderful.
It's a lovely blend. It's still got that brownie texture as well. Soft chocolate.
The brownies all across the bottom. Cheesesteaks on its own.
Alright.
Look,
Everyone's This is my little innovative nod to New York and its history of incredible bakers.
I like New York. It's given me back something which I think I was beginning to lose. New York has given me the passion basically to go back home and try lots of different things and not be restricted by the tradition of the recipe. Change it. Why not? That's what New York does. And it works.
I'm visiting the baking capitals of the world. It is in search of the people, the places, and the traditions that make the very best of baking. Well, from the laid-back sunshine vibe of Miami to the European chic of Paris.
That's superb.
This time on City Bakes, I've come to the capital of French baking, Paris.
This is something else. This is another level.
I discovered the artistry of the Parisian patisseries.
The finest jewelry shop you've ever been into meets the Louvre, meets a bakery.
I sample the very best boulangeries in town,
Wow. That's superb.
and I create a towering city bake that you can make at home. My quest to find the best of world baking has brought me to the city that sets the standard for all bakers. When they do a bakery in Paris, they do a wall bakery, you don't even get a donut filled with cream or custom slice. Everything is like a work of art. Everything is a chef's creation, often unique. I've developed a huge respect for the recipes, the flavors, and the traditions of French baking. In basic bakery, you wouldn't find that in the UK. What was elaborate is that anyway? It's so nice. Believe it or not, this is my first visit to Paris, a place that has inspired my love of baking. There's so much to take in, and I don't just mean incredible bakes. Look at the decoration of the back wall, the top of the painting, the architect. Look at this. Chandelier in the bakery, that's ridiculous. I grew up a world away from this, but I've always admired the style and the elegance of the French. This is a bakery like Holy Grail, and it is absolutely stunning. Cool touch of Paris. Probably miss the sausage roll though, honestly. There's so much more to Paris than its baking heritage, of course. And long before I was taken into a French croissant with baguette, it was a local landmark that captured my imagination as a child. It's such a beautiful building. I think when I was 6, I got the car for Christmas. The Eiffel Tower has stood over Paris for over 120 years, and the little boy in me can't wait to pay a visit. But the view from the top isn't quite.
Phil, nasa taas ka ba?
Okay, so the weather's not the best today, but it still feels pretty good.
Nagluto ako ng bacon eh. Tingnan mo itong sandwich. Tsaka kape.
It's the clouds descending.
Ano ko lang dito. Sana walang langaw. Teka, kuha ako ng pantakit kaya.
From the beginning, we dreamed of creating a better future.
Now we're setting out to be carbon neutral by 2050. And we're going to keep dreaming, no matter where we go.
The view across the city might be a bit limited, but all around me, the Parisians' love of baking is
Just walking the street and seeing 3 bakeries already.
there are over 1,000 bakeries in the centre of Paris alone. The secret is looking for the best one. If you're a decent baker in France, you have a half at the door. And believe, if you live in Paris and still to a bakery like that, you'll shop there every day. Twice a day, you have to get twice a day, you have to and maybe a people This is about pure neighborhood bakery. And I'm heading to a bakery that's considered to be the best in the neighborhood of romance. It's Cafe Raphael, run by artisan baker Sébastien Payet.
Tired, Pogi? Tired?
Yes, I do.
Even with
Sebastian
bacon.
was second place in the prestigious Paris-wide competition to find the best baguette in the city.
Where's mine?
Is this
Ay, kakunti na pala sa namin. You drink mine? You drink mine? Hot water. Yours no water.
When you push on the face, when it's cooked, it's compact.
It's very flat.
Yeah.
Wow. Sebastian bakes 400 baguettes a day, and customers visit his award-winning boulangerie from dawn till dusk.
how many times a day do they come?
2 times at least, in the morning and in the evening till 8 o'clock. The same baguette.
Wow.
Made of
What time do you start in the morning?
2 o'clock.
Because this poor guy is working 16 hours a day.
Yeah, you need a lot of love, a
Right.
lot of craziness to.
I feel for it, I know, I've done the same myself. That's why I love French bakeries. Sebastian is one of those guys who's so passionate about what he does. He understands the way that Parisians
Can you
do the
get my...
bread. I've got to try some of your
Okay
baguettes.
naman
You're
na.
going to be your best baguette, so you try a
Hot
little bit.
water. Kumain. Hot water.
The smell. The smell inside, you've got a slight sour in there as well. But listen to this. That makes a good baguette.
You forgot my cover. My cover is on top of the table. Get my
Big one,
cover,
big
please.
one.
You see that? Okay.
Thank
You
you.
see that?
Yan ang aming splurge na bread. Wala kami regular bread na ano, raisin bread. Nilagyan ko.
Seriously,
Normally, pinapapak lang namin yung bacon.
Ha.
I guess. As a baker, I know
Tapos
what
sa
bread is.
likod, maligo.
I love that celebration of bread, and Paris knows what good bread is. That is worth a clap. Delicious.
I'm taking the metro across town on the trail of another signature French bake. It's an iconic part of the national food identity, and it's eaten all over the world. For me, it's the bake by which any good baker is judged.
During my professional career, I've made tens of thousands of croissants. Now I'm in Paris, the home of the croissant, and I want to find the very best one.
So I've come to the bakery of the best croissant baker in Paris, Laurent Duchesne, and it seems that word's got out.
It's a hell of a queue. So this must be one fantastic croissant.
What could be more French than the croissant? Well, actually, it's based on an Austrian bake introduced to Paris in the 18th century and made popular by Queen Marie Antoinette, who was homesick for her Austrian homeland.
This is the fella that we're queuing up for. It smells amazing. Oh, it's got a bit of tension there as well. The smell is really buttery. And my fingers, see the little grease marks on it? That tells you it's a good croissant straight away. Let's talk Maurice. Wow. It's got a slight crispiness on the outside, but as you bite in it, it flakes in your mouth. As you bite in through the layers, the butter just bang, 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 just released onto your tongue. It tastes amazing. I'm fascinated to know how this guy won the best croissant in Paris. Bonjour.
Hello, Paul. Nice meeting you.
Laurent Duchesne is the baker responsible for all these amazing looking croissants and pastries, and I'm delighted that he's invited me to join him in the kitchen.
I love all this.
So that's the place where we make all the croissants every day. So that's the dough we prepared yesterday, which has proofed in the fridge overnight.
Yes.
Laurent produces 800 croissants a day, and he's perfected every stage of the baking process.
So the thickness is very important of the dough and the batter.
So the depth is probably about 9 mil. About 9 mil. It's about 10 mil.
Now Laurent is layering dough, butter, dough. This gives the croissant its characteristic flaky appearance.
You're using a good quality French butter.
Of course, we have a special butter which comes from Poitou-Charentes. It's a countryside where we have a lot of milk, a lot of cow.
The quality
And
line.
the quality of milk is very important in butter.
Okay.
That's a top tip from Laurent. If you layer the dough with top-notch butter, you get an incredibly light and flavoursome croissant.
So now we're going to fold it in two and then in two again.
I call that a book turn.
A book
Lever.
Exactly.
Book turn or double turn, however you want to call it. To make the perfect croissant, you must get those layers of dough and butter.
I love this. I love the. It smells like a bakery I used to work in, and it actually smells like bakeries I've worked in for many, many years. It feels like home to me. I love it.
Laurent folds and rolls his dough once more before he's ready to form those distinctive crescent shapes.
And then we're going to cut it as a triangle like this.
So this is where you have your triangle.
At the triangle, fold it one time, and then you roll it as evenly as you can.
I love being in a bakery with another baker who knows what they're doing. There's something special. It's like a camaraderie around there.
I used to say, you roll it like you are swimming.
Yes. Yes. To create something magical from flour. It's deeply satisfying. You must try that. One of the things when you make your croissant like this is you put a bit of tension in there. And what that does is tightens it up slightly as you roll it up. So a bit of tension, just tack it in the bottom, and then you roll up. Try not to put too much pressure on it, just on this side, roll it up. Just a little tap, Make sure that that base stays on the tray and doesn't roll like this.
Once Laurent and his team have hand-rolled 800 croissants, they're left to brew overnight.
They look graceful like soldiers in lines.
They're then given an egg wash, and finally, they're ready for baking. Making one great croissant is an achievement, but Laurent and his team achieve perfect croissants every time, every day.
Someone in Paris is going to have a good breakfast. When you think of France, you think of Paris. You think of Paris, you think of croissant. And for me, as a baker, coming in, making croissant with the best croissant maker in Paris, fantastic. Merci, Laurent.
Merci, Paul.
Superb. I'll leave you to it. Thank you. My work here is done.
Coming up, wow, I discover a patisserie masterpiece,
Look at that, look at the detail on that. It's a work of art.
and I take inspiration from a local landmark to create my own Parisian bake.
Okay, amazing. Thank you so much.
Homie likes bacon. Homie likes bacon. Bacon, bacon. Homie likes bacon.
Welcome to Paris.
This is a city that is inspired by love of baking.
Bacon.
I visited the boulangeries in Paris and tasted the best they have to offer.
It tastes amazing, feels great in your mouth.
But Parisian baking isn't just about flavour, it's about style and elegance. Something you'll see in the windows of the patisseries that light up the city streets.
Each one of these tarts has had a syrup been reduced to create the topping. And then they put a beautiful glaze on the top. And they created magic. And the flavours are exquisite. These are works of art. This shop isn't just selling baked goods. It's selling artwork. Look at it.
Everywhere you turn, Parisian patisseries set new standards in food presentation. But I'm heading to a famous Parisian institution that represents the very finest in French baking style.
When I was a little kid leaving school, I used to always go to the local bakery and get a chocolate eclair, which is basically a shoe-bun with cream with a little bit of chocolate on the top. Then I heard about this place, Faujon. It's meant to be the best patisserie in the whole of Paris. Wow. Think the finest jewelry shop you've ever been into in your life, crossed with the Louvre, meets a bakery, and they come up with that. They look absolutely beautiful. Now, I'm all for style, but you've got to back that up with a little bit of substance too.
Established in 1886 by Auguste Fauchon, a former street vendor, Fauchon has become a watchword for French-style luxury cakes and pastries. Sasha has been part of the gourmet team at Fauchon for the past 3 years.
Are these all the range of eclairs that you do?
Yes,
They look incredible.
that looks French.
They look French. You see, I think you may have something there, yes. Can I try one of these, please, with the stripes?
Okay.
Bleu, blanc, rouge.
Good old.
The French colours.
Yes.
And the British.
I'll go to Also.
Really tastes amazing. The strawberry in there is really strong. It's beautiful. It's light. But the shoe bun is so delicate, it melts in the mouth. Now this really is top loaded. I've made eclairs before, and I've made a lot of eclairs before. Not quite as French as that.
The French word éclair literally means lightning, but there's some dispute over whether this name refers to the glistening chocolate icing or the speed at which these cakes are usually devoured.
Oh wow, okay. It is delicious. The flavour that hazelnut that comes through is gorgeous. Wow. There is certainly a Parisian style, which is very, very elaborate, flamboyant.
Yes.
They look amazing. They taste incredible. But what gets me, the detail.
Yes.
I mean, they look because if they have jewels, this is something else. This is another level. Now, being in Paris, the Mona Lisa. I mean, look at that. Look at the detail on that. It's a work of art. But I'm going to bite into this now. This pair of eyes. I'm getting the almond through in there. That's delicious.
Yeah, chocolate and almond.
Yes. I was worried that all that's harm, no substance, but to be honest, they taste amazing. I mean, they are absolute works of art. Merci, Sacha.
Je vous en prie, au revoir. À bientôt.
Fauchon is unlike any patisserie I've visited before and represents everything I love about this city. Refined elegance and an artistic heritage makes Paris a joy to explore.
The place we're going to now is Sacré-Cœur, which just happens to be the second highest part of Paris. Gonna build up the step for it. I wanted to see this place for ages. Sacré-Cœur, the Sacred Heart. It looks like a massive lit meringue sitting on top of Paris. The history of this place is fascinating. The first bishop of Paris was a guy called Saint Denis, or Denis, who was beheaded by the Romans. And the story goes, when they beheaded him, his body picked up his own head and it carried on saying the sermon all the way to the top of here, where it eventually died and dropped, and they built one of the first churches here on Montmartre. The view from here is incredible. That is Paris.
I loved everything about my first visit to this great city, and to mark the occasion, I want to add my own twist to a French classic, and I'm taking my inspiration from a famous local landmark. To make my bake, I'm heading to Patisserie Storer, which opened its doors in 1730 and has been wowing customers ever since.
Now look at this little fellow here. Tarte Citron. These are little pearls rather than delicious. Bonjour, le chef. Bonjour, santé, oui.
Jeffrey Kenya is the head baker here at Storer and has offered to help me out.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to use this tat as a template to try and make the Eiffel Tower out of choux pastry, or chocolate eclair, if you like. It's the same mixture, so the whole thing would be like one massive chocolate eclair. Oh, hello, that should work. I've never done it before, so I'm just going to freehand it, but I have Jeffrey as the chef of this beautiful patisserie. I'm going to make this together. Now to start with, we put the pan on the heat.
We start by mixing equal parts of milk and water with butter. After warming through, Jeffrey adds a couple of tablespoons of sugar.
So how many years, Jeffrey, have you been making eclairs?
10 years.
10 years. Wow.
Yes.
Whipping up a good old-fashioned choux pastry, the flour goes in next. It's second nature to a French pastry chef like Jeffrey.
Now there you go. If you look inside there now, it's beginning to come together into one ball, and it gets softer, softer, and softer.
The paste is transferred to a large mixing bowl before we add the eggs. One egg at a time.
One egg. I can count this. Un egg. Une egg. Un œuf. Enough.
Each time you add an egg, you have to beat the pastry vigorously with a wooden spoon, and this requires a bit of elbow grease.
Your arms okay? Okay. So me to have a go?
Very different.
Keep adding the eggs until you get the right consistency.
So if you look at this mixture now, how soft and glossy it is. And that is what your choux pastry should look like.
Job done on the pastry mixture? It's time to get creative.
I'm going to try and make the base. Now bear with me, I've never done this before. Try and keep it nice and gently. That's the basic shape of the Eiffel Tower. And then you can crisscross. You start from the bottom, go up and across. So you're zigzagging all the way up to make the girders look authentic. Once you've got the basic shape, this needs to be baked off. Now we're going to bake that at 200 for around 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Should be good.
My Eiffel eclair is ready.
It's good. Chef, is it okay? It's amazing.
It looks similar.
Yeah, it's insane. Insane.
Once the eclair pastry is cool, I can add some architectural touches. I'm decorating with chocolate fondant icing. And there's a knack to this too.
So as you're doing it, just put a little bit of pressure on the bag. Don't force it too much, and it'll find its way. So don't squeeze too hard, just a constant pressure. I want to do is put a couple of highlights down here, not all the way. It's knowing when to stop decorating something like this, but for me, that is the Eiffel Tower made out of choux pastry, made in the oldest patisserie, Paris. It's okay. It's okay. It's amazing. It's good job. It's happy with that.
So a unique eclair to symbolize the charm and beauty of this amazing city. I've waited a long time to visit the home of French baking, and it's surpassed all my expectations.
I love Paris. Do you know what it is? They don't know the words that will do because that just won't do. So whatever they make of pearls, they're bits of magic and they taste exquisite. Paris is one of the most beautiful cities I've ever been to.
I'm visiting the baking capitals of the world.
It is.
In search of the people, the places, and the traditions that make the very best of baking.
Wow.
From the laid-back sunshine vibe of Miami to the European chic of Paris.
Superb.
City Bakes has taken me to places that I hardly know, but this time it's different. We're in Britain, we're in London, and I know a little bit about British baking. This time I'm going to show you my London by showcasing its stellar baking heritage.
That's what I'm talking about. Massive cake, loads of layers, loads of cream.
I'll be dropping in on a new generation of artisan bakers.
Now you see, that is what a proper loaf is all about.
And visiting one of my old haunts.
Now this place is very special to me.
To create the ultimate afternoon tea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Oliver.
Which goes down as storm. In my quest to find the best of the world of baking, I'm on home turf. London has a reputation for being the food capital of the world. It's one of the most visited cities in Europe, and home to 7.5 million people. I'll always be a proud Northerner, but for a budding baker at the age of 23, London was the place I needed to be.
One of the reasons I came to London was because I was offered a job at the Dorchester. I mean, you don't turn jobs down at the Dorchester. That was the youngest head baker that I ever had. But coming to London was also about being the focal point of food. This is the place where all the chefs want to work, and it made a massive impression on me.
I spent all my free time exploring the history of this city, from the bustling market square of Covent Garden to its elegant Victorian arcades. When it came to baking, it was the River Thames that helped revolutionise our food. In the days of the British Empire, merchant ships laden with spices and exotic fruits made their way into the city from around the world. And for those wealthy enough to buy these exotic foods, there was only one place to go.
When I lived in London, there was a lot of food places I like to visit. And the place I'm going to take you to now is one of the oldest actually. It's over 300 years old. It's the Queen's Grocer. Opulence underline. The stuff they have in there is unbelievable.
Fortnum & Mason is London's most luxurious grocer. and has been a shop of choice for high society and royalty since 1707. Well famous for its picnic hampers crammed with fine foods and preserves, it's also home to one of the most glorious tea salons in London. And if you're after British baking classics, this is a great place to find them.
This is what I'm talking about. These represent some of my favourite bakes in the UK. The gorgeous lemon drizzle. Then you have the Dundee cake. Then you have the steak guinea pie. Then you have the classic British pork pie. We brought a lot to the table, haven't we, in Britain? Pork pie has got to be right up there. Now look at these guys. Another favourite of mine. The Scotch egg. It's basically sausage meat which has been deep fried in breadcrumb. And actually, Fort Mason claim that they invented the Scotch egg. The thing is about British bacon, it tastes amazing. It's all about the taste. Do you know what? A Scotch egg made well, you can't beat it. It's just absolutely beautiful.
Us Brits are so obsessed with our baked goods that the industry is worth a staggering £3.4 billion a year.
There's a great butter in there as well.
However, there is one British classic that you can't buy at Fortnum's. It's impossible to talk about baking in Britain without a nod to the guilty pleasure that is sliced white bread. It's the perfect fit for that great British institution. As a lifelong baker, sliced bread should be sacrilege, but I must confess, I love it.
This is a great carrier for a sandwich, as long as you buy a decent one. And to be honest, who doesn't like a bacon and egg sandwich? Need a cup of tea then? Oh, thank you.
British bakers revolutionised baking with the mass-produced loaf back in the 50s, but times have changed, and today, London's in the throes of a traditional bread-making renaissance. In the shadow of the Shard, tucked under the arches of London Bridge, Borough Market is London's oldest, and trading began here as early as the 13th century.
Artisan food, more importantly for me, artisan bacon is alive and well in this market.
Today, it's a popular stop-off for food lovers, Londoners popping out for lunch, and wide-eyed tourists.
How you can choose a market like bread? Good bread, good market. Bad bread, I wouldn't go in.
I'm excited by what Borough's bakers are doing here. And to get me on the action, I'm on my way to meet master baker Matt Jones, who's had a stall here for 15 years and whose bakery is just around the corner.
Etsy has dream gifts for all budgets. Etsy has
At Carmel Kitchen, we said goodbye to nonsense and hello to more. More flavor and more joy in the healthy lifestyle. Our condiments and sauces continue.
Today on the Dr. Oz Show, bust your fat forever. You'll hear it here first. Find newest, fastest fat busters.
In many ways, it's the holy grail. They change the appetite.
Dr. Oz's secret formula to drop 3 pounds in just 3 days. And the revolutionary treatment to blast your fat instantly.
Like the bacon through the skin.
It's painless and permanent.
Give us results like this.
Next.
From African mango to green coffee, it's the most talked about topic. Everybody wants to know, what's the newest, fastest fat buster? You've been stopping me on the street, emailing, even my family's asking the same question. How can I burn fat without spending every waking moment exercising and dieting? I just don't have any time to put in more effort. Well, thanks to brand new scientific research, I can tell you about a revolutionary fat buster. You're hearing it here first. It's called Garcinia cambogia, a pumpkin-shaped fruit that grows in Southeast Asia and India. And it just might be the most exciting breakthrough in natural weight loss to date. Revolutionary new research says it could be the magic ingredient that lets you lose weight without diet or exercise. Dr. Harry Bruce is at the forefront of the research.
The ideal weight loss program is one in which you lose fat and retain your muscle or even build it. With Garcinia, they can make that happen. I tell women, look at your breast size. If your figure is getting much smaller, that's exactly what you want.
Garcinia is an exceptionally effective fat buster. It inhibits the production of fat in the body, and when the body's not making fat, it's burning fat.
Could Garcinia cambogia be the fat-busting breakthrough you've been waiting for? The newest, fastest fat buster and one of the least expensive too is Garcinia cambogia extract. I know it's a mouthful. I want you to write it down. Garcinia cambogia, because it may be the simple solution you've been looking for to bust your body fat for good. Dr. Julie Chen, a California internist with fellowship training in integrative medicine, is here with more on this discovery. So educate us a bit about Garcinia cambogia. What makes it so special?
Well, there's a lot of expensive supplements out there for weight loss. And what I love about this product is it's one of the least expensive out there for people to use. And it's actually been seen in studies to help increase weight loss by 2 to 3 times what people would naturally lose with just diet and exercise alone. And they've been able to isolate this compound from the rind of the fruit and made it into a capsule for people to take more easily.
I'm stunned that I hadn't heard of it earlier, but let me educate you all a little bit about what I do know about it. So it comes from a fruit, and that's what I mentioned, it's the tamarind fruit. You've probably heard of the tamarind fruit. It's a pumpkin-shaped fruit used in cooking. You find it in chutney sauces, and in soup preparation, a lot of traditional medicinal uses for it. The sour flavors are said to aid in digestion. So it's been around for a long time, which makes me comfortable, a little bit more comfortable anyway, in safety. Go through the research for me a little bit on this. How much weight would the average woman expect to lose if she would use this for a month, for example?
On average, about 4 pounds, but I'm a big proponent of healthy lifestyle, so I always recommend diet and exercise with it. And if people take the supplements with it, they actually will lose about 2 to 3 times what they normally would lose with just diet and exercise.
And you walk me through how it works.
So it actually is great, not just for weight loss, which is important, but it's also great for emotional eaters because there's an increase in serotonin in the studies for patients, so their sleep and mood is better. It helps to suppress appetite, and it helps to block fat from being made. And it helps to kind of manage the stress hormone called cortisol. So a lot of the times the patients will notice that there's a decrease in the belly fat.
So, listen, anytime I see a scientist excited about this, and I look through some of this research, called these scientists myself, I get excited. That's why Garcinia cambogia makes sense to me, fascinates me. But I'm going to say something for everyone to hear. Please listen carefully. I don't sell this stuff. I'm not making any money on this. I'm not going to mention any brands to you either. I know what you can't. I'm going to walk you through over the course of today's show with exactly how you find this. But I got to say, I'm intrigued by how this stuff works. Explain to me how it's different from all the other weight loss supplements that I've heard of in the past, ones that most of our audience knows about.
Well, I think it's great because it's like a dual action fat buster because it suppresses appetite and it helps to prevent.
I'm Gabby. I'm a contributing editor for Birdie. My fat style is pretty minimalist. I've heard that I can swap out some of these looks for items that I can.
And fat from being made in the body and moves it towards glycogen, which is actually an energy source for the muscles to burn when you exercise.
Dr. Chen and I prepared a little demonstration for you. I'll show you how this fat buster is going to help you shed pounds. So let's walk over here.
Okay.
And the first big point that Dr. Chen mentioned was that it helps block the formation of fat. All right, so this is your liver. Folks, this is where all the action is with fat creation. You can eat whatever you want, but when your liver gets a hold of it, it knows exactly what it wants to do with it. And oftentimes, that's to create fat. There's specialized enzymes in the liver that will take sugar and carbohydrates that you've eaten, that extra donut, a little bit of extra white bread, and convert it to the fat in your body. So go ahead, pour that sugar and carbohydrate. This is the sugar and carbs up here. I got Jen pouring this in. Pour that into your liver. And when you do that, not surprisingly, it can flow into the liver. As it flows into the liver, it will selectively begin to fill up your fat cells. And your fat cells, watch them get larger and larger and ponderously begin to swell up. And as you get more and more material pushed in there by the liver will soak up some of it. It'll continue to make those fat cells as big and as robust as they can. You all see this happen? Now, hold for 1 second. That's this current state of a lot of us. Garcinia cambogia blocks that enzyme that converts the sugar that Dr. Chen was pouring in into the fat that your fat cells will absorb. So what does it do? Effectively, it uncorks the pathway that allows you to turn that sugar into energy. And by doing that, your fat cells can begin to shrink out their material, convert it into energy. Go ahead and pour that in. Now, even if you eat sugar, you're capped this off, so you are unable, because of the Garcinia, to make more of that fat cell. And so you end up with this scenario. That's why this research is so superb and interesting to me, because it makes me think differently about how your liver converts sugar into fat and how it cannot convert it into energy. Why is this so special for you?
Well, it's really important because a lot of patients early on want to just see the numbers go down on the scale. That's not necessarily what's important at the beginning because of the body composition change. There's a recent study that actually looks at patients where they took the Garcinia cambogia and they saw an increase in the actual lean muscle mass and decrease in fat. And that's important because muscle burns about 30 to 50 calories per day and fat only about 3. And so if you're actually getting more of the lean muscle mass fill and less of the fat, you're more of a fat busting machine yourself.
Think about that, folks. Instead of focusing on the weight, you can now focus on your dress size. You can focus on your waist size, the things that we actually should be caring about. You'll look better because you got more of that muscle mass because your energy is being used to build muscle rather than build fat. Now, that's part one of the story. If you're listening carefully, Dr. Chen said there's 2 ways it works. One is the mechanism we talked about here, by changing how you use energy in your liver. You make less fat. The other is by dealing with. And this seems to work as an appetite suppressant. Let me walk you through how this seems to happen. So as you take the pill that has this extract from the tamarind rind, the Garcinia cambogia, it goes into your stomach. It changes the way the stomach empties out the food. There are chemicals released from your intestines and that go into the bloodstream. They percolate from there up into your brain. As they float up to your brain, they change the appetite. And as this energy changes in the brain, you make more of that serotonin. The nerve cells sense things differently. You don't get the emotional drive cell. Your fat cells, because they're not full of fat anymore, will begin to release fat. And without that stressful, inflamed environment, the fat cells will naturally take you back to your playing weight. Plus, you'll stay fuller for longer. So, Dr. Chen, the big question I'll ask you as an intern who takes care of patients.
Yes.
You recommend this to your patients?
I do primarily because it's got other health benefits. That's extremely important to me because we're not looking at just weight loss, but overall health improvement. And they saw in the studies that patients had actually a decrease in total cholesterol, triglycerides, LDL, somewhere between 10 to 30%, and an improvement in HDL, which is the good cholesterol. And they thought that potentially patients who are obese had some improvement in insulin resistance and leptin resistance, which are hormones that actually help us to eat less and be more at normal weight.
If we can get folks. And it's not just a pill. These are both people just a pill. But together with the normal natural things we tell you to do, with the food you eat, especially, this becomes a very important tool for us to use. You got anything to learn more about? I thought you might. Jonathan dropped it. So is Garcinia right for you? I'm going to tell you everything you need to know about taking this newest, fastest fat buster when we return.
Up next, is this fat buster right for you?
How long did it take for you to begin seeing weight loss?
For surprising results.
Going down from the dress size 10 to an 8.
Ready to bite it?
I do want to go through exactly what I would look for.
And later,
I keep it around me all the time. Cheers.
the ultimate skinny shot that Dr. Oz swears by.
Excited to be on Dr. Oz.
Dr. Oz shows us our topic. I'm glad that the national conversation about health is the no embarrassment zone. There's no topic that's off limits. I came to work today, I'm so lucky. And make sure you share this information with people you love. You're good to go. Be sure to subscribe to the channel so that we speak. Remember to check back often if you look. Now, back to the show. The newest, fastest fat buster, Garcinia Cambogia extract. Want to know how well it works? Well, meat missing. This is what she was like before she began taking Garcinia Cambogia. While she was taking it, she lost 10 pounds in less than 4 months. Here's what she looks like now. You look really good. You don't have a waist.
Good day. Go fishing. Fly fishing is my zen. It's about being present. My advice for someone who's considering retirement is don't. Do it now.
Listen, come have a seat. You look wonderful. When you first started taking the Garcinia Cambogia, how long did it take for you to begin seeing weight loss?
After I was on it about a week to 10 days, I noticed results. And I continued on taking it for a couple more months until I ended up going down from the dress size 10 to an 8. And that's great. And that's what we were talking about, is that initially you're going to have that body composition change. So the lean muscle mass comes in. So even if the scale doesn't change, it did for her, but it didn't. The fact is that you're going to look leaner in your clothes and you'll go down in size because your body's not going to have it.
Did you notice any changes in your appetite?
Yes, I noticed instantly a decrease in the appetite, but more so with the sugar. Before I had such cravings, such as the sugar or the carbs, and I noticed a decrease in those. And I also saw a big difference in the increase of energy. And that's, I think, a great example of the effect of the serotonin. So the mood is better, maybe a little less sugar cravings that way. But also when your body's using the sugar you're eating and making it into glycogen, which is utilized instead of stored as fat, you actually have less sugar cravings. And they saw that in some of the studies. And so that's really important because she's actually a great example of that. And the kind of emotional eating with the serotonin and sleep and all that, that usually will improve.
Any side effects we should be warned about?
I had no negative side effects at all. Basically, I just wanted to take something that was going to jumpstart me. I found that I was kind of at a plateau and I wasn't losing, I was simply maintaining. And then once I started taking the supplement, that's when the weight actually started going on.
So you can buy Garcinia Cambogia extract in health food stores, you can buy it online. I do want to go through the guidelines for how to buy it wisely. So Dr. Chen, what do we look for on the bottle so people don't get taken advantage of?
So it's really important to look for the words Garcinia Cambogia or GCE, which is Garcinia Cambogia extract. You're looking for a percentage of this HCA, which is that ingredient in the line, of at least 50%. And because it actually is absorbed better with mineral salts like potassium or potassium and calcium, you want to make sure that that's included.
So you're going to put K or potassium next to it. How much should folks pay?
Well, the studies was about 1,500 to 3,000 milligrams. Some of the studies went up to 5,000 to 6,000, but it is a dose-dependent effect. So that the more you take, the more the weight loss comes into effect. But I would probably say that if you're going to use higher dosages of the 3,000, to make sure you clear that with your physician.
And what time of day should folks take the pill?
So they should take it on an empty stomach. That's extremely important. With empty stomach, you want to take it about 30 minutes to 60 minutes before the meal, because there's a lot of food products in the foods themselves that bind to the components of the ingredients in the supplement, and that actually makes the efficacy lower. So you want to make sure it's empty stomach, and the highest effect that they saw in the studies were about 2 hours after you eat it. So about 30 to 60 minutes before allows you to have that highest dosage while you're processing the food.
All right, so I've warned everybody that I'm not going to mention specific brands, but I do want to go through exactly what I would look for. So you're going to look on that list of ingredients. There should be 0 fillers. There should be 0 binders, 0 artificial ingredients. Right? And remember, since you should never see my picture next to it because I never sell it. See my picture next to it, that means they're stealing from you. And I guarantee as soon as the show airs, there'll be thousands of fake ads out there, so don't go for those. I don't want you to be confused, so I do want to answer questions from the audience just to make sure you're all on the same page with me. So who's got a question? Got a couple over here. All right. How are you? How are you? You can stay. What's your name?
Lourdes.
Lourdes. And what's your question, Lourdes?
Who should take this supplement?
So a couple of things. If you're pregnant or breastfeeding, I would never take an herbal supplement unless we knew a ton about it. And these are almost by definition, because they've been used for thousands of years in other parts of the world, they're evaluated, but not the way we normally evaluate medication. But the bigger issue for me, actually, is there may be contraindications of using the supplement with other supplements in prescription pharmaceuticals. We just don't know a lot about that. But I would caution you about diabetes. And the reason is this is going to lower your blood sugar. So if you're on a diabetic medication, you want to make sure you talk to someone, like a doctor. Otherwise, your blood sugar will go too low.
Okay.
I hope it's helpful. Now, who's going to take Yarcinia? Put your hands up if you're thinking about it. All right. Coming up, the skinny shot. Curb your cravings with this ultimate fat buster. I'll tell you what's in it. That's next. Coming up, the newest, fastest fat busting food. Curb cravings and shrink your fat for good. Any kind of day that you desire. 3 ways to add it to your meals. Cheers. Cheers. And later, shrink belly fat in minutes. The stunning results. Well, next, stay with us.
Excited to be on Dr. Oz.
Dr. Oz's show. Let's start talking. Now we're having a national conversation about health and wellness. There's no embarrassment zone. There's no topic that's awkward. I came to work today. I'm so lucky. And make sure you share this information with people you love. You're good to go. Be sure to subscribe to my channel. So always speak. Remember to check back often if you listen. Now, back to the show. All right, who's feeling hungry? Anyone hungry? Well, I got the ultimate cure for you. What you got in your hands, it is the ultimate skinny shot. The contents of this glass can curb your cravings and shrink your fat for good. That's right. Science has discovered the newest, fastest fat-busting food. Cheers. Cheers.
Seagulls. The eagles of the sea.
The best way to book your stay in the USA. Booking.com, booking.com.
Yeah.
It's a little seed, but researchers are calling it a giant fat buster. The pine nut. Now commonly used in culinary dishes, pine nuts were used centuries ago in Siberia to curb appetite during times of low food supply. Now, modern science reveals that ancient practice had merit. Pine nuts, harvested from the cones of pine trees, have the same heart-healthy fatty acids that subdue hunger hormones and burn belly fat. These tiny bites contain high-quality proteins. Pine nuts make you feel full faster by stimulating powerful hunger-suppressing signals to the brain, slowing digestion, and curbing appetite. Curb hunger, burn belly fat, all without diet and exercise? Pine nuts make it a simple way to shrink your fat for good. The newest, fastest fat-busting food is pine nuts. This little nut has some giant fat-busting properties. Here's what you need to know. You need enough to fill a shot glass daily. It's only about 60 calories. And you can eat this any time of day that you desire. Pine nuts are fat busters. They're high in protein to help curb your appetite, and they will help control cravings as well. The secret ingredient is something called phenolenic acid. It's a naturally occurring fat that's in these pine nuts. It stimulates these powerful hunger-suppressing hormones. And in studies, participants who consume an extract of this phenolenic acid reduced their food intake by 36%. That is a whopping opportunity if you take advantage of it. So Christy's here to find out more about this. How are you, Christy?
Hi, pleasure to meet you.
So, when do you get your worst hunger cravings?
I normally get my worst hunger cravings at night.
At nighttime?
Yeah.
And everyone's sort of gone and you're by yourself.
My son's asleep. Yes.
All right. And what do you usually reach for?
Nothing good. Nothing good. Popcorn, chips, peppermint patty. She's my friend.
This is your friend. She's a wonderful person. All right. The next thing about pine nuts is you can eat them all day long, any time of day that you want. And they will work to control your cravings. There are 3 ways you can try them. I love them raw, and I love them in the morning because they help me with my cravings all day long.
Okay.
The second way that I think people can get pine nuts is to grind them up.
Okay.
You can use them to create sort of a pesto-like sauce. So go ahead and taste that pasta that we prepared that way. When you grind up these nuts, they release more of their oil, and because the oil is released, are you hungry? Yeah, you can have more in the break if you want. Here, let me help, please, if you don't mind. All right. So you don't speak because your mouth's full. And then as the bowl here, it's readily absorbed. And the last way is you can drizzle the pine nut oil on salads. You can use it for, in your soups. And I tell you, this is a fabulous way of diversifying the dressings you make for yourself.
That's great. I'd have both of them at dinner time.
You're both. Here, a toast to you. I love you. All right. Coming up, the newest fastest fat-busting procedure that melts away your fat. Oh, yeah.
Up next, it looks and feels like a massage, but this new Fat Buster is so amazing.
Wow.
You won't believe it.
We do these shows all the time, but I never see results like this.
Results over your lunch hour.
Like this on Mixer.
Coming up.
Excited to be on that pod.
Dr. Oz shows this my pocket. Now Web has a national conversation about health and wellness. There's no embarrassment. No. There's no topic.
Shower again?
I came to work today. I'm so lucky. And make sure you share this information with people you love. You're good to go. You will subscribe to the channel. What we do. Remember to check out often. Now, back to the show. For the first time on this show, I'm revealing a new fat-busting procedure that shrinks your belly fat. Plastic surgeons swear by, and absolutely no needles or scalpels are required. Are you still struggling to get rid of your bulging belly or lose the extra padding around your butt and thighs? You may think you need to endure painful liposuction, tummy tucks, or other invasive procedures. But now, there's a revolutionary fat-busting procedure that literally melts your fat away without ever having to go under the knife. It's called Laser Shave. It's a dual-action fat buster which uses the high-tech power of ultrasound to melt fat, combined with lymphatic massage to drain it from your problem areas. Dr. Sharon Giese is a top plastic surgeon who says it's a game changer.
The Laser Shave is a non-invasive body contouring device that gets rid of that stubborn fat without a single incision. I can treat fat deposits that are really difficult for me to reach with traditional liposuction. I've had patients who tell me that it feels like a hot stone massage. This treatment is so great that I've had it myself and the results are just phenomenal.
Dr. Sharon Giese is here. And you say the Laser Shave has changed the way we bust our fat. Why is that?
Yes, absolutely. It's non-invasive body contouring. That means there's no needles, no cannulas, and no medicines. And you can actually see, feel, and measure results immediately. And prior to Laser Shave coming around, women were having to pay upwards of $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 to have their fat removed. And now we have an effective, affordable way of doing that. In fact, it can be as little as $450 a treatment session.
Very affordable at that price. Well, how does it differ, if you can go back a second, to the other non-invasive devices that I've seen, the freezing devices, the ultrasound devices?
But what's really different about this one is that it feels great because there's an element of heat from the ultrasound. So it almost feels like a hot stone massage. And you can see some immediate results from this, and there's absolutely no downtime. Women can get it at their lunchtime or even when their kids are at school.
And explain to all of us exactly how it works.
This works by a two-part process. It combines some ultrasound technology with the lymphatic drainage. Now, I've been a big proponent of internal ultrasound for about 15 years and using it in body contouring in my practice for about that long. So Vaser came to me and they said, we have some new non-invasive technology that we'd like to put into your office for you to demo and give us an opinion. And this was, in fact, external ultrasound. So it melts a layer of fat through the skin, totally non-invasive. And this is followed by the lymphatic massage that then brings away that liquefied fat in the top.
Nature is my biggest inspiration in my work. The colors that I choose, the shapes that I create. I make functional art from leather.
Out from the way of the area.
So we did the whole lot and created an animation that can help explain how this treatment works. So the therapy, if it's used appropriately, targets specific areas, in particular fat cells right beneath the skin. So first off, there's the skin, you go just beneath there, there's the fat cells. The ultrasound hits the fat cells and it begins to wiggle them and change them and they begin to poke little holes in them as that happens and they begin to ooze out little bits of fat. This is a lymphatic material channel. The green, it absorbs those fat waste products and carries them away. And secondly, the massager starts to irritate the area, making it easier to milk this material, this fat, out of the area through the lymphatics, thus taking tissue that looks mottled and making it very smooth no matter what part of the body is being treated. Now, before the show, Dr. DC started the treatment on one of her own patients, Fahima, and she's going to finish it off live for us in the studio right now. So please join me if you don't mind. Welcome to the show, Fahima.
Hi, how are you?
How are you? So why did you decide, nice to meet you as well, what bothers you about your belly? That's the area we're going to work on?
Yeah, it's actually the pouch that I have here, the way it sits over my pants, I just can't stand it.
And Dr. DC, who's this procedure right for? Why is Fahima a good candidate for it?
She's a normal body weight, she exercises, she does all the right things, and she just wants to melt a little layer of fat and have some skin tightening.
Can you work on me a little bit?
Absolutely.
Dr. DC is going to show us how it works.
Back here.
If you could just explain, then I'll hold your hand. I hope it doesn't hurt, but I'm always incredulous we can melt away fat without causing so much trouble.
You have the best hand holder, so I would take advantage of that while it's offered. This is a little bit of oil, so I'm just going to put a little bit onto her skin because the ultrasound device glides over this. So this is the ultrasound.
Let's see how this works first.
So you see, this is really similar to the hot stone massage, and I'm just going to move slowly on her skin. And why I like this is because you can see, Dr. Oz, I can just glide over all different kinds of contours here. I can focus around a little area in the middle, or I can glide around from side to side. So this is really representative of the ultrasound component, which is the heat component of the Vaser shape. So now
Did you get hurt at all?
Absolutely not. It's very soothing. It feels like a hot massage, hot stone massage.
And who's not going to see results here?
People who are not going to see a result from here are the ones who have either too little fat or too thick of fat on the body. So if you have between about a half an inch of fat or 3 or 4 inches of fat, that would be an ideal candidate.
And why is this better at busting the fat than some of the other technology or the non-surgical procedures that are out there all the time now?
The way I like this technology is that you treat a thicker area of the fat and the skin, not just a very fine little layer. So it's the thicker layer of fat, and then you see the immediate results from the lymphatic massage component of that also, because that's going to sweep away the liquefied fat.
Is the lymphatic massage the other part of this?
Yes.
And I just point out that I didn't recognize before this show how important the skin element was, but when you can pull the skin taut, make it tight on top of the fat, much less apparent, apparent to the outside viewer, which is of course part of the magic.
Thanks.
Theater.
This literally just shakes the area. Is that right?
You can see it pulling actually.
Oh.
You can see how that's actually gonna pull away the gas.
Now you mentioned $450. How many treatments on average does it take to get the results you desire?
Well, with one treatment, you can see, we'll see when the human stands up, you can actually see a really nice result with one treatment, some permanent changes to the body. However, if you want to melt more fat, then you can just have more treatment sessions. And I recommend you do it about 1 week apart.
Can we look at your belly? See what kind of result we got? So we took a shot earlier, before she had the one treatment. And the treatment takes about half an hour.
About a half an hour, between 15 and 45 minutes.
So here's the shot from before. All right, let's compare it to now. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Isn't that
I've
pretty
never
cool?
seen that muscle
Isn't that
definition.
pretty cool? That is.
This is unbelievable.
We do these shows all the time. I never see results like this. This is wow, next.
Oh my God, I'm so happy.
So not expecting this result. Sometimes it does take multiple treatments. You can put your shirt down. Thank you. I mean, I keep it up. It looks so good. Because you can get multiple treatments to see even more dramatic results, we actually collected some before and after photos from Dr. Giesi's patients to show you. Dr. Giesi, walk us through these.
This is a treatment of an abdomen. This is actually only after 2 treatments that you can see that the belly's not out as much and you can see more muscle definition as we did with Bahima. And this is another area that my patients love is that back roll that's below the bra fat. This was actually achieved after 3 sessions, but a phenomenal result.
Is this typical?
Typical.
Oh, do we have a happy customer here?
I am very happy. I'm
Okay.
so happy. My pets are looser.
I love it. All right, coming up, you can lose weight and bust fat just by changing what you drink every day. That's next. Up next, the incredible fat-busting power of tea. You'll lose an inch off your waist, drop a dress size, and you can lose up to 5 pounds. Target your belly and overall body fat. And later, just 3 days. It's a lot of food.
Ramen, dim sum, dumplings, foodies flock to Convoy Street to take their taste buds on a flavored vacay all over Asia with hope in San Diego. But the deliciousness doesn't stop at dinner. Convoy's Asian desserts are an adventure all on their own.
We'll ever guarantee weight loss. You will still lose 3 pounds. That's my commitment. Don't go away. Conversation about health and wellness. There's no embarrassment. There's no topic that's off limits. I came to work today. I'm so lucky. And make sure you're sharing this information with people you love. You're good to go. Be sure to subscribe to my channel. You don't miss anything. And you can check that off if you would. Now, back to the show. For centuries, people all over the world have learned about the restorative and healing properties of tea. But did you know that tea can also help you lose weight? Today I've got teas that will bust your fat for good. Cassandra's joining us to talk a little bit about this. So what part of your body you're not happy with?
My belly, the muffin top, that happens when I sit down, when I stand up, just the belly part.
And what have you done to help get rid of that?
I tried weight loss programs, exercise, everything.
None works.
Nothing is working with this belly fat.
Are you a tea drinker?
I drink tea maybe a couple of times a week. Not coffee, but definitely tea 2 times a week.
All right, well, here's the deal. I'm going to bust the fat, not just people, for everyone out there who's watching. But I hear this all the time. And I know that there's solutions out there that help build you in the right direction, especially for belly fat. You got to get tea into your diet. So I'm going to walk you through the different types of tea and how they can bust your belly fat. The first tea, let's walk on over here, that will bust your belly fat is white tea. The white tea is young tea. It hasn't turned, hasn't been oxidized at all. It's one of the best teas out there for a bunch of reasons. But I love it because it has a really high concentration of something called EGCG. That's the antioxidant. That's a chemical in the tea that specifically will stimulate fat cells to stop growing. It's what you want. and help you burn off the ones you already have. Go ahead and take a quick taste of that. See if you like the taste before I show you exactly why it works. But this stuff's really cool because there's so much data on how it works now.
That's right.
It's
Very
very
right.
So you got, maybe need certain ones. So let's pretend this is your muffin top, you call it. Okay? And you're speaking of a lot of women out there. That's a question more than anything out there. And all these fat cells in you, they're growing. Even when you don't think you're doing anything wrong, they seem to be growing, right? Bigger and bigger and larger.
That's me.
Let's say you take some of that white tea. This is the EGCG. That's the stuff I talked about. And go ahead and coat the fat cell with that. And when you do that, a couple of things happen. First off, those fat cells, you can pour some on there. Okay. You want a lot of stuff.
Okay.
All right. You want to really get some on there. All right. Now, the EGCG, that white tea, it allows that fat cell to stop growing. In fact, it'll begin to shrink over time and shrivel up because the body can be more comfortable letting go of it. Another thing that happens is you'll actually release the fat from in there. And as you do that, you'll get fat not inside of you, but the fat that's released, it goes all over the place, and your body will take it away and get rid of it.
Okay, white tea.
You like that?
Yes.
You're literally going to shrink your fat cell. And you know what? They did a study on this. They looked at folks who were drinking white tea, and over a 12-week period, so over a 3-month period, they lost 10% of their waist size.
Oh my goodness, that's what I need.
And so all you got to do is drink 2 cups of this a day. If you drink it hot, it seems to stimulate your ability to take in the things like ECGC, other antioxidants in there. So those folks can have it in smaller ways. So hot white tea.
Let the time disappear.
This is my God. There's a competition here. There's 2 different teas you could use for muffin top. Okay. The other tea is oolong tea. Now oolong tea is sort of it's in between a green tea and a regular dark tea. So think of it like in that context. So most people have never tasted it. Go ahead and give it a shot. I like it. But it actually helps by letting fat cells again release more of those fat and increases fat metabolism. You can do that too. If you do nothing else, that's what the study argued. If you do nothing else but just drink oolong tea, you'll lose an inch off your waist, you'll drop a dress size. Wow. Which is a pretty big difference, and you can lose up to 5 pounds. So, and now you gotta eat right. I don't have
Not just tea.
That's just it. But if you drink tea for a month, those are reasonable results they got in that study. I would start to do it. Right now, again, this is 4 cups a day. That's your dose, your prescription. That would be 2 cups a day. So you drink less as well if you're gonna get going. Okay, now let's just say that it's not just your muffin top you're worried about, but you're actually concerned about fat all over. So I've got a tea that works for that as well. This is for the fat all over issue. It's a yerba mate tea. Again, it stimulates your metabolism, which is one of the reasons is that it works to get rid of fat in your body. Give that a taste if you like this. This is a bit more of an acquired taste.
That's very good.
All right, so I got a little stevia here. And you see this helps you a little bit. So usually you want to mix your yerba mate with something that's sweeter. And again, this will also kill your cravings, which helps it as well. See what you think about that.
Oh, that's right.
Is that better?
Yes.
But you're still a white tea lover.
I'm still a white tea lover. Sold on white tea.
All right. If you want to get rid of fat all over for the rest of you out there, once in the morning, first thing you get up in the morning, within 30 minutes of waking up, and I think it's a reasonable solution. For all of these 3 examples, don't forget, you're not going to add any dairy to it or soy milk. You're going to, just lemon's all you get, or a little bit of stevia or something. Because it turns out when you add milk, you reduce the power of the antioxidants in this thing. Okay?
Yeah.
I think I'll take all that like you. All right. Up next, secret formula you can bust back and drop 3 pounds in just 3 days. They want to see this.
I'm excited to be on that
Drop. Let's start talking. Now aware there's a national conversation about health and wellness. There's no embarrassment zone. There's no topic that's off limits. I came to work today, I'm so lucky. And make sure you share this information with people you love. You're good to go. Be sure to subscribe to my channel. You don't miss anything. Remember to check back often if you will. Now, back to the show. Three famous formulas that changed the world. Pi equals 3.14. E equals MC squared. 12 beef patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions, and a sesame seed bun. No almonds. Well, today I come up with my own formula. 3 plus 3 equals 3. is my formula to bust your fat for good. Now, it sounds like crazy math. You ready to find out what those numbers really mean? Well, if you give me 3 days, I'll give you 3 fat-busting meals to help you lose 3 pounds. And here to prove it is Angela, who's going to join me for this. How are you, Angela?
I'm doing good.
All right, so before I get into my 3-3-3 plan, I'd like to learn a little bit more about you. So what have you tried to lose weight?
What haven't I tried? You know, I just recently had a baby, so it's that, you know, trying to get rid of those, thank you, last few pounds, and I've fasted. I have taken pills and supplements. So, I mean, you name it, I've tried.
So how far are you from the weight loss goal?
You know, it's just like those last few pounds, just to get me back into those things.
Skinny jeans.
Yes.
All right, here's the deal. Here's how this works. You're going to eat everything on this table right here that you can see. Everything. It's going to be the same thing for 3 days in a row. So I'm giving you 3 days worth of food right on this table here. You're going to have the exact same breakfast. You're going to have the exact same lunch. You're going to have the exact same dinner. Make it real simple. It's a lot of food. You will still lose 2 pounds in those 3 days. That's my commitment to you. Now the key is a couple issues here, but one of them is you got to eat the same food at the same time. So let me walk you through these things. I got in the morning you get a Tex-Mex egg and cheese muffin. So I'm going to walk you over here and show you exactly how to make all 3 of these.
Okay.
So this is your breakfast. So you get an everything, right? You put your egg in there, your low-fat cheese, mix it up in there, put it in the microwave. It's done. And people who eat eggs for breakfast will lose more weight during the day. Okay, so this is your breakfast.
Okay.
Anything confusing about that?
Seems pretty straightforward.
You can eat that 3 days in a row.
Absolutely. That cheese makes it better.
Right. Give it a taste here. I'm gonna take the top of the muffin off. Just eat it. If you don't love this stuff, you won't eat it every day. When you get up first thing in the morning, this is what you're gonna have.
That's tasty.
Okay, so I'm 1 for 1.
Okay.
All right, my formula is intact so far.
Okay.
So Einstein and physics, we're working on this together.
Okay.
All right, let's move over to lunch. This is a very special meal. Thought this through. This is your biggest meal of the day. It's a bean burger. They look like in their raw form with a belly-lasting bun. Now, instead of a bun, no regular bread bun, I'm going to make lettuce your bun. Okay? So I know that's not a celebration for you. I get it. But the good news is that you actually get to have 2 of these bean patties. Not 1, but 2 of these. So there's a reasonable volume of food there. You can find this in any supermarket. Like all the stuff I've talked about here is available in all supermarkets. It's very affordable. So these big sweet potato fries may be alongside of this, which are superb as well. High fiber, low in calorie, and lots of water content. And the metabolism boosting herbs on here too. I put some oregano on top. Go ahead and give it a taste. And they satisfy the desire to something a little crunchy in there.
This is good.
Okay?
It smells good too.
It does smell good. So my 2 for 2 so far?
2 for 2.
All right. And now the dinner is what I'm asking for a little bit of sacrifice. I won't need that because the dinner is a shake, a lean green super shake. The least amount of calories of all the 3 meals. Again, all I have to do is for 3 days, so I'm figuring that kind of lunch you just had, you'll be able to make it through without a heavy dinner.
Right.
I'm going to show you how to do this. Okay, take a lot of the heat off you. Add all that in there. Almost this bowl's 3 cups actually of green vegetables are going to be there. They have protein and fat. Oh, throw it there. You can split on the floor too if you want. It's okay. Don't mind the studio. High antioxidants, got lots of fiber in it. Put the celery in there. You can whisk this all together. Then you want a little bit of ice. That boosts your metabolism when you eat cold things anyway. I think you have a banana because it tastes better. An apple. And inside of this almond milk, you've already put salad. I know that's very kind of you. Pour that on there. And you have exactly what I'm prescribing with one missing secret ingredient, which is vanilla whey protein powder. Go ahead and add that in there. It's 1 big scoop of that protein powder. Now you notice a theme coming through here. Protein, protein, protein.
Right.
Because I know that protein is a very efficient way of making you feel full, but it's not going to put a lot of calories in your body. So you're going to get what you need. Over time, you want to have more carbohydrates, but for just 3 days I'm asking you to do this. Once you turn it up, you're not going to go through that exercise. You're left with this.
Okay.
Now let's just see. 3 pounds and 3 days. That's my commitment to you. Go ahead and taste that. If you can get over this part of the hump and do this, that's part of your 3. Oh, it's good.
It's fresh.
It's fresh and it's good.
It is. It's good.
The combination of all that, would you do this for 3 days?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So here's the commitment to all of you. Remember, 3 plus 3 equals 3. 3 days, But 3 fat-busting meals equals 3 pounds. Later, you get back to your skinny jeans again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see you all next time. Remember to check back often if you listen.
Helpful Honda dealers are always doing random acts of helpfulness, like giving away money in vending machines, or making a new bike in.
You just ignore it for so long and you catch glimpses and you think, how in the world did you let this happen? I got divorced and I gained 175 pounds.
We get depressed about how we feel. Hey man, all this is good. And then we eat more to deal with that depression. So we just get more depressed.
I just feel like food is the only thing that loves me anymore. I don't even know who I am anymore. He could die in the next few years.
This is a dangerous situation for you. I think you need to do something about it right now.
That scares me to death. It's now or never, pretty much, for me. I feel like I'm ready, I can do this.
I don't think Lindy likes it. Lindy answers to Lindy, and that's it. Can you give me one more laugh?
No. I hate being part of that.
It's not going to cause. I've never truly been here.
All I hear is a lot of complaints. All I see is a lot of defiance. He wants to make sure he's alive, he's a good father. I'm starting to get this.
It's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. Ever.
Oh, God. How in the world did I turn into this person? This is my fat, really fat stomach. I really want this to go away. It would take away a lot. If all this went away, I would go with it. When I look in the mirror now, I just think, what happened to you? How in the world did you let this happen? If you would have told me when I was young, at 37, you're going to have 2 girls and they're not going to live with you, I would have said, bullshit. I'm living this life. I don't even know who I am anymore. I was a teenage mom. I entered into this relationship that I didn't really want to be in. And I got divorced after 17 years of marriage. And we've just been in a horrible custody battle. Throughout my whole marriage, I was always between 130 and 140. Literally, from the minute the divorce papers were filed, I've gained 175 pounds. I try to cram motherhood into a weekend. It's not easy. Can you see why we've been coming here for 20 years? Oh, it's beautiful. Every pound on me is related to my relationship with my children. My daughters look at my photos and say, look how pretty you were here, Mom. Why can't you look like that again? You're so embarrassing. I haven't met your boyfriend yet. We've talked about 100 times. How are you?
Good, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. My oldest daughter is so embarrassed by me. She doesn't want me to meet her new boyfriend. What are y'all doing today? That's not it.
Hey man, all this is good.
Thank you.
One of the hardest things about being a big person, we get depressed about how we feel, and then we eat more to deal with that depression, and then we get bigger, so we just get more depressed. It's like a vicious cycle. As a kid, my mom's idea of a good meal was like a candy bar, so there's always been weight issues. And when you become an adult, it's all just emotional baggage that you carry with you every day, and it's very, very hard to deal with. If I stay the way I am, I'm just going to end up dying. And it's just gonna be hard on my family. I just can't stand the thought of them going through pain because of me.
Oh. I love him so much and I don't want to be the naggy wife, but it's like when I think about the real possibility that he could die, that scares me to death.
You ready? Check it. All right. I want to be a good dad. I want to be a good role model for my son, but I can't run and I get tired very easily. Donnie, come on. It's time to go in. We're going to get some dessert.
I don't know what exactly it is, but I can't figure it out. I know.
No, get water from the pitcher. Ice and water na lang. Bring it here. Bring it here. Now, from the pitcher,
Yes,
ice
is the
and
only
water.
thing that loves me
From the
anymore.
pitcher.
I just feel like I'm constantly in this whirlwind and I cannot find something to hold on to.
Not a week or two goes by that there's not like a phone call on at work where she's really down.
Ice, water,
And
no,
really
ice.
just now I can start to
From
worry.
the pitcher, Isa. Pitcher.
I want someone to reteach me how to live and how to not turn to food for depression.
Yep, joint pains or back pains.
When I wake up in the morning, I can barely move, and my knees are really bad.
There's so many different pathways that eating too much, take a big breath in and out. She's a little different than some of the other patients because her weight came on after an event. She has it timed to a point in her life when she became depressed. But you can see how it's sort of an excuse. Every day that you let this continue is a day where your health's declining.
Right.
And she's the kind of person that has a heart attack or heart failure or stroke. Your risk of just staying at your current weight is pretty high. You need to reduce the weight. Hey, Mr. Berryhill. How you doing? Dr. Marvin. Hi, Dr. Marvin. Nice to meet you. Travis, he's been obese since childhood. Big nothing now. Now he's in a situation where if he continues to do what he's doing now, he's just not going to live to a long life expectancy. Which I question. Your body mass index is 63 on today's measure. Normal is 20 to 25. This is a dangerous situation, but you really need to find a way to turn this around. I think you need to do something about it right now.
Intuitive set to start in the all-electric ID4. It's the little things. It's a VW. Lease the 2023 all-electric ID4 Pro during Fall Fest for just $319 a month after an EV lease bonus and customer bonus.
I just want to feel protected. Ladder Leaf underwear has one job. Always discreet with protection you deserve.
It's going to be a hard process to be able to go from where I am now to a healthier place. And I know it's going to be probably the hardest thing I've ever done. I'm just scared of not being the same. And I'm scared of being the same. If I lose weight, I'll be able to do so much better for my family.
It's now or never, pretty much, for me, I feel like. Because I've always been grasping at straws and trying to find something. I am right on the cusp. I could either go and become healthy again, or I'm gonna die.
Starting last night, I really couldn't sleep at all. I was like, I'm a little nervous. I'd be lying if I said, like, backing out, getting crossed my mind a couple times.
Hi, Lindsay. Welcome. Hi. Welcome to beautiful Lake Austin. Hi, Brittany. Nice to meet you.
David, nice to meet you. Hey, nice to meet you. Travis. Saturday, so all right.
First things first.
What's up?
Cell phone. So you have your cell phone number.
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and get that from you, Travis.
Oh man, check it myself.
I have to take the cell phone. I know.
A controlled environment means we remove distractions.
Your phone and your wallet, you have a wallet? My wallet so I can't escape.
My first impression of Lindsay, she's gonna be trouble and she's gonna challenge me.
So we're gonna get started early in the morning
We're gonna get started.
is it gonna be a long day? A good 5-6 hours?
She's gonna definitely try and give me a really hard time. I can tell that from the beginning.
Do you have your bag with you? Yeah, I tried with it.
You know, when I first thought about Travis was he really seemed personable. He seemed like he really wanted it. Is it your daughters?
No, it's my son.
Your sons?
Yeah, you get that too.
Kind of choke up. I found out he had a son and another son in the way. I want you looking at that every day. I mean, if he doesn't have the motivation now, he'll never have it. All right, let me get some more try. All right.
Hey, you're welcome. She's really perky. Perky, of course she is. Damn it.
Good
Yes.
morning, lady.
Yes, when she walks in.
And Mr. Travis, good morning. Let's get one more.
Let's move. Here we go.
We pair up these individuals so that they have someone else to relate to. Someone else that's going through the same problems that they're dealing with.
How do y'all feel here?
You're killing me. You're killing me, treadmill.
When I first started working with Travis, I expected a lot more out of him. Go straight down, kick your elbows outward. It was just a struggle to get him going. 6. You got 20, 7. Then you got, what do you have?
My name is Scott.
Each one counts. You're not just pulling it, cracking your wallet each time. Travis and Lindy, they wanted to be there because they signed up, but they didn't really know what they were getting into.
You're on your knees.
I really felt immediate resistance from Lindy. Feel your chest, feel your triceps.
Oh my God.
Lindy's giving me a lot of kickback, and she's not working hard enough to be struggling that much. 15 seconds left. Oh my God, doing this, like faking this.
Johnson, come on. Good job. Good job.
Yeah, I'm ready to eat right now.
Oh, that green bean? No. Thanks.
Thanks. The first 30 days, they follow a 1,200 calorie to 2,000 calorie meal plan, depending on their height and weight.
Man, how about these portion sizes, huh?
This is just really tiring to me.
This is an addiction. They're addicts. And going through withdrawals can get ugly.
I think the chef had the best boy cook the fish today.
Oh my gosh, I'm feeling that I'm going to die. How am I going to survive if I don't have this food I need to survive?
Wait, heel toe.
Get on there. Back. Good. Come on, you almost done, Travis. You almost done.
First week here, it's been an adjustment.
There's going to be a lot of pain the first week, and they're going to have to get their bodies to where they can do this. Can you give me one more lap? No. Yes. That will be the challenge, getting them to feel okay with hurting and feeling pain.
I don't care if you gotta walk it. Walk it. There you go, but still pump those off. Walk.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. Push. Let's go. 30 seconds down. You got 30 seconds more.
The first week, there's been some up and downs, of course, emotionally and physically.
What are you going to try yourself, baby, when it's hard like this?
I don't know.
Shift away from using energy between 9 p.m. Time to use rates take care of the rest.
Hi.
Whoa. Look at you. Come over here. How are you? Oh my goodness. It's been a long time. It's been a long journey. I mean, how do you feel overall?
It's harder now than it was in the beginning.
Of course it is. Because now you got to keep
gone.
Right.
Now you don't want to go back to where you were because you know what that place is
That's
like.
right.
Are you ready?
I am very ready.
Okay, so I just want you to step up, Jim, and hang out real still on it. So original weight, 367.2. Today you are at 289.8, which is 77.4 pounds.
I feel pretty unbelievably awesome right now.
That's really good.
I needed fire under my ass, and I knew that. And I appreciate that you didn't give in and you didn't let me stop. And that you pushed me really, really hard.
Rock it out.
Rock it out. Rock it out.
Good job. Very good job, Joey. Congratulations.
This has been the best thing that's ever happened to me. I know that as I stand here today, that I'm a different person than I was back then.
I'm nervous, you know. I'd like to really try to get below 500 pounds, so we'll see what happens. Hello. Hey, strangers. Good to see you. Well, you know, I'm trying, you know.
Okay, Tom. Originally, you started at 638 kgs.
That was a big guy.
Let's see where you are today. Final weigh-in.
So you thought it was 500. Hopefully, this is the moment of truth.
Just stand on, hang out for a second. Tom, you started at 638. Today you are at 483. Woo! That's 155 pounds.
Yes! Yes!
Wow, that's, oh my God. Oh, I'm very happy. I was really hoping to get under 500, so that extra 18 pounds. Oh, that was like bonus. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You deserve it for your team. I mean, I know Tom can be successful, but I know he's still going to need more help. He's still going to need more direction.
I want to see you all the way through to 250. Yeah, like you said you wanted. It's possible.
I know I'm on the process of getting everything back in order. It's like there's a future again. It makes the sacrifice and all that work just worth it. Well, I'm going on a date tonight. My friend Jody, we're going to go on a double date with Jody and her husband. Oh, it's been a long time since I've been on a date. 10, 15 years probably. Oh, yeah, I'm nervous.
There's a few things that I'm able to do now that, I wasn't able to just a few months back, which is really nice.
I told Tom, this is us. We did this together.
This is my girlfriend Tracy. Tracy, this is Tom.
Yeah, well, nice to meet you.
It helps when you have accountability to somebody else besides yourself, you know?
Come on, Slim. Let's do this.
She's been a really good partner through all of this, and nice to call her a friend.
A real friend is going to tell you, hey, you're slacking off today. You know, what the hell? I made a promise to Tom that this was a commitment with me. We made a life commitment. And that means a lot to me.
How you doing? It feels good knowing that I'm getting my health back in order and knowing that I'm not having my parents bury me, which is, something I was always thinking about.
You're at 476 right now, which is a body mass index drop from 90 to 68.4. That's 1/3 of your extra body weight gone, so that's very good progress.
Before I started this, I was in a hopeless situation, mentally, physically. It's been very hard, but I know I'm gonna get the weight off and keep it off.
You still have a body mass index of 68, so you're nowhere near the safe zone yet. You have to progress. Exactly. What I saw today is someone who's pretty positive about what you've accomplished so far, and I think if you can keep that attitude going, it'll be tremendous.
Thank you, doctor. Appreciate it.
There's definitely more to go. This is not a hand by any means. It's just a hand.
So I'm now on my way to my first gig, and in about a year and a half. Brothers in the band called and asked if I'd like to do a few songs tonight. Are you excited that I'm going to be singing with you tonight or what?
I'm very great.
Clinically proven hydration for brighter, smoother results. Olay!
Thinking back on the first days when I started are what keep me going now. Amazing! You know, I don't really think of getting that on stage as closure. I think it's part of the healing process for me. I often compare how I feel and what I'm going through to what people who have drug addiction are going through when they're in rehab. It's teaching yourself to live differently.
Introduce the stage my illustrious sister, Johnny Martinez.
What advice do I give other people that, you know, might be inspired by what I'm doing for myself? Your whole tribe of people and support. You need it from every facet of your life. Friends, your family, your work, everything. My mind feels like I can bench press 500 pounds. I feel so.
A betrayed wife. Choose controller. Secretly records her. A betrayed wife. Choose controller. Secretly records her husband. When did you first discover that she had a listening device like this? I felt it inside of my jacket. Then kills his girlfriend. She described in great detail what she was going to do. Before killing herself. I've always never been there. I just never felt it. Coming up next. Season 11 starts now. I became a doctor to help people heal. Now I'm using the same science and medicine to take on true crime. On today's True Crime, the shocking story that made headlines around the world. After her husband Mark admitted to an affair and said he wanted a divorce, Pierre Gerardo secretly stalked him and his new girlfriend Mary Chapman for months, recording their private conversations with listening devices that looked just like this, before ultimately breaking into Meredith's house, killing her, and then turning the gun on himself. But today we're going deeper than the sensational headlines. And I want everyone watching at home to pay close attention, because there are things we can all learn from this unthinkable tragedy. Take a look. Married close to 25 years, Mark and Pierre Gerardo, both successful marketing professionals, seem to be living a picture-perfect life. But these family photos don't even hint at the tragic unwinding their relationship was about to endure. In November of 2017, Mark accepts a job at the University of Delaware, where he
This is Juvederm.
My name is Joanna. I'm from Colombia. They did my
meets Meredith Chapman, also a marketing professional, and a one-time candidate for state senator.
For years, I have been listening to neighbors about what's on their mind.
Mark feels an immediate connection and a romantic relationship with Susan. When Joanna arrives from South Carolina weeks later, she is suspicious and confronts Mark. After initially denying, Mark finally admits his feelings for Meredith and his intention to file for divorce. According to Mark, Janelle appeared to take the news quite well, but in reality, things are about to take a very dark turn. Putting on his jacket, Mark discovers a recording device sewn inside. Janelle was stalking he and Meredith. She even closed his phone. This was one of the captured conversations. What do you need?
Yeah, and so you very well, that's what we do today.
Janelle attaches a hidden GPS to their cars, tracking their movements. Her bullying is evident in the way she refers to them as Mark Liar and N. Porn. And she also breaks into Mark's phone and screenshots his texts with her. In this recording, Janelle is heard confronting Mark about another recording.
She's living my life. She took my husband away and broke up her family and ruined my life.
On the night of April 23rd, 2018, Mark was scheduled to meet Janelle at a restaurant to discuss the divorce. She cancels, breaks into Meredith's home, and wakes up. When Meredith arrives, Janelle shoots her dead. Then she texts Mark, "You ruined my life. I hope you never find happiness." And by Mark. After that, Janelle turns the gun on herself and takes her home.
Mark Gerardo joins us now. Thank you for coming on this difficult, I know it's hard to watch that.
Who was?
Take me back to the moment you realized that your wife had died. So had your new girlfriend.
Well, as the lead up said, I walked in to the house, and it has been a moment of shock that I've lived through ever since. In the moment, I didn't understand what had happened. I saw Meredith laying there, face down, and there was a fleck of blood on her leg, and there was a fleck of blood on the wall. I just couldn't understand. I tried to wake her up. Eventually, the police pulled dispatch to get me out of the house. And I stood up to pivot, and that's when I saw Janelle laying there. And I rushed to her, and I noticed a bullet wound behind her ear, and it still didn't dawn on me as to what actually happened. I was confused more than anything. It wasn't until hours later in the police interrogation room they said, "We have to ask this, did you shoot these two women?" I was just taken back by shock. There was a gun, and that's how confused I was by that. So I replay that a lot. And that's
What is the last year been like if you try to, and you did, piece together what really happened?
So to answer your question, it's been 535 days. I've gone through 76 weeks of intensive therapy, and that, I can't imagine not having done that. And the other thing I've been doing this entire time, I wrote a journal, and I wrote this journal and I shared with my therapist, and he said, "This needs to be a book. This actually can help people." And so I finished that book this past May, and it has been every day. I don't know what I'm going to get. Some days are good days, and there's I can get through the day. Some days, the smallest trigger will set me off. I think I'm making progress.
I know when you say Janelle's married, there's sort of a thing. You were married 24 years.
Super.
What was your life like with her before all this happened?
But like every married couple who's married for 24 years, we had ups and downs. We definitely did. And but the last 6 years in South Carolina, it wasn't where we were from either. We moved there. It was kind of a renaissance period. We had a really good time together. And then she lost her job. And things started to spiral downward. And so some of the things that she had done when we were married, I look back at them now. And she was controlling. She was very controlling of people around her and very argumentative. I would introduce her to people and sometimes say, "Look, she's an acquired taste. She just says what she thinks. So either you'll get used to that or you won't."
So you moved from South Carolina to Delaware, and while there,
your new boss is Meredith Chet. She's married as well. So what about your connection became so strong that neither of you could ignore it?
The first time I talked to her, I was taken back by how smart she was, just how she was articulate, and I was in awe of her professionally speaking. As we get to know each other, we joked that we had a professional crush on each other, and that's all it was. That's all it was. Because the more time we spent together, the easier it got to speak, talk to her. That's just how it kind of all started.
She separated from her husband.
Hi, my name is Susan Amelia.
Michael,
What causes me a lot of anxiety is
fear of the future.
I work in a very high.
Janair took some of the audio tapes for him to listen to, and he almost immediately filed.
How did Janair find out that you were having an affair with Miss Chet?
Well, Janair moved 45 days after I moved there, and by that time, Meredith and I were in pretty deep. And she had suspicions just based on how I was acting. I wasn't acting quite right, and she kept pushing me, what is up, what's going on? And she knew how to push my buttons. Finally, she called me names, as she often did, and it just triggered me. I finally just came out and said, I want a divorce. I've been here for 45 days, and I've enjoyed my freedom. And I realized that I don't want to be married anymore. And she immediately suspected Meredith. And so I denied it for, I guess, another 45 days. By that time, Janair is collecting all this evidence, and she's talking about things that Meredith and I talked about in private she couldn't possibly have known. And I couldn't figure out how she was learning all these things.
So when did you first discover that she had a listening device like this? She bugged your clothes. Now, this is not hard to put in people's outfits. She actually sewed it into your clothes, I guess.
She not just that she had one, she had at least a dozen of those. And she does it, sew them in, go to the office, come back at night, and she would stitch it back in, and then I wouldn't know it was there. And then she would wear it for the next clothes and go to wear the next day. So she had 12 of them cycling in and out at all times, depending on what clothes I was going to wear the next day.
What was your relationship with Janair like after you discovered this, that she was bugging you, that she had all this evidence now with discussions?
We were seeing marriage therapists, and I confronted her in the room therapy session about this to kind of get her out on the carpet and the therapist there. And she admitted to it and said, yes, I did it. I'm not going to do it anymore. And it was just a day in March. I just happened to put on another jacket and felt that familiar thud. And I kind of lost it. I was very upset. I said, we don't have anything between us anymore. And that was a better statement for her. Finally, for that to hear that.
What did she do?
Long story short, she threatened to throw herself out of the 7-story window. But it was so staged. I didn't believe her. She made me run after her. And I threw her in a bear hug, and eventually we wrestled to the ground until she became more lucid. She was calm, and I can understand that she was through whatever she was going through. And she said, just let me go. I'm fine. I'm sorry. And then immediately she said, please don't institutionalize me. And I said, I won't. I promise you 2 things. You tell your parents tomorrow, and to tell them what happened. And I want you to see a psychiatrist immediately and get on medication for me. Those things she did.
Coming up, Mark to reveal his shock after learning a seemingly normal call with his wife had actually come from a gun range weeks before she murdered his girlfriend and killed herself.
At Oz Skincare Investigation, we go undercover.
This one says it works in a week.
And what we found will shock you.
You don't know what to put on your face.
Plus, age-defying secrets.
What's our age? 27, 32, 34.
While these women look half their age. All new Oz.
That's coming up tomorrow. After Mark Gerardo's wife, Janair, killed his new girlfriend, Meredith, and took her own life, Mark's shock and devastation was compounded by the discovery of hours worth of recordings Janair had been secretly compiling for months.
Do you want to get a phone and I don't take the phone so that Meredith can hear me?
No. How does she hear you?
Okay.
We're back with Mark Gerardo, who's going through an unimaginable tragedy. His wife, Janaire, murdered his new girlfriend, Meredith, before killing herself. We just heard one of the phone calls Janaire secretly recorded after this incident. He made a surprising discovery, one that I would have said chills down my spine.
Yeah, I was actually coming back from a job interview in Pennsylvania, and we said we talked afterwards and let her know how it was. So she was upset that I hadn't called her, but the interview was 2 hours long. And then when I matched the timeline from the phone call to the receipt at a gun range, she was standing getting gun training, or waiting at gun training while she having this conversation with me. I don't understand how. I just can't picture her there. I can't picture her buying a gun, let alone standing and practicing and then having a normal conversation.
We were married again 24 years. Did she ever show any signs of violence? Did she ever practice shooting guns before?
No, we were as anti-gun as anybody. I've never handled a gun in my life, and to my knowledge, she hadn't either. She had family members who were hunters, and she was disgusted by that whole. She didn't want to part of it, and so she would be the last person I would have ever imagined buying a gun and using it for herself and someone else.
After Mark's wife, Janaire, killed his new girlfriend, Meredith, and herself, Mark did his own in-depth investigation to understand. He's trying to make sense of what happened. I'm shocked at what they've done, because of all the details that came to light. Things that as a husband, you probably hadn't noticed, but were there the whole time.
I think it's important to know we were seeing a family therapist. She was seeing her own psychologist, and she was seeing a psychiatrist as well as a divorce coach. Nobody picked up. She's living this double life. Nobody knew she was doing these things until it was after the fact.
All the work you've done on this, in retrospect, if you go back, would you do anything different?
If I had hindsight, I wouldn't have started a relationship with Meredith, and I wouldn't have hurt Janaire the way I did. I absolutely would not have done that.
Mark, why didn't Janaire just kill you? You were the cop. You were the one who left her.
Well, that was her plan B. There was a letter that she wrote, and she described in great detail what she was going to do. She was afraid of me walking in first, and she says, "If he does, I'm going to have to do a grin for the Hartman." And Phil Hartman was a famous actor on Saturday Night Live. This is a defense.
Okay, the other side. The other side.
There's no such thing as a perfect city, but to me, this city is as close as it comes. That's why we're proud to call Espanola my home. Oh, shit. Our home.
All right, you got it. Okay.
This isn't your typical home flipping show. My homes are reflecting the local communities. And we're husband and wife. So we'll take a run.
I'll have a quick shot of you giving money to that little girl over there. Good people. We're really good. Alright. So all I had on me was that $100 bill.
No refund.
That's not fair. Come on. Let me go get change.
What is that?
That's nothing. This is, you don't need to see this.
Why did you snatch back the money? Why didn't you just give her the 100?
I was going to buy 6 of them for $20.
What did she say?
What? Things have been a little weird. This thing you're doing now is helping the community. It's immune to criticism.
Marjorie can speak to the work much better than I can. I think I'll let the work speak for itself.
And his wife took his, so she used her names and verbs as to what she was going to do. So I was going to be the backup plan to take me out.
Take you up before you have Meredith.
Yes. That's my understanding from the letter.
After Janaire committed this unthinkable act, Mark discovered a secret 15-page letter she delivered. reveal what he's able to share on that devastating letter and what he would say to Janelle.
The latest on missing Colorado mom, Kelsey Fair. Her fiance headed to trial. Is there enough to convict?
She saw the outline of a body that she believes was Kelsey.
All the while. That's coming up next week. On April 23rd, 2018, Mark Gerardo's life was shattered. His wife, Janelle, murdered his new girlfriend, Meredith, and killed herself. Our here today is also joined by psychiatrist Dr. Judith Joseph. Marcus and Janelle was diagnosed with PTSD, and she may have also had borderline personality disorder.
Yes, that was not a term I even knew until someone mentioned it to me, multiple people, including my own therapist as well, that these seemed like signs of someone who has borderline personality disorder. So I dove deep into finding out what that even meant.
Dr. Joseph, does Janelle's behavior seem more consistent with post-traumatic stress disorder? I'll say it again, is borderline personality disorder, which I want you all to remember because it's a ton more common than most of us appreciate.
So let's remember, I haven't met your wife, but I have spoken to you and I've seen some of the files. And to me, it seems more in line with borderline personality disorder. And here's why. I treat people with severe trauma and PTSD in my office every day. And one of the hallmark things that I see is an intense fear avoidance of the trauma. And in this case, she really didn't avoid the thing that was traumatizing. It's quite the opposite. She became engulfed with this fear. Also, with borderline personality disorder, you see this intense rage, this revenge aspect. And also, we have to remember that it is possible to have both at the same time, but it's very rare. Only 2% of the population has both borderline personality disorder and PTSD at the same time. So it's highly unlikely.
So after the incident, Mark says he discovered a 15-page letter Janelle had written out of respect to her and to Meredith. He's asked us to keep that letter private, but Dr. Joseph and I have both read it. I was stunned. And Dr. Joseph, if it's okay, I'd like you to just walk through what signs of borderline personality disorder you saw in that letter.
So remember, there is the DSM-5, it's like a Bible of psychiatric diagnoses, and typically people have this persistent pattern in their relationships that is unstable. They have impulsivity, not a clear sense of self. And when I read that letter, there were key things that really stood out to me. Typically, you have to meet 5 of 9 criteria, but in that letter, there were all 9 criteria met. Every single one. I mean, that is very rare. That speaks to severe borderline personality disorder.
So Dr. Joseph is going to have a full list of borderline personality disorder signs and sent to drrock.com. It's worth checking. Mark, if Janelle was sitting, all right, what would you tell her? What would you say?
Well, I actually talk to her all the time, so when I don't believe this, I tell her I love her. I tell her I'm sorry. I tell her I'm sorry that I didn't understand this illness that she had for probably most of her life. I've just become so normalized to the things that she was doing. And again, looking back, it's devastating to see 9 criteria and go, I can check it out. And again, that's the reason.
As a Nurse Next Door franchise partner, we make life better every single day by helping our clients achieve their goals.
My husband Robert and I opened up our franchise Dallas North 3 years ago. Our inspiration for starting Nurse Next Door Dallas goes back to when Robert's grandfather came home after a stroke. He needed care. We decided we were going to open up a home care company that cared about seniors and went above and beyond.
What sets Nurse Next Door apart from our competitors, I would say, is our culture. The team here at Nurse Next Door is passionate about clients getting high quality care. So the benefits of joining a franchise are too many to list.
They already have their name, their letterhead. Any issue Robert and I have had along the way, it's just a quick phone call, email, text, and they're quick to respond.
If we were on our own, we wouldn't have had all that guidance. It's so nice just to have a panel of experts that you can just call at a moment's notice and run an issue by them.
Our daughters are 11 and 9 right now. They're very proud of what we do for the community.
Our daughters definitely know that serving others is a work of love and passion.
And my oldest is already saying, Mama, when I get old enough, I want to work for Nurse Next Door.
So when I look at the systems and support that we have at Nurse Next Door, I really appreciate our full electronic medical record that allows us to track and help our patients in the best way possible.
The system that I really have grown to appreciate is 24/7 Care Service Center.
Having somebody that can pick up the phone 24/7 was a huge relief to my wife and I.
Work-life balance is very important. And knowing that Robert and I can lay our head down at night and know that the business can still run and questions can be answered made me feel very good.
Being a Nurse Next Door franchise partner has changed my life in that for the first time, we actually have a really good balance. And that's with our company and our daughters and my wife. We feel like we're building something that will last a lifetime and that we'll be able to pass on to our children.
Pigs on trampolines, pigs on trampolines. Master the skill of bouncing pigs off trampolines. So pat them in the mocktail and win a month-long token. Once the pigs start flying, it's absolute hilarious chaos. Bounce the pigs into the pit and be the funniest player.
Yeah, I want other people to understand this illness.
I think it's helpful to not blame yourself and to take care of yourself first. A lot of people don't understand this, and a lot of families suffer because they live with someone with borderline personality disorder. So decreasing the stigma and getting the right care is so important.
I think it's also a dangerous disorder at times because it takes people to extreme places very unpredictable. I do believe that, and I do believe you love me. I wish you the best going forward. Part of your process is to write, as you mentioned earlier, Mark's written a book, a blog that documents his journey since this all happened. We're going to put a link to his website, drdrive.com. If you or anyone you know is struggling with suicidal thoughts, please call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline right now. And numbers at the bottom of the screen. We'll get back. Thank you. Up next, the story you have to see to believe. A mom who actually helped exonerate her own daughter's convicted killer before new DNA evidence found another suspect. The high-profile case of Angie Dodge, one you may never forget. A young woman brutally murdered in her quiet hometown. The case garnered national attention as the hunt for Angie's killer stumped police for decades. One man would end up spending over 20 years in prison for her murder. But was he really the one responsible for her death? On today's True Crime, the story you have to see to believe. A mom who actually helped exonerate her own daughter's convicted killer before new DNA evidence found another suspect. The victim's family is here. What they have to say will shock you. Take a look. It was the summer of 1996. As the quiet town of Idaho Falls, Idaho, 18-year-old Angie Dodge was viciously raped and murdered in her apartment. With no leads, police were stuck. It wasn't until 6 months later police got a break. Instead of getting to 20-year-old Christopher Tapp. Tapp confessed after multiple interviews and polygraph tests after holding Angie down while she was attacked and stabbed that night. Christopher Tapp was tried and sentenced to 30 years to life in prison. On March 22, 2017, after spending over 20 years in prison, and with the support of Angie's family, it was proven that Tapp's DNA did not match any of the DNA left at the crime scene or on Angie's body. Tapp walked away on free men. But the question still remains. Who killed Angie Dodge? New DNA evidence and genetic genealogy may be the key to breaking this decades-old case. Joining me now is Angie Dodge's mother, Carol, and her brother, Brent. Well, thank you both for being here. And all these years later, it's still hard to revisit those days. But let me take you back to when your daughter was 18 years of age, just starting out in her life. What was going on?
She had graduated from high school. She was in a semester in college. She was working 2 jobs. She just bought a new car.
just wanted to be free. She wanted to experience being an adult. And so 3 weeks before she was brutally murdered, she moved into her own apartment. And
When did you find out something was wrong?
I had called Angie, and a girl answered the telephone at her work, but I had dialed Angie's extension. And I just said, is Angie there? And she said, Angie's just found dead. And I just remember seeing God knows I have it on my phone. And I went to the police department and I just ran into the police department screaming, where's my baby? And they took me to a room, and the next thing I remember is Brent coming and saying he's gone, Mom.
When they caught this man, Mr. Tapp,
right,
and
I'm Kiki Rice, and I'm the UCLA Women's Basketball team. Everyone deserves to be in an environment that's free of litter and free of trash. We all, as a community, have the duty to treat the environment as it should be and keep it clean. Here's some things you can do. Join a cleanup event near you. Be a Clean California volunteer. Get your team together and organize your own cleanup. Let's keep California beautiful. Be on my team, the Clean California team. Visit cleanca.com.
arrested.
Right.
How did it make you feel?
When they first made the arrest, I remember him standing, facing each other. And I just remember calling him a beast.
Very understandable. I think most of us would feel that way. The man we thought had murdered a beautiful dog and been arrested. We got convicted, sent to jail for 30 years. Did you feel vindicated? Did you feel that was the right? Because that's 30 years for life. You could potentially have never gotten out of jail. That make you feel better?
Even before, when Chris was going through the process, before he even went to trial, I remember him being in the house at one of the facilities about 50 miles out of Idaho Falls. And I drove down to that facility and signed in. And I remember Chris coming to the glass window and picking up the phone. And I just remember saying to Chris, what was my baby's last words? And he threw the phone at me and he walked away. And I was so angry at him because he would tell me, but yet I knew his DNA didn't match.
So it's just not making sense. You're obviously frustrated because you believe you know something. When did you begin to think that maybe he wasn't there at all?
Yes.
Probably 12, 13 years later, I actually got out the confession tapes of the VHSs and started watching them. I just remember thinking about all the things that he said during his confession as when we went to court and all of this being discussed. And a lot of Chris's tapes, his confession tapes, were suppressed, but now that they sent
No ba ng ice water?
I just kept thinking, why is it Chris?
Ay, hindi ko na anuhan. Masasama ang ice eh. Naubos ng ice ko. Ito medyo matatagalan niyang lumamig.
And you see them opening up, he's coming behind bars after 2 years of treatment. Go away.
A diet soda health alert. It may save us some calories, but is it slowly killing us?
Just 2 glasses of diet sodas increase your risk of death by 25%.
All nuance.
That's coming up on Monday. This was 20-year-old Christopher Tapp, who confessed his participation in the murder of Angie Dodge back in 1996. Chris ended up spending 21 years, the majority of his adult life, in prison. A taped confession landed him behind bars. There's just one catch. Christopher Tapp was not telling the truth. He's here opening up now in a Daytime exclusive on what it took to clear his thing. Chris is here joined by public defender John Cox. Nice to meet you. So, what was it that happened during those confessions that prompted you to say this? What was it about the interrogations that got you to confess to a lot of lies, a lot of promises that were never kept, a lot of manipulation? It was just one of those things where maybe in the back of my mind I was trying to do something right, and just the snowball just continued to, go over me to the point of where it happened, where I just got run over, and it messed me up for 20 some odd years of my life.
Maybe watching now and say, well, you didn't do the crime, you weren't even there. Why would you, at any level, admit that you had a role? What were you trying to help?
I just thought I was trying to help myself and help them, solve a case. And every time they gave me the famous, help us to help you, so repeat, some of the things that I would say to them, as they're giving me the conversation. And they give me answers to some of the questions, and I just repeat it. And it just got worse and worse as time went on.
Walk me through the process. So give me an example of how your words were used against you. You were trapped in the same things that sounded bad enough that a jury convicted you.
I mean, the best example I could give you was there was a map that they drew up of the apartment. And the officers, explained to me that, where did the murder happen? And they're like, no, Chris, that's the living room, that's wrong. It happened over here. I'm like, oh, okay.
Because you've never been there.
Right. I never gave them answers. It was just information that given to me that I kept repeating back to them and giving to them.
So what was wrong with the interrogation process? Did Chris have legal representation during the interrogation?
He did. His lawyers didn't do their jobs. His lawyers didn't sit beside him, and that was a false confession.
So Chris, you confess, you're convicted, not surprisingly, you're age 21, you're going to spend the rest of your life potentially in jail. How do you process all that? And you're going to jail for a crime you didn't actually commit, and only you know that.
It was truly heartbreaking to know that I was going to go to prison for something I didn't do and have to sit there and have to live, a life that no person should ever have to live. It's miserable, it's disgusting, it's rough inside. And you have to change who you are, you have to become something different inside of there to survive. And it sucked. There's no other way to explain it, but it truly sucked.
Just to be clear between the eyes, did you have anything to do with Angie's murder?
No.
Did you even know Angie?
I knew Angie, yeah, I was an acquaintance, but I didn't know her.
So as innocent men, all these years later, finally being exonerated.
A lot of faith, a lot of true faith, and never giving up. That was the one thing in this world that I never could do, is they broke me once. And they threw me away like I wasn't worth anything. So since I came home, I work. Now I work 2 jobs. I have a life and I have a family. And I want to prove to myself and to the world that I was worth something.
So, John, what was the led to Chris's exoneration? Man, they have a confession tape saying he held her down. And who was it?
It was a 10-year journey for me. So I worked on Chris's case to get him exonerated for 10 years. Based on the interrogation tapes, it is clear, there was clear and convincing evidence that Chris Tapp was not the person that was involved here, and that it was a false confession. And then we got Carol Dodge. She would go into the police
and say, hey, look, we haven't found my daughter's killer yet. Why? What have you done today? What have you done today? Right, so it wasn't for Carol Dodge coming up to you in the courthouse with Crystal being in jail for the murder of Philadelphia. Carol has been a force behind the force, and she really rallied the troops. She would come into my office. She would come into my home and say, hey, John, we got to look into this. Hey, John, I found this knife outside from somebody. We think we may need to have it tested. Hey, John, there's this other guy that we're looking for. The forensic genealogy and DNA evidence would later lead authorities to arrest 53-year-old Brian Lee Dripps Sr., who has now been charged with the 1996 rape and murder of Angie Dodge. After testing over 100 DNA samples, his DNA was extracted from a discarded cigarette butt and matched the DNA found at the crime scene. Joining me now to help explain the science is investigative genetic genealogist T.C. Moore. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
They were singing your praises about the important role you played in this case. And you were hired by the Idaho Falls Police Department to build a family tree. Using the DNA evidence that you had, if you could explain to us how you did that, because that was ultimately what brought closure to Dodge family.
Yes, the Idaho Falls Police Department never gave up on trying to identify who left their DNA behind at Angie's murder. And so that was submitted to Paragon and analyzed and then uploaded to GEDmatch. Once we have it on GEDmatch, we're looking for the closest matches. We're hoping we're going to have nice, strong matches there. Now, this case broke the mold. It was the most challenging case I've worked in law enforcement so far, where we've had a successful conclusion. Harold just kept pushing me, so I decided to spend some time trying to build those trees, and that led me to identify 3 different ancestral couples. We have these 6 persons of interest, and I was sure it had to be one of them. And the results came back, and it was incredibly disappointing, because it appeared to rule out all 6 of these descendants. And it turned out there was a 7th male descendant from that family, but he was missing from the paper trail. He had no connection to this family because his parents had married young, divorced young, and his mother had taken him away from that family, and he'd been raised by his stepfather and taken his surname. So I couldn't find any family's obituaries or any connection to them from the paper trail. And it turned out that was the suspect. So once I was able to share that with Idaho Falls Police Department, they collected his DNA, and it was finally a match to that DNA that had been waiting years and years to be identified.
You had a discarded cigarette butt, right?
Right.
And so they were able to pick it up and it matched the DNA that you'd identified.
Yes.
The 7th son. Would have been impossible to find normally. What's scary is that police revealed Dripps lived across the street from Angie at the time of her murder and knew her as a passerby. Police even questioned him within the first 72 hours. That's how close they were. We reached out to the Idaho Falls Police Department regarding this investigation. They said in part, the arrest of an individual who was admitted to committing the crime and whose DNA was at the scene has been made. We are grateful to the individuals who have submitted their genetic profiles to databases which allow this important work to be done. My friends, DNA solved this case. All of our DNA. That's why it's so important. Think about it. Everyone would upload their profiles to the free site GEDmatch.com. We could all become part of this crime-fighting community. I'm going to put instructions on the Crime Hunter page. You can all take action right now. But it's really important. And you also have to do one more thing for me. If you've already uploaded your information to GEDmatch, you got to go back and opt in. There's a new rule now. You can opt in and say law enforcement can access your profile to help solve cases like Angie Dodge and bring closure to her mom. Up next, the unusual bond between the mother and her daughter's alleged killer, where Chris Tapp wants Angie Dodge's family to know. Get a listen. We're back discussing the many twists and turns in the Angie Dodge murder case. Christopher Tapp was sentenced to life in prison for Angie's 1996 murder, but forensic genealogy and DNA evidence led authorities to arrest the real killer, 53-year-old Brian Lee Dripps Sr., who has now been charged in the 1996 rape and murder of Angie Dodge. Thankfully, Chris was released from prison and has now been officially exonerated. So we're going to talk to all of you a little bit here. But it's obviously emotional when you hear that. How did you react to the DNA evidence that the real killer was there? And then he confessed. It was him.
When I heard his name, I just said, you gotta be kidding me. Brian Dripps. He lived across the street. I was angry. That it took 23 years of my life when he lived across the street.
Did you know he was a suspect?
I had read the report when they interviewed him. However, it just got buried in the box from paperwork.
You speak for many families who feel they haven't had closure. They lost their loved ones. Not only do you not solve many murders in America, but you solve them the wrong way sometimes. So Brett, you started a foundation called Five for Hope. How do you hope to help families?
It started several months before the news conference that they arrested Brian Dripps. And that was my mother went to another news conference in which they had announced they had arrested somebody in another cold case murder. And she called me on the phone. She said, "When is it going to be our turn? When is it going to be our turn?" And so little did we know, 3 months later, it was going to be our turn, thanks to CeCe Moore and those other individuals that helped. And so the idea behind this is everybody can put $5 in to bring hope, and we want to use that money to pay it forward. And in that way, we channel our grief in a positive way.
Chris, the Dodge family was instrumental in getting you released. Speak to them. Forget about us. They helped set you free. What do you have to say?
I've said so many words to you, and I will continue to say how grateful and how thankful. I'm thankful that they can call you family. And I'm thankful that we can sit here now and smile and laugh. And like I said, and you know this well as I do, I don't want anybody to ever forget about it. I've always said that since I've come home. That is the one thing in this world, please know, I will always stand up and always be able to say, please don't forget about Angie. But I love you, guys.
That's telling me that the mother of the young, beautiful woman that you're accusing, confessed of killing, was actually out there trying to free you.
It was. At the start, it was truly mind-boggling to me. I called my attorney and he says, "Hey, Carol Dawes would like to talk to you." And like Carol said earlier, that the only interaction she had was she came to visit me one time in jail, and she asked me that question, and I just had no answer. I had nothing to say, and all of a sudden, 12 years into the prison sentence, she's like, "Hey, Carol Dawes would like to talk to you," and I called her. It was so heartfelt. I can never ever express how thankful and grateful, how truly I love this woman for doing what she's done for me. Carol, you want to say something?
If I could say to all parents out there that have unsolved murder cases or missing people, don't stop looking for the truth. It's a difficult journey, but you have to be really persistent because every victim deserves justice.
To your point, the power of one. It's a remarkable story and of relentless persistence.
Thank you for sharing. I was thankful. We'll bring back.
At Oz Skincare Investigation, we go undercover.
This one says it works in a week.
And what we found will shock you.
You don't know what you're putting on your face.
All new Oz.
That's coming up tomorrow. On our next true crime, a horrific murder that left a 9-month-old baby girl without a mother. 23-year-old Danielle Marshall was brutally shot and killed while the baby cried right there in the very next room. Police quickly focused on her ex-boyfriend, Josh Ferguson. When we questioned him,
I put Linktree in my bio as an invitation to engage and see more. It's a much deeper connection than the Instagram group page and gives the full picture of what full consumption is all about. Join me on Linktree.
we're showing you how to overcome life's curveballs, and the kale curveball threw a lot of you. So, if you're looking to diversify your greens, we have the veg election here today. Which green will be the new kale? You can applaud. It's really exciting for you. It's very highly debated, you can tell already. Let's take a look at the polls. I consulted Google Trends to see what's the new trending veggie in town. Our first candidate is broccoli leaves. Now you can see virtually no support until around 2008. Then suddenly, broccoli leaves started gaining some momentum as you search for her. Our next candidate is kohlrabi. Kohlrabi has grassroots support and has had it for years. So it's got a bit more experience in the vegetable world. It'll be interesting to see how it does. And our final candidate is dulse. It's a seaweed whose claim to fame is that it tastes like bacon, just ready to catch up. Let's say it could be a surprise front runner. So I want to welcome nutritionist Carrie Glassman, who's going to defend broccoli leaves. Nutritionist Brooke Albert is going to be talking about kohlrabi, and holistic health expert Andrea Beeman is talking about dulse. Helping me moderate our true veggie lovers. Hi, what's your name? Danica and? Hannah. Okay. And you guys don't know each other, right? We have independent third parties who are going to judge this election. We're going to start with these broccoli leaves, Carrie. They're pretty intimidating looking. What are they, and why are they the next kale?
Okay, well, first of all, they are the leaves of the broccoli. And us nutritionists, we have our it veggies, and this is the it veggie of the moment. First of all, you pretty much cannot find broccoli leaves that aren't organic and aren't non-GMO. So right away, they've got that going for them. Also, they're packed with the super powerful antioxidants, vitamins A and C, 100% of your vitamin C needs. I like that. They also have 2 times the amount of calcium as kale. Sorry, kohlrabi, no calcium. And then they also have minerals that help absorb that calcium without the fishy taste. Sorry, dulse over there. And also, they're super versatile. And don't even think of saying that eating healthy is expensive when it comes to broccoli leaves, because you buy them like a bunch like this for $1. Super nutrient packed. I'm a big fan, if you can't tell.
Now, you guys will be tasting this, right?
Yes.
You're going to hold yourself, and you're going to describe it now, or wait till the end? Go ahead.
Give it a try.
I really enjoyed it because it wasn't as bitter as some other vegetables that I've eaten. And what I like about it is you can just imagine what else it'll taste good with, and that's really good.
Exactly. I can even say it tastes sweet. That's what I wanted to say, actually. It has actually a sweet taste.
Let's move on to Brooke, who's got a calcium-free option on kohlrabi. I just heard that scathing comment. But please go ahead.
This is getting dirty now, let's be honest. All right, so we have kohlrabi here. One of the greatest things about this is that for half a cup, it's not even 20 calories. So you can eat tons of it for very few impact on your caloric intake. On top of that, this vegetable here is anti-aging. It can prevent wrinkles, it can prevent fine lines. This is loaded with vitamin C. Take that, broccoli leaves. Right, so we're loaded with vitamin C. Half a cup, not the 3.5 cup, half a cup contains over 70% of your daily vitamin C needs. Vitamin C is a precursor for collagen production. More collagen, less fine lines and wrinkles. On top of that, you can eat the leaves and the root. The leaves are great chopped up in a salad. The root itself, when you slice it up, you can eat it raw, dip it in hummus. It sort of tastes like a sweet radish. It's a little sweet, a little spicy. Doesn't taste like bacon. This is a good thing in my mind. And then, or you can also saute it. So it's really versatile. So when you saute it, it will soften up a little bit, kind of tastes like the stem of a broccoli.
So as I taste these, do you agree that it tastes a little bit like a radish?
Yeah, like cabbage a little bit too, without that strong kind of spice that you get.
Absolutely eat it.
All right.
It's sweet.
It's sweet. Now, the third item is apparently one with a very definitive taste, defined taste. So Andrew's going to tell us about dulse and why it is the next kale.
Well, dulse is an amazing food. First of all, it's an ocean vegetable, and these are land vegetables. So this is where the mermaids live, right? We all know how beautiful mermaids are, right? So this is one of the most mineral-rich foods on the planet. It's savory, it's salty, it's loaded with potassium, iodine, calcium, and if you coat it in bacon fat, it tastes like bacon.
Yeah, well, bacon fat will do it.
That's right. So this is so good for you. It's also, according to Chinese medicine, sea vegetables help to nourish the kidney and the adrenals and the water elements inside the body. So I vote for dulse, but of course, a little bit of bacon, a little bit of roasting, and this is be perfect.
Yeah, that was a pretty potent taste. You don't even need oil to make it taste like bacon. It tastes like bacon, which some folks will enjoy. It's the most memorable of all the tastes I've had today. So what do you think? Which one do you like the most?
I like this one the most. This was really.
So you like the broccoli leaves the most?
Yes, I love the broccoli leaves most because it's something I can use every day, and then my son, my daughter, my husband, they'll definitely eat it.
What about the dulse?
If we put, I love bacon, so I would put that on top, and it would be awesome.
On top of the salad?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. How about you? Which one's your favorite?
I like the leaves here. It's very filling, very thick, and very tasty.
Well, I actually enjoy radishes a lot. So the closest thing to it was this. However, I got to say, it doesn't matter what we say. All these are actually candidates for the next kale in the United States, but the decision is yours because it's democracy. So you're going to decide who will take this coveted role. You go to DrOz.com and vote for the next kale. The winning candidate will be announced right here on this show and continue to debate on social media hashtags of the new kale. Thank you very much for voting, my panelists. Up next, everything you need to know about the little pink kale in just 60 seconds.
For every heart, still Rolling Stone. Rick trusted the world's best heart care for his transplant. And over 37 years later, he hasn't missed a beat. For every care in the world, Cleveland Clinic.
A food investigation, new pork rules, and new ways to eat pork without the fork. It's called bacon, so bake it. Mary Ann Canava breaks her silence on her multiple health battles.
It was very healing for me to know that I'm not alone.
Plus, the dish girl is dressing up your favorite foods.
It's fun, it's fast, and the kids love it.
Coming up next. Are you ready for some C11? I've seen a lot of things in my life, but I never thought I would see the day when pigs would fly. Everyone's freaking out online over this new food trend that is super hot. It's their wings, their wings.
They just fly.
Some people call the other way.
Goodness.
Or pork.
It's huge.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Oh my
you couldn't
goodness.
deal with the temptation. I
It
knew
is
he
the
did the
biggest
first
fly
time
ever.
I trucked the camera until he stole the food. Look at it, right over there. Guilty as convicted. And this is the deal. Even the camera guys can't deal with the food. Pork is more popular than ever before, especially since everyone is so crazy about bacon. Now, for the first time in 50 years, there are brand new rules on how your pork is being inspected. How are they going to be affecting what you're putting to market? Today, what you need to know about the new rules for pork and bacon. What to eat, how to shop, how to cook them with healthier than ever before. Nutritionist Rachel Beller is here, and some of my pork-loving viewers as well. They have been trying these pig wings. This is actually, what are these things?
This is fascinating. So many of my patients are coming in asking me about pork wings. And so it's basically the lower part of the leg, the calf.
Down here.
Yep, down here. And interestingly, when we looked at the caloric equivalent, pork wings actually had 170 calories, which was less than chicken wings. So that was fascinating, but of course, not a license to indulge by any means.
Folks, this is pork
without the fork. That's the truth. Dawn, how do you like it?
I love them. They are delicioso. I'm Italian, so I like them.
Where are the chickens?
I think they're juicier and not as flabby.
Not as flabby.
They're leaner. Really leaner.
Everyone loves them. The guests like them. The experts like them. The camera team likes them. So, but you say you're a little guilty, the two of you, over 11 pork. Why is that?
Well, chicken usually is more popular than the other white meat, but this is so delicious. You just
Hey everyone, I'm Gabby. I'm a contributing editor for Birdie. With New York Fashion Week coming up, I'm always on the hunt for new looks, and TJ Maxx set up this experience for me, so let's check it out together. My Fashion Week style is normally pretty minimalist. I've heard that I can swap out some of these looks for items that I can find at TJ Maxx, so let's see. I'm shocked that TJ Maxx carries something like this, particularly these designers. I could really see myself wearing this look from show to show.
Come here,
I
Hazel.
love
Leave
this
the
whole
cell phone.
This
Bring
is
the
such
cell
a
phone
fun
here.
take on a power suit.
Bring it
I
here.
love how interesting these buttons are. These earrings are sterling silver and have such a fun sculptural quality. I love a two-tone denim. This is the perfect look for heading to an after party. This chain detail looks like England. This bag is made in Italy and it is such a statement for under $50. Let me just tell you that after today, I am most definitely a TJ Maxx believer.
The demand for skilled healthcare workers has reached an all-time high. Transfer presents the Virtual Healthcare Clinic, the future of health sciences education. Step into a new dimension of learning, where technology, critical thinking, and clinical skills converge. Experience the power of immersive VR simulations, where learners can assess, diagnose, and treat patients in a risk-free environment. Learners gain confidence and competence as they tackle complex procedures and manage emergencies while collaborating with Florence, our virtual nurse and coach.
Count the pulse for 30 seconds. Here's a clock to help you keep track.
The Virtual Healthcare Clinic brings nursing textbooks to life, providing a dynamic, hands-on learning experience that transcends the classroom. Join a rapidly growing community of healthcare providers who embrace this groundbreaking technology to enhance their skills and deliver exceptional patient care. The future of health sciences training is here. Are you ready to enhance your healthcare workforce training with Virtual Healthcare Clinic by Transfer? Transfer, training the talent of tomorrow.
You hear all the rumors also about pork. This is what makes you highlight about. These are the new rules, and they're out there about the nutritional value of pork. So first off, chicken and protein. Right? How does it compare to pork?
So it's very interesting. If you look ounce per ounce, 3 ounces of the pork, certain cuts of pork, had 120 calories, and the chicken, certain cuts, had 170 calories.
So the new pork rule, if you're looking to change up your protein, think lean pork. You want less calories. Right, now joining us now is Matthew Patakis from the Butcher Bar, talking about the lean cuts. And which ones are by keep muscle? You know, the original surgeons were butchers and barbers, so we have a lot in common. If you want a delicious cut, what do you choose?
Well, when you're at the grocery store and you're looking for leanness, what I recommend is the pork tenderloin. It's the muscle that runs on the back of the spine of the animal.
Right in here.
Right. It's a little fancier cut. It's about $5 to $7 a pound. And very about 3.5 grams of fat per quarter pound. If you want something a little bit, cheaper, then we can go to the boneless pork loin. So it's about $3 to $5 a pound.
This is this meat that sort of goes down here down to the leg.
That's correct. And there's a little bit more fat, but you're always able to trim and a little more flavor in this one.
So I read up about these government rules that are not changing. So the way they inspect our pork is different. How's that going to affect the supermarket pork that we're buying?
Dr. Ross, for the first time in 50 years, yes, half a century, the USDA, in its wise wisdom, has decided to change the rules on who inspects the actual slaughterhouses and processing plants. It used to be the government, but now they're going to allow the employees themselves to police and monitor the conditions. So are they going to do a good job as well as the government used to? Are they going to be able to monitor themselves? What do you think?
I don't know. Well, it says Matthew went to the supermarket to show us his essential shopping rules for pork. He always follows. Think about this. If you don't know for sure what's going on behind the scenes, at least this will make you smart as a butcher.
When you're shopping at your local grocery store or supermarket and you're hunting out amazing pork, what I like to
You shop for the color first. What does that mean? Always look for something pink and dark red. Just like this beautiful pork loin and these equally impressive tenderloins, these are the colors you want to shop. Stay away from anything that's white or gray. Far away.
The next rule has to do with how to cook the pork healthier than ever before. And you say it's all about marinating the pork and then roasting.
Correct, Dr. Oz. Some people think that you have to coat pork in butter or fry it, but what I like to do is marinate. So basically, a little Asian marinade that I like to use, I have a little rice vinegar, a light low sodium soy sauce, beautiful sesame oil, some fresh ginger, a little honey, and we have our garlic. What's this hot sauce? Oh, I forgot the hot sauce, sriracha. My favorite. Oh, sriracha. Yes. We combine all of them. Yes. Mix them up really well. And then what we're going to do, Dr. Oz, I'm going to have you pour it just gently onto the tenderloin here that we have. And go ahead. Let me see how you do that. Perfect. That's all I need. That's all you need. Just a little bit.
The other thing I like, how long do you leave it in the marinade?
Well, there's different aspects of marinade. You could have overnight, obviously, or gentle marinade. It's up to you. It depends what flavor profile you're looking for. Another little secret is if you're trying to keep the flavor and the fat in, you could sear the meat in. And if you're going for a leaner option, then I'm going to use this cooking rack, and it's going to allow all the fat to drip away in the roasting process.
Like this. That's how the Greeks make meat. It's perfect. Right, so the big rule is marinated, roasted. We put this recipe online so you don't mess it up next time. Up next, find out exactly how to eat and cook one of your favorite types of pork, which I know, is bacon. I'm giving you my very own bacon lover's guide. That's nice.
Are you messing up my sound?
The Ukrainian adoption story that shocked the nation.
Sound?
How old do you think she
But
is?
does it
In an
sound?
exclusive, the people around her
Pressing
break their
this? Oh, no,
silence.
no.
I just wonder if she's really an adult playing this game the whole time.
Plus, George and Cindy Anthony on the rumors.
How do you feel about Kissy having more children?
And a potential reunion.
What would it take for her to come back? That's coming up tomorrow on Dr. Oz. Who doesn't love the sound of the sizzle, the crispiness, the crunch, that delicious flavor? But for all the bacon lovers out there, and lots of you, I know you guys have been paying attention, or I'm just trying to ignore all the recent headlines about the health risks of eating this favorite meat. So today, I want you to eat and cook bacon. Nutritionist Rachel Beller is back and breaks all down for
At the heart of every Buick SUV is you. Get 2.9% APR and no monthly payments until 2024. Plus, current eligible Mod GM owners get $750 purchase allowance on 2024 Buick Encore GS models.
So, help me with explain the latest research about bacon.
Yeah, so there was a very interesting study, a 5-year study, nearly 500,000 people ages 40 to 69, and they ate 3 slices of bacon daily. And what it found is that there was a nearly 20% increase in colon cancer risk.
But 3 slices of bacon a day, that's hedonism.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. It
So
definitely
as
is.
a nutritionist, are you okay with a little bit of bacon?
You know, I discourage a lot of animal days and processed meats and everything like that. But, you know, think of it like a slice of cake. I mean, everybody sometimes wants to indulge. As a rule, it's not what you do sometimes, it's what you do most of the time that really makes a difference for your long-term
I
health.
already got a plate of applause. So for all the bacon lovers out there, including the low-carb people and the keto people, don't panic. It's okay, because I got Dr. Oz bacon lovers. I picked up what type of bacon is the healthiest. So just do a little head-to-head, pork bacon versus turkey bacon.
Yes.
So what's in pork bacon?
So bacon has the pork belly, and then they take it, they put over wood chips, and then to cure it, you need to use either sodium nitrate or celery powder, and that preserves the flavor and the color. But you know, something to realize is that no matter what you use to cure it, it does have potential carcinogenic compounds. You can't escape that. And then they add brown sugar to it.
Why do they add sugar to it?
Flavor.
Oh, all right. Turkey bacon. What's the turkey bacon?
So turkey bacon is a combination of dark meat and light meat. So they put that together. It's a little bit more processed. Again, using either sodium nitrate or celery powder. Same exact thing, spices, liquid smoke. So what's interesting is that what we found is that the turkey bacon have 25 less calories than the pork bacon.
There's no sugar in it.
But sometimes they do add that. But interestingly, the pork bacon had more protein than the turkey bacon. So
But it's a little bit of calorie difference, I get that. But personally, I'm going to go with the pork bacon. And you know why? Because it didn't have to get processed at all. And I just like that. If I'm going to indulge, I'll have it the way it was supposed to be made originally.
You know, a lot of my clients mention, and they sometimes do indulge, they do prefer a cleaner product. So it's really a personal choice, but I can definitely see that.
Next up, thank you, Rachel. The healthiest way to cook bacon. Is it the pan fried? Is it on the microwave? Well, you put it in the oven. Chef Roblé, Ali is here to help us decide. All right, you're the expert when it comes to this stuff. First of all, just compare microwaving, which I'm hearing a lot about, and putting it in the oven. How does that compare?
Okay, I'm not much of a microwave guy. It's kind of against my religion, but if you're gonna try all three of these, this is gonna give you the least amount of calories, like 43 calories a slice. So you cook it with a paper towel in there, and it pulls the fat away. So that's obviously that's gonna calories.
Low and slow, but still pretty fast.
Yeah, low and slow is the way to go, but that's not me.
What does Chef Roblé do?
Okay, so when you were talking about the carcinogens and that all that bad stuff, I don't like pan fried bacon for some reason. You see that dark? That's where your chemical reactions are happening.
Yeah,
it's direct heat.
Plus all that fat's being basted.
Yeah, the fat stays there. You have to stand over it and babysit it, not the way. This is the way. Oh, it tells you. It's called bacon. So bacon. It's right there, man. Tell you. It's for real. It's the only way that I do. It's the only way that I cook bacon. Like when I see people doing that, I'm like, why are you doing that? You're wasting your time. So you just put it on a little cookie sheet like this, or a baking rack rather. It cooks, the fat comes off, and then you can save the bacon fat and do something nice with it later on.
All right, Albert. So our next viewers, right, there's something very clever. Take more advantage without the bacon strips, right? So my bacon tech lovers, MJ and Tekla right here, and what they did was all week long to work on different ways of eating bacon. They had a bacon salad dressing that they say is to die for. They mix 3 tablespoons of bacon fat, like you drip off here, right? With red wine, vinegar, oil, mustard, a little pinch of salt. So it's going to give you that bacon flavor, I'm told. So if you don't mind, if you go ahead and dress that. So you're going to have to judge. That's right.
I love this. I love bacon, but this is a treat. This is a treat. I've had it. It is. It's creamy. It's delicious. It's easy to make.
I can't lose, right?
And you taste the bacon. It's right. What do you think? So Dr. Oz, I'm #1 fan of bacon. No, yes I am. I love bacon. No one loves bacon more than me. I put bacon in everything if I can. I'll make a bacon smoothie if I can. So this dressing, guys, is to die for. It just made my palate.
Oh, you have to go restroom. Wait.
It's bacon.
It's bacon. This.
My name is Sandy. My passion is living the best retirement life that I can create. Bowling has enriched my life because it gives me a small way of focusing. Having survived breast cancer makes me realize that life is not guaranteed. So if you don't plan retirement, when are you going to enjoy life?
Anything, or is it perfect?
You're right in pocket. I like it.
Right.
I love this. This is a light way of getting your bacon.
Yes.
Get it all at once. This is what I love about food. You do it the right way. You can get away with things that normally wouldn't make you tolerant of. This tastes good. It's okay to have a little bit of bacon in this setting. Always a fantastic for it. I'm so proud of you. Chef Roblé, as always. Rachel Bell, thanks for all the advice. I'm very proud of you guys. We'll be right back. Go bacon. Up next, I'm here with my friend Carlos from the Dog Care and Novel.
I'll be sharing my health concerns that affect a lot of you as well.
Plus, got the healthy fix for brain fog. Get a clue?
Want to watch that?
My next guest is always the no-nonsense judge on the hit show Dancing with the Stars. I love that program. And one of the latest co-hosts to take on the Emmy-nominated host, Carrie Ann Knowles is no stranger to balancing busy life in the spotlight. But today she's here to open up about some of her darkest days on and off camera. The moment she says it changed her life forever. It could change yours too. Please welcome Carrie Ann Knowles. I never get accolades at home. When I dance at home, in my house the prosecution never rests. I continuously criticize. I get ones, negative numbers, but I like dancing.
No, you got a 10 for me because you have good grooves. You're giving good grooves, right? Yeah.
You're just celebrating the 28th season of Dancing with the Stars. I mean, how do you do? Why are you coming back for more with such an intense moment?
Well, because dancing is what makes me happy, and I'm so happy that now dancing is making other people happy. It's so great now when I walk on the street, people come up and talk about dancing, and it's like everyday knowledge. So it's great to be part of the show that does that for people.
So I follow Instagram. I want to read a quote.
Okay.
I have the shortest attention span if I'm not talking about something real. And I thought that was so powerful. How does that sum up the last few months of your life?
Well, for me, it's life is so short, and I feel like I want every moment to be its fullest moment. So I don't like to do small talk. I like to get right to the heart of things. It also sums up the last 2 months of my life because now I'm on the talk, and that's what we do is we talk about really important things, and I get to do that for my job as well. So it's wonderful.
You do it beautifully. I'm going to come back to talk in a second, but I saw a post also about you getting a colonoscopy.
Yes.
I was probably doing, but I was even proud of it just being open. What gives you the courage to share with all of America very personal struggles that you're going through?
I think it's so important to share where you are. I've had shame also. When you have chronic illness, you start to feel ashamed of yourself. And I learned that when I heard about other people having it, I felt less ashamed. So I try to give back and pay it forward and make sure that I share it with people because we're all struggling. I really do feel that.
So you're kind enough to host me on the talk recently.
You were amazing, and thank you for being on the show. And you gave me some great advice.
I love doing that, but I was especially touched when you started speaking. And it really left an impact on me. And I heard about it from so many folks who are so proud of what you're doing. So if it's okay with you, I don't usually do this, but I'm going to show a clip of your show and my show. Please roll. Excuse me.
I was diagnosed with Sjogren's syndrome 6 years ago. I had spinal stenosis, and I was recently diagnosed with lupus. Yeah, just for fun, just keep it going. What piece of advice for people with invisible illnesses?
Don't be an invisible patient. I see so many friends with children, and there's a whole bunch of conditions like it.
Fibromyalgia,
Behçet syndrome.
all of that, yes.
And I know it's hard for people to see from the outside, I know a person not from the inside. But there's so many things that you can advance now, but the best thing you can do is when you go to see a doctor, you write your questions down ahead of time. We got through medical school by doing our homework. So if you give us our homework, we'll get through those questions. And always record what we say. And you're not embarrassing us, you're making us proud. Because we know that half of what we tell patients is forgotten by the time they leave the door of our office. So record what we're saying so we can know what they're listening.
That's so good. But also even more than that because I take notes at all my sessions. And at 6 years ago, I had lupus, but he didn't tell me, my doctor, and I had all my notes. So even be more diligent. Ask and ask.
As CEO of Cashback, it's my duty to help people. I don't believe in taking breaks. Vacations are a horrible time. From Cashback, and that is 5% on travel purchases. R&B, Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back?
Ask again. Thank you so much.
I sat after the show for a while and just thought about it. How really you want to talk about it, but how painful it must be to take notes, to do all the right things, be smart with all the theoretical support that you ever need. And it's so hard, especially when people don't see what you're going through.
Right. Invisible illness is hard because I go to work every day. I have a job that's on TV. I look like I'm well, but that's because I'm in hair and makeup for 2.5 hours. But I don't know. You have to be your own advocate. When I was diagnosed with lupus, it was such a strange thing because I was at my colonoscopy and I woke up and I was shuffling through my reports. I'm not supposed to do that, but I wanted to see what was going on. I said lupus right on the top. And I was like, how do I have lupus? I don't have it because I have everything else. And it was just mind-boggling that my doctor, who I trusted so much, could make such a, I think, a big mistake. Although he's human and I forgive him, it wasn't on purpose. But now that I know, I've been able to change a lot of the way I live, and I've made huge changes since learning about lupus.
Well, you also have Sjogren's syndrome.
Yes, I have Sjogren's syndrome.
Which is everybody's this condition where your salivary glands, those glands that lubricate your whole system, they dry up because they're being attacked. And that's especially difficult because the simplest things, like everyone just swallow right now, wet your mouth. Imagine if you can dry and fart at the same time.
And then when you wake up, your eyes feel like you have sandpaper on them. So when you wake up, every morning I wake up, it's like, it hurts so much. I think I'm always in a little bit of pain and discomfort, but it's okay. That's my normal. And I've learned how to adjust.
What are the side effects of brain fog? Do you sense that at all?
Brain fog, yes, brain fog. I live in an almost 98% state of brain fog. Yeah, I have brain fog.
Well, I don't know
what are we talking about?
That's right. When we heard that you were set to come on, which I'm honored by, we reached out to our viewers. There was an outpouring messages. Give us a second and play through a video. I think they would enjoy it as much as I.
Hi, Carrie Ann. Hi, Carrie Ann. Hi, Carrie Ann. I just wanted to thank you so much for all that you're doing to spread the word about Sjogren's. You're making a difference. Keep it up.
I want to say thank you.
Thank you for advocating for fellow Sjogren's patients and for giving us a voice.
The voice that shares what we suffer daily on the inside.
Thank you for bringing awareness to this condition and for helping others.
I just wanted to tell you thank you so much. You are an inspiration and a blessing to all of us.
Let's face it, girl. Not a lot of people understand this. And you're helping change that. And we love you for it.
Wow. Thank you. Those all of you who just sent me those messages, like that was very healing for me to know that I was well. So thank you.
I love the women who make this basic girl.
Girl, it's tough. It is.
And we love it, which is ultimately it's always kept us hanging, right? It's allowed us to survive with each other. So coming back, I want to do something. I want us to help the audience.
Okay.
You're the world expert. You really are. You're the world expert in what you're doing, just like everybody's the world expert in whatever problem they've got. So Carrie Ann's going to help us reveal the biggest brain fog fixes that help her stay focused and sharp and on her game, as you just heard. And no matter what health battles you're fighting, I'll chip in too. Stay with us.
Do you ever feel tired, moody, even forgetful? You may be suffering from brain fog. It's a symptom TV host Carrie Ann Inaba says she knows all too well, suffering from several health issues that took years for her to finally diagnose. This issue of brain fog plagues so many Americans. Describe yours. What kind of days are the worst?
Oh, mine is usually in the evening. Mine gets worse. I think it's really important. I try to get a lot of rest. It's really important for me to do rest, and I have my little ways because I can't afford to have brain fog when I'm judging or when I'm on the top, right?
You know, one of the best things for our brains is dancing. I just thought I should mention it to you for a second.
Dr. Oz, let's get it on and
let's dance a little over here. But the reason dancing is so important.
I got Dr. Oz to dance. I'm sorry.
The reason dancing is important, I can't do that so well, but no, people say do crossword puzzles. It takes a lot more mental energy to coordinate your body, because usually it's coordinated with dance, right? Well, not all of us. But that takes a lot of action. So people who dance tend to have more issues with dementia and brain fog as well. So majority do that. But I'm going to trade you. I'll give you a tip that all Americans can benefit from. But you give me your tip, which I adore, which I know you will enjoy. So the tip that's really worked for you to help you brain fog is
journaling, because I take notes and it sort of helps me process my thoughts, and then I see it So I visually absorb it back into me, and then I remember things better. It's a way I process, and it's a way for me to hold it in my body.
What are you gonna write about your show today?
I'm gonna write, I had the greatest time, and it made me cry in those beautiful messages. That's so beautiful.
I love it. I get emotional watching the messages from you. So I'm gonna change.
Okay.
Reacher.
Reacher.
You've heard of.
Yes.
And, you know, a lot of people think it's F5 and all, but what it really has a lot of is you might have something called choline. And choline is super important for the nervous system. You know, your neurotransmitters connect the brain cells. That's how they have to talk to each other. But they got to be able to create those neurotransmitters from raw materials. They need choline to do that. So in the middle of our brain, if you want productivity, and yeah, here's a little video of it. You want your productivity to be mashed up and your memory to be where it can be, you can give your brain the raw materials, which is why I like wheat, because it's a tasty way of getting choline.
Yeah.
And you can put it in pancakes, which I would love to eat.
Oh, these are delicious.
I rarely, not with syrup. I'm getting a syrup. I never have pancakes on the show because I know what people are going to do. It's an excuse. Go ahead and eat the pancake.
But these are Reacher pancakes, so they're going to be delicious.
They're Reacher. I think you'll enjoy them. Our chef, they're usually quite tasty. You get the teas, protein shakes, whatever you normally eat during the day, you can add it in there because it's a fairly innocuous taste to it.
Oh, it's very good. What? Yeah. It's delicious. There's what in here? Reacher?
Reacher, a little lemon, so taste that.
Mm-hmm.
I like to taste it.
Can I try the tea?
Please, oh, sure. Obviously, you should not like the
Sugar.
pancakes.
No, I like it. I have
Oh,
sugar.
so good. It's
Sugar.
Sprite.
This
I forgot. Pancakes are like a sponge. Or some of the choices are, I apologize.
No, it's okay because I had this tea. What's in this tea? Because this is really delicious too.
It's a lemon tea, but what I'll do is add Reacher to it and melt right into it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to taste you for being a world expert in your body and for sharing so much and bringing wisdom and joy to so many of us. God bless you.
Thank you.
Ariana Huffman. Christina Daly on her Emmy Award-winning daytime talk show, The Talk, and as a judge for the hit show Dancing with the Stars, where you're absolutely phenomenal. So you watch it all the time.
Thank you.
Be right back. Coming up on the Dish on Oz, we're dressing up your favorite foods for Halloween, from a scary good stuffed pizza burger
To a spooky dessert you can make at the last minute. Yes.
If there's one thing that brings us all together, it's food. So we're calling everyone to the table to dish on everything, from the latest food hacks and trends to everyday recipes you can make for dinner tonight.
It's simple, it's celebratory, and most of all, it's about having a great time in the kitchen.
I'm sorry to help.
Let's dish.
Welcome to the Dish on Oz. My daughter Daphne and Felicia Priscilla are here. I actually fast for a day in preparation for shows like this. Daphne, what are you going to dish on today?
Well, good. I'm glad you're hungry. So you and your kids will be dressing up for Halloween tomorrow. Why shouldn't your food do the same? I like to make a fun dinner on Halloween so everyone isn't tempted to just fill up on candy. That's what I learned from you, right?
Candy too.
So we're going to be dressing up some of your favorite foods, like pizza dressed as a burger. That sounds pretty good. Definitely a treat. And loaded Hasselback potatoes. Oh, so good. And butternut squash. I know. Speaking your language. Then Jamaica's cookies and scream graveyard cake. It's actually a really easy, fun, kind of crafty cake, and it will definitely be the top of the neighborhood. I think that sounds like a menu that needs a drink, don't you? Of course. Since you know what I can say. The beer fairy is coming. Pumpkin beer. That was your nickname growing up? Hey, that's what they call me in college, the beer fairy. Thanks.
What is this?
It's pumpkin beer.
Really?
Oh, yes. Oh, I was using for that. Yes. None of us tried, but we all just like, oh, yes, which one is here? Right on. Oh, great. Thank you.
It tastes like pumpkin.
It's really nice. I like it. Actually, I get the clove coming through, a little like all that pumpkin pie spice. Interesting. Trying beer. From my opinion.
You're welcome to drink. So, your favorite all-time Halloween costumes. I have an idea what that list might be, right?
Do you?
Yeah, but I want to know the ones you've pulled off that you're really proud of.
Okay. There was this one, the assignment was to be your favorite food and an icon or a legend. So I combined the two worlds together and I came up with, y'all, a Tina Turner tuna roll.
What?
Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. Right now. Oh, yes. Oh, it was fabulous. I was like, rolling. I loved it. Thank you. Yes.
because in our family, we're not like big planners of our costumes. We kind of go to the trunk, and we're like, what do we have here that you can
It's organic.
yeah, very inspirational pieces that come out. But actually, you can see this come to life because I was at a costume party that was, I don't remember what the theme was, but I made myself into a fortune teller. I was very, I had the headdress and this like beautiful brocade coat again that I dug out of the trunk. Well, that's the real point. You just want to have something that makes you look sort of interesting and weird, but it's hopefully attractive. But what I really love is that coat made another appearance on a different member of our family the year before at Halloween, in a completely different iteration of Halloween.
This is why it works. I said, look, you want to save a little money, get a trunk, recycle the costumes, they work. Anyway, my favorite thing right now is dress up with the grandkids. This is us, me, my son-in-law, and little John. Dressed up like the Batman.
Yes.
The Batman.
Yes. You were the Adam West.
All right, now I love a family costume. I love to do a theme, right? So last year we went all 70s. So look at this. So Sasha was truly baby. I was soul mama, and my husband, he was such a trooper. He was disco daddy with a really bad Afro wig. Like he played along.
Well, we showed you ours. Now we're getting something delicious to go with it. I think it's time we get started on that delicious stuffed burger. So here's the best part. If you can't decide if you want pizza or burgers, you don't have to anymore. We're going to show you how to put them both together. So you give me a hand with this,
Of course.
I kind of love the whole idea of a stuffed burger to begin with because it's kind of like a surprise. It's a surprise inside, and you don't know what you're going to get. And this is really easy to customize. You can do Mexican flavors, you can do Indian flavors. We're obviously doing an Italian pairing today with pepperoni, mozzarella, and some fresh basil. If you'll just chop up some mozzarella for us here, or you can do cheddar if you have that at home. We gave a quick chop to that pepperoni as well, so you get a bite. I don't want to pull out the one piece of pepperoni and then nothing else in flavor. The idea is to have that flavor spread through the whole burger. And then I want to show you a fun trick for how to create the two sides of the burger to create the clamshell that goes around the stuffing. So I just grab a little deli container here, or a leftover container top, and then I'm just going to use plastic wrap, as I can show you here, to press it down into the shape of a disc. And the beautiful part about working with this deli top is that it actually, makes sure you have two evenly sized tops, and also helps you form this little lip that you want at the edge. You see I'm just pressing it out to the outer rim. Bringing it over a little bit of that mozzarella. And you don't want to add too much. Exactly. You don't want to overstuff here because you definitely don't want to like a grill master, Dr. Oz over here. I love that.
If you get busy,
you know what? Well, while you're doing that, actually, why don't you go ahead and that's beautiful. This is pepperoni, some mozzarella. Why don't you tell people what kind of beef we're looking for to make our beautiful beef patties here?
Well, the thing about beef, I'll get some. This is what it looks like. So you go to the store, everyone makes this mistake. You want to get the leanest meat, right? Wrong. You don't want that at all. What you really want is about 80% lean, about 20% fat. And the reason for that is it works better. And that little bit of fat doesn't make a huge difference to your health. It makes a big difference to the quality of the food you're going to be enjoying.
You need that fat to hold the patty together, and you also need it because when you bite into a juicy burger and that little pocket of like extra juice pops out at you, that fat helps to create that nice tender juicy burger that you want. Okay, flavor. So I love flavor. Okay, so I'm taking our two halves here, just folding one on top of the other, and then I'm using this saran wrap again to push together the two halves and sides, lifting it out of our top. Just gonna quickly work it around, make sure you have a nice seal. And then you only want to flip it once it goes into a hot sizzling pan so it doesn't start to fall apart on you. That looks good.
These held together. They held together.
See the cheese, or the cheese out of it.
Oh, look at this. Yeah, look at this. And what with the pay attention here, guys. See that?
Oh, that's a good surprise inside. Okay, can we look at the finished burger, please?
Oh,
Is that really fun? Look enough on me.
That's gorgeous. And you know what?
See?
Since you brought us
Is it
so
not
many
this?
things, I've got one
The
more.
flashlight is on.
If you have a few extra things lying on your fridge, you want to get extra
Oh, you
festive this Halloween. Here's your monster
Oh,
stuffed burger.
I forget. No. This is avocado ice cream. Only one now. Almost done.
all right, when we come back, we're dressing up your potatoes and your butternut squash, all fine, fancy. It's a grown-up dish that's perfect for this time of year.
Oh, it's Halloween, and we'll give you some good dinner ideas. So it's not just one big candy bit. And we're making loaded Hasselback potatoes and butternut squash. Get you going. These are really good.
I mean, that was potato paparazzi. I mean, everyone will be snapping pictures of this left and right. So, I mean, it has to like avocado, right? The in the skin around the edges, it's crunchy and crispy, and then it's almost like a potato chip, but then the inside is nice and so tender. We just love a good potato without the carbs. I mean, and it's filled with butter, herbs, and spices. I'm so excited you're letting me choose all this butter today, Doc. It's
I didn't know about the butter. I did not know this was happening.
Because it's an accordion style potato, so I love it. So how we start when we prep this first, we have a potato, and you just scrub it up a little bit, make sure it's nice and clean, and you pop it into the microwave, all right? Because we want them slightly tender, and you'll do them maybe about 2 minutes on each side, right? So we get out the microwave. Oh, wow. Here we go. Hey, thank goodness I caught that. That was a nice catch. I'm like, put it on top of the potato. We can't see anything but falling and shaking on a whole table. Very important skill set here. So now what it is cool enough to handle, guys. We're not going to burn ourselves, but you do want it just tender enough. And here's a great trick for how to get those even slices. You want to go about 3/4 of the way down the potato. Is to line up 2 even-sized wooden spoons and just let your knife go to the spoons. Ready to create these beautiful wedges here. And once you have those nice and sliced through, you can pass those along to your
Now
partner.
notice these are micron thick, as thin as can humanly be cut.
Oh my gosh.
Then Daphne Judah got into it and it didn't work out too well.
Oh wait, hang on. We have to get, and now here, actually, you do want to make sure you tuck them into this nice little bed here.
All right, so if we do this all, you get them all lined up this way. Get them up, lined up like this.
Yeah.
And then you adorn them with.
Nothing. No, that now these go back into the oven. They're going to bake up the rest of the way with that butter melting between each of those layers, creating that crisp skin on top that you talked about, and that light fluffy potato on the inside. So good. But that's not all. There's more. Oh yes. Then once you put them in the oven, you put a little cheese on top, and I'm going to have you put this back in the oven so we can get it nice and melted, Doc. Cheese and butter. I'm so proud of you today.
Wow. Again, I was not involved.
Wow.
And when you're done, it looks like this.
Yes. Right on that here.
Look at that baby. Look at that.
Nice.
Look at that.
Beautiful.
Oh my God. All right. There we go.
Can we top it with some things? It wouldn't be polite if we didn't top it with potatoes. A little sour cream, a little bacon, protein, right? Let's
The protein.
protein, right?
And they look like this, and they're perfect for Halloween. They're a little scary looking.
Oh, I love them, but they're delicious. I love that. Those are so good. All right, let's dig in on these guys because those look so good. Ooh, yeah, this is a knife and fork kind of potato, and I kind of feel like it's the best version of the baked potato, a loaded baked potato, right? Thank you. I don't even need this. Right here's seven. Oh gosh, I'm just going to my hands, right? Kind of like a sandwich. Okay, give it a taste. Let's hear.
Oh, look at that. Look at this.
Again, perfectly done. And here's the best part, you guys. This Hasselback technique, it's not just for potatoes. We went ahead and put a step-by-step video on how to Hasselback everyone's favorite fall veggie, butternut squash, on the dish on Oz's Instagram. See how yummy this looks. Oh, that's gorgeous. That could be a centerpiece. If you're looking for like a veggie forward meal, that to me looks like it's beautiful. Just take a look at how to make it. Well, we think into these guys.
good low carb options, a nutrient powerhouse. Oh, look at this thing. I know you want a little bit.
I do. I didn't know if I wanted that or not.
Yes,
Okay.
just
It looks
because.
so pretty. I
Make it
still
easier.
live in this potato.
When we come back, a Halloween dessert that everyone in the neighborhood will love is Jamaica's cookies and cream. We're back with the Dish on Isles, and if you're looking for a not so tricky treat to make for Halloween tomorrow, well, Jamaica's here. She's serving up her cookies and cream.
It's so cute. All right, and this is so easy. I love it. It's fun, it's fast, and the kids love it. You definitely should get your kids involved. It's so delicious in making this. All right. We start with peanut butter and chocolate and butter. You melt all of those together, and then you'll toss in with some crunchy cookie wafers and your favorite cereal. So that's how you get the coating on the cereal there with the peanut butter and chocolate. So every bite is better than the last, right? Then you'll crush up your cookie wafers and you put this on the top here. And this will be your dirt. And that is the only time you'll ever hear me say that it's okay for something to look like dirt in the kitchen. You'll never hear me say that ever again. And we'll put that on top. And I challenge you to try not to eat this or keep it away from the person next to you. Don't do that. Your friends. Because we have to make this a little more spooky, right? So we're doing, look at these cute little toadstools. I love this. So Daphne, please help me decorate this little screen cake. Okay, I love this so much. This is my kind of craft. Because, yeah, go ahead, get in there. You can do any kind of little tombstone that you want to do here.
You can do anything you want. These I used to only see around.
Oh, my turn.
Yeah. Now you can have little ghosts, all kinds of goodies in there. And it wouldn't be the
Falling
same.
ghosts.
Oh, so spooky. You guys like scary movies?
Scary movies? No. I do not believe in paying anybody to scare me. You are not going to see a scary movie. Not happening.
How many of you are scary movie fans? Put your hands up. And here's the crazy thing. The reason you don't like scary movies, you never took these scary movies when you were a kid.
Definitely not.
But there's a science behind this. If you're ever chased by a bear, like happened to me recently, right, and you're running away, and you get away, the exhilaration is unparalleled. Well, a scary movie sort of gives that same rush, but you never actually get eaten by the bear, right? Because that wouldn't be good. So it all starts right here. Let's look at this brain together. And right in the smack middle of the brain, right, it's where dopamine is released. You see it? You spin it around, open it in half, speaking figuratively. Right in the smack middle, new stuff in this, right? The little hormones by there called dopamine. And that dopamine goes to the prefrontal cortex, part of your brain. It goes on your advanced thinking, right, makes decisions. And you get this exhilaration. So if horror movies get the autopilot to release too much of that dopamine hormone, that your brain gets all stimulated, but you don't get hurt, that gives you a thrill. So as you get on with your life, you actually are enjoying that experience. So if you're exposed to horror movies early in your age, right? Make sense? No one didn't
No, I love that. I think that's fascinating. And I also think it's scary how much you know. Yeah, and then the hard and green. Yeah, that's a scary part. I love that.
It's fine. Every recipe we dish up today on DrOz.com/thedish. The Dish on Oscar will be back here next week with Celebrity Kitchen Takeover. You'll have to see the movie. See that.
From a family who turned Tabasco into a household name, to the halal cart that became an international franchise, we traveled the globe to learn about food entrepreneurs whose ideas have become empires. Our first stop is New Jersey, where Pat LaFrida transformed his father's butcher shop into the source of meat for America's best restaurants.
Many steaks start in this dry aging, which holds 15,000 of Pat's finest cuts. It has to stay at 36 degrees Fahrenheit and 80% humidity. Otherwise, everything will spoil or freeze, and Pat could lose millions.
As the meat ages, moisture evaporates and muscles break down.
But we know that the dry aging process is working when we see that the protein has sunken in from the bone and the fat.
Workers wheel the meat to the portioning section. Master butchers go to work on everything from tomahawk steaks to New York strips, slicing them exactly the way each restaurant wants. Pat trained most of these butchers himself.
The ones you made this morning were beautiful. Oh, yeah. There really are no butcher schools. The restaurants will ask me, Pat, where do you get your butchers from? I'm like, we don't get our butchers, we make our butchers.
They only need a few tools to get the job done.
In most people's hands, you're going to see boning knives, which is basically do the whole job until you get to cutting the steak across, and that's where you want a scimitar knife. And what makes this a butcher knife as opposed to a chef's knife? We have a protective corner.
But certain cuts require using a bandsaw. It's ideal for slicing through bone or doing high volume orders as fast as possible. And only master butchers can operate.
It's probably a good 2.5 years before they even get to a bandsaw.
Next, workers load everything onto trucks. If a customer is local, Pat's team can deliver within a few hours. The Prescott Grill in New York City gets thousands of pounds of meat from La Frida per week. The owner and chef Franklin Becker showed us how he prepares a boneless ribeye.
Yeah, I try to season it fairly aggressively, okay, and let all that salt kind of penetrate into the pores of the meat. And then I'm going on to an infrared where this steak doesn't take long. It's pretty quick.
In just 5 to 6 minutes, you'll get a juicy medium rare.
So you see that fat starting to caramelize, okay? You let it rest, and the meat's gonna kind of reabsorb all those juices. And when you slice it, there's gonna be nothing left really on the board. That's when the steak is perfectly rested. That's when you know that you've cooked it right.
One of the most legendary steakhouses in New York City, Peter Luger, has been sourcing meat cuts from La Frida since 1998.
Peter Luger has garnered its reputation as a meal institution, frankly, due to a lot of hard work. And I think it starts with our attention to detail in selecting each piece of meat that comes into this restaurant. We're really about letting the highest quality steak we can buy shine with just a little salt and a tiny bit of butter. We cook the steak to order and we send it out sizzling hot to the guests. That's it.
But La Frida doesn't just supply fancy restaurants. Back in 2004, Pat bought the company's first burger machine to make patties for a new fast casual chain that was about to open, Shake Shack. Pat created a special blend without trimmings or added fat for the new chain. Shake Shack still uses Pat's recipes today, and La Frida still supplies patties for more than 100 of its locations. Every burger starts on the main floor. 2,000 pounds of Angus beef are dumped onto conveyor belts. Machines spray them with diluted vinegar that kills potential germs. Other machines grind and mix the meat. The ground meat goes into patty forming machines which can make 200 different blends. Workers need to move fast. The company pumps out over 200,000 burgers a day.
It's pretty hectic and frustrating sometimes when it gets overloaded, but every single day is just a different challenge.
Mel's Butcher Box in Tenafly, New Jersey, is one of Pat's loyal customers. Owner Melanie Landano orders up to 100 pounds of burgers from him a day.
For the restaurant, we use the original Pat La Frida blend, which is a short rib brisket blend. For special events, if a customer requests dry-aged brisket burgers, we get that. Some people request a 45-day dry-aged burger. Anything I want, Pat will make for us. Once we put it on the grill, we leave it on the grill. And a lot of people like to press on the meat, then all the juices come out. What I do, I flip it once, I leave it and let it cook, and then I let it rest here.
On top of her daily customers, Mel also cooks burgers for 4 local schools. On Monday morning alone, she grows over 200 patties for students.
So today we're probably going to cook 5 or 6 faces in 1 hour. So it's burger palooza.
Mel also buys Frida skirt steaks, ribeye cheesesteaks, and meatballs.
Here's our Frida meatballs. This is going with this penne meatball. Just heating up. This is his grandfather's recipe, and they're delicious. Italian, so I don't use any other meatball or Frida meatball if I have no time to make one. So.
Family recipes are still an important part of the Fridas. Pat's great-grandfather opened a Brooklyn butcher shop in 1922. After moving the operation to Manhattan's growing meatpacking district, Pat's grandfather took over and started Pat and Frida Meat Purveyors. Pat started learning a job as a child.
My favorite time is cutting meat with my grandfather to my left and my dad to my right.
But Pat's father insisted his son try a different career first.
He didn't want me to work those hours. He didn't want me in that environment.
Pat spent 9 months working as a stockbroker, but then ditched that job to join the family business. A decade later, Pat would be named CEO.
And now my dad can't wait for my son to go off to college and come back and run the family business.
When Pat joined in 1994, the company had 44 restaurant customers. Now, they have 1,600 and are posting annual sales of $270 million.
We are several hundred times larger than we were.
In 2021, Pat opened this new $20 million facility. To keep such a massive operation running, Pat has to be more than a manager, though.
He does everything. He comes more to the luncheon. He works with us. He goes to the table. He goes to see customers. He oversees everything. It's something I love to do. And I do a lot of my best thinking while I'm pregnant. To me, it's a relaxing time.
Even after this much growth, Pat thinks there's room for more.
This facility produces about 250,000 pounds of product a night, and with the capacity to probably triple or quadruple that. So we built it with the space to be able to expand from there.
Every cheesecake squirted out of this machine costs twice as much to make than it did a few years ago. Juniors pumps out, bakes, and packages 5 million cheesecakes a year. And the company's used the same recipe since the 1950s. But it's gotten a lot harder. First, there was a cream cheese shortage.
We can't make cheesecake without cream. It's impossible.
And now, inflation has caused the prices of other ingredients to soar.
I've been doing this for 33 years, and I've never seen a time like this, ever. And I can venture to say if my father was alive, he never saw a time like this happen.
Now that he's taken over, Alan expects a tough work ethic out of all of his employees.
The family. It's not great, honestly. Am I wrong?
Third-generation owner Alan Rosen takes us behind the scenes.
It's like watching a baby being born to me.
To see how Juniors keeps rolling out its famous cheesecakes in the face of shrinking margins.
I'm getting married to a rando.
For the first time in Married at First Sight history.
What did I get myself into?
If you don't want to do this, we'll get ready.
5 brides go to the altar,
I'm trying so hard.
but only 4 come out married.
That's enough to make me run.
I don't think I can do this.
It's a failure.
Who will be the jilted groom?
I don't want to marry a stranger.
Married at First Sight. New season premieres Wednesday, October 18th at 8. Only on Lifetime.
Here in New York City, Juniors is an institution. But its cheesecakes aren't actually made in the city anymore. In 2015, the company moved to this New Jersey plant.
And we took over this building because we didn't have the space to do that, please.
240 workers whip up millions of cheesecakes and layer cakes here every year. Not surprisingly, every batch starts with the most important ingredient.
This year, we'll probably go through about 7 million pounds of cream cheese.
Junior's partners with Kraft Heinz, the maker of Philadelphia cream cheese. Workers unwrap each of those giant blocks of cream cheese and tip them into the mixing bowl.
So far, we have cream cheese, we have sugar, we have eggs. Still to come, we have some heavy cream, some vanilla, and I think that's just about it. It's kind of simple.
Workers roll these giant mixing bowls over to the assembly line. To speed up production, Allen added automatic depositors.
It gets pumped up here into here. This is going to meter out exactly the right amount.
First, workers drop a slice of vanilla cake, not graham cracker crust, into each pan.
We use cake on the bottom because this is a recipe that my grandfather created in 1950. It's a lot of work just to make the bottoms.
Slowly, the pump works its way through the entire batch of batter, plopping perfect dollops into each pan. Then this guy knocks out any excess air. On this line, they're making strawberry swirl cheesecake. The swirl used to be piped by hand, but this robot took over the gig in 2017. Next, the cakes head to baking, but this step also has a unique twist.
A lot of bakeries use rack ovens where you just slide the whole rack in, slide the whole rack out. It doesn't work for our cheesecake.
His team bakes the dense cakes in a water bed.
It spreads the heat evenly. The bottoms of the cakes don't burn. They rise up like a souffle. You can see how the cakes are literally above the pan.
When they're golden brown, workers pull out the trays and pour out leftover water. Then, they test the internal temperature.
They take temperatures for food safety, but I can see with my eyes.
After they've rested, the cakes aren't jiggly anymore.
We don't do jiggly, we do juniors.
Using this repurposed pizza oven, bakers can heat the pans just enough to release the seven cakes.
After the cheesecakes get decanned, we bring them into our blast freezer.
Allen keeps it at a balmy 0 degrees inside. But it's not just plain or swirl cheesecakes in this freezer. The company whips up dozens of different flavors of cheesecakes, layer cakes, and desserts. The chocolate mousse cheesecake is hit with a heaping pile of mousse, doused in a waterfall of chocolate, and covered in mini chocolate chips. There's also the pumpkin layer cake cheesecake. Robots and bakers work together to ice it. Leftover cake tops are ground up to make the crumb that goes around the edges. All the finished and chilled cakes converge on the packaging line, from the pumpkin cheesecake to the 24 mini cheesecake variety pack bound for Costco. Workers place each cake in a box, slap on a label, and put it in an even bigger box. That all heads to the freezer a second time. This will all be gone within 30 days.
Right now it's enough space, but I can see maybe next year us needing even more space. This is going around the whole country.
Most of the 6-inch cheesecakes end up in one of the 12,000 supermarkets supplied by Juniors.
Wegmans, the Kroger, Publix, Stop and Shop, ShopRite.
Allen's grandfather, Harry Rosen, opened up the first Juniors location on Election Day in 1950.
He said, if we're going to be a great restaurant in New York, we have to have great cheesecake. Some people actually guess that my grandfather named it after his two sons, Walter and Marvin, my father and uncle, but Jews don't really do the junior thing, so that's all right.
Over the next few decades, Junior's popularity soared. It wasn't long before celebrities and politicians were digging into these iconic slices.
We started in the order business late 80s, before food by mail was a thing. And people were calling from Florida and California. Then in 1995, we left QVC. They were doing a search for America's best products state by state. We went on and I think we sold 2,400 cheesecakes in like 6 or 7 minutes.
Today, Juniors has 4 restaurants in the New York area, a quick service at LaGuardia Airport, a direct-to-consumer business, and a booming retail presence.
Oh, we're definitely the biggest cheesecake company in New York. So the top seller in our restaurants is either strawberry cheesecake or New York style cheesecake.
Visitors from all over the world stop in for a slice.
Yeah, my name is Marvin. I'm from Germany. Brownie explosion cheesecake. I think it's like a full meal.
But keeping up with all this demand for cheesecake hasn't been easy, even for a giant like Junior's. In 2020, the pandemic shut down all of the restaurants.
I sort of joked with my mom that thankfully my dad was deceased before COVID, because COVID would have killed him, not the disease, but the fact that his restaurants, his babies, were not doing what they were supposed to do for, in some cases, 14 or 19 months.
At the time, the company's direct-to-consumer sales actually doubled, but then came the great cream cheese shortage of 2021.
Last year we started to, we heard about it, and then all of a sudden, Jason calls me and says, "There's no cream cheese." I'm like, "What do you mean? You can't make cheesecake without cream cheese."
A cyber attack hit a cream cheese factory in Wisconsin. It wasn't Philadelphia's facility, but Kraft faced spiking demand and supply chain issues of its own. The company struggled to get a hold of starch thickeners and packaging materials. Without any cream cheese, Allen had to shut down the factory. And the team missed a couple of big orders.
And then a couple of orders for us are trailers full, about 70,000 pounds. So it's a big deal. I was sweating out pretty good.
By early 2022, Kraft had restored cream cheese supplies to Junior's.
So we are one of the biggest users of cream cheese in the country.
Just in time for inflation.
Every ingredient is up right now, from eggs to sugar, heavy cream. But cream cheese is definitely the highest priced ingredient that we use right now.
Allen says the price Junior's pays for cream cheese more than doubled, from $1.50 a pound to over $3.
The demand, it's based off of the butter markets, and dairy prices is very high right now, and that's why it's affecting the price of cream cheese.
Everything is up. Labor obviously is up.
Junior sales have bounced back to pre-pandemic levels, with 110 million expected sales this year.
But costs have escalated so dramatically that profits in the restaurant business and the wholesale business are way down.
Allen said profit margins dropped by 6%.
Oh, it's brutal. No, there's no doubt. It is the hardest time in my life. I've been doing this for 33 years, and I've never seen a time like this ever.
So Allen made the decision to raise prices.
Our product cost has literally doubled for cheesecake. Double. We can't double our prices. That's impossible.
But Allen says higher retail prices haven't stopped customers.
Yeah, I had that cheesecake. I used to try to go over many years doing that from when I was a kid.
Restaurants kind of around where you're from ordered this cheesecake to be shipped to Oklahoma City.
But even if food costs continue to rise, Allen says he'll never touch the recipe.
We got to move people around, reschedule, but we're not changing the recipes here. That's never happening. We're not making it. Listen, we have a 72-year history of making cheesecake the exact way we're doing it, exactly the same way forever. We're not changing it.
So how does he plan to stay afloat? One, with those robots, and then with new products, from cheesecake shakes to updated cake flavors, like this strawberry Christmas cheesecake.
That was so good.
And finally, Allen says diversifying helped him weather the storms of recent years. Of course, Junior's has the restaurants, but what it makes from supermarket sales is quickly catching up.
I would say it's about 50-50. The restaurants drive about half the volume of the company, and this drives about half the volume of the company. I think the fact that we are diversified is what saved us.
But is this business sustainable if food prices keep increasing?
And you know what? It's the tell will be in the next 3 months. I think it's sustainable because I'm a big believer in our business and how good we are at it, and that people are always going to want a cheesecake.
Moving from sweet to spicy, we head to Louisiana to learn how the McElhenney family turned Tabasco into one of the world's biggest hot sauce brands.
Tabasco grows peppers just for seeds inside this greenhouse.
She's welcome always.
We're also looking for the plants that produce the richest color red peppers at perfect size and then flavor too.
Christian Brown is the great-great-great-grandson of founder Edmund McElhenney and the company's agriculture manager.
Yeah, the tree's looking good and the sun's of aphids.
He sends only the strongest seeds to over 1,000 Tabasco farms around the world. Tabasco says their peppers originate from the Amazon in South America. They're about 6 times hotter than a jalapeno, and they're tiny, only 1 to 1.5 inches long, and weighing a gram each. Because the peppers are so small and easily damaged, machines don't do the harvesting. They're all hand-picked. Tabasco harvests 10 million pounds of peppers a year. This footage is from Louisiana, but the process looks similar abroad. They sprinkle salt on the peppers and use a giant machine to mash them into a paste. Farms ship the paste back to Avery Island through the port of New Orleans.
This mash is actually from Peru. We have 50,000 pounds of Tabasco mash inside that container bulk here.
This pump siphons the paste into light oak barrels. Some are 60 years old.
Most of these barrels in here essentially are used bourbon barrel. I don't really have to answer. I know it works, and we've been doing 150 plus years, so I'm not changing it.
A team works together to fill and seal each one. One truckload will fill up to 110 barrels, but they can't overfill them because
Yeah, too much pressure. Sometimes those caps fall off. Sometimes the lids will pop off overnight. It's a really simple fix. Just kind of move it to the barrel next to it.
it can take 30 minutes to finish one row. Since they're old, the barrels don't have a perfect seal, so workers pour salt on top. It lets gases escape while limiting oxidation.
Salt on top is just an extra protective layer. If there is an imperfection, that will help.
The team stacks each barrel by mash origin.
So this whole bay here, go as far back as you can to get to the walls. It's about 1,100 barrels of Columbia 2022.
The mash releases lots of gases during fermentation, so a tiny valve on top helps relieve the pressure.
You have to have some ventilation process or it's going to explode.
And that happens sometimes.
It's like a Tabasco goes. They come in here at night and they pop the lids off when they come back, and there's 6 or 7 they have to fix.
After 3 years, the mash inside will stabilize, shrink, and darken in color.
You can see that it was built about this level here, and you can start to see the rings on the side of that barrel where the mash is going down.
Even though it's shrunk, the aged mash is still really spicy.
Not yet. Not yet. But it is hot. So let's remember, this is 10 times more hot than actual sauce.
Next up, the aged mash is pumped into the blending room. Here, the pepper smell will hit you right in the back of the throat.
I could say if I get maced, I guess, every day, it really hits you hard. So I put my kids through college, so I'm good with that. I love it.
Morris Montgomery oversees blending, but he goes by Nup. The Army veteran ensures all the sauce tastes the same, even though it's coming from around the world.
I try to do 3 or 4 different countries and put them together. So it could be like a little Colombia, Peru, and a little Ecuador and Honduras.
He pumps in vinegar and blends it all for up to 28 days. 72 tanks mix at the same time. Strainers remove pepper pulp and seeds. Nook will take a sample for the lab to test for pH, and then
This is finished Tabasco sauce, and this is ready to go. Next step to the bottling pool.
that's where John Simmons comes in.
And I'm also a member of the 6th generation of the McElhenney family to make Tabasco sauce.
John's factory fills up to 700,000 bottles every day, from minis to the iconic 5-ounce one. It also pumps out 9 different flavors, from original red to avocado. Sriracha is the company's fastest growing one. Today, machines do most of the filling, capping, and labeling.
So a bottle's going to go through in about 13 minutes.
They gather the bottles and package them into cardboard boxes.
We're doing it really fast, at like 300 bottles a minute.
Next, the shipping room.
So we've got products for Germany, Japan, Sweden, Taiwan, the Canary Islands, South Africa.
Typically, all these newly packaged products leave the warehouse within 3 weeks. While the sauce is definitively global, Avery Island has always been home. This was where founder and former banker Edmund McElhenney first grew the tiny red peppers. He bottled his first hot sauce in 1868, sealed it with wax, and sold just under 700 bottles around the Gulf Coast. Each one cost $1. He named the brand Tabasco after the Mexican state known for spice production and exports. Edmund got a patent for it, and by the early 1870s was selling his bottles across the U.S. and even in Europe.
And then it kind of started to take a little steam and get bigger and bigger.
In one 24-hour period, we're going to double and then some more of what Edmund did in his entire life.
Edmund lived on Avery Island, which is a natural salt dome rising 163 feet above sea level. As the highest point along the U.S. Gulf Coast, it's been a respite from raging hurricanes for the McElhenney descendants that still call the island home, but it's now at risk. Louisiana's coast sinks by an average of 1/3 of an inch per year. On average, between 1985 and 2010, the state lost roughly a football field of wetlands every hour. When land sinks, it's more vulnerable to storm damage.
It changes drastic from storm to storm, depending where it makes landfall at. You can see the more deteriorate.
Pete Romero is Avery Island's land manager. He said when Hurricane Rita hit in 2005, it turned this island into a lake. Parts of the marsh were destroyed. After Rita, the company built an 18-foot levee with a pump system around the factory.
We put in water control structures that stop us all water from getting to the site of the street.
They also planted tall grasses for protection.
And you can see we recovered all of this marsh that was open water.
But it's a slow-moving process, especially as the home of Tabasco enters another hurricane season.
You can't wait for somebody else to complete it. You have to take action in your own self and try and protect what you have.
Now we head to New York to meet the three founders who turned a food truck into an international business.
A generous helping of golden yellow rice sits underneath 12-hour marinated chicken, seared and tender. Roasted gyro meat sliced straight from a vertical spit. Packed together with crisp lettuce, tomato, onions, and peppers, along with a few delicate slices of pita, served soft and warm on the stove. But it's the extra creamy secret white sauce and notoriously spicy red sauce that made the Halal Guys chicken and gyro platter a New York legend. The word halal refers to a specific way of butchering meat in the religion of Islam. But in New York, because of this one food cart, people also use halal as shorthand for a whole collection of street meats, sandwiches, and combo platters. The most famous of which is a platter with only 5 key ingredients.
It's like one of my favorite foods to eat. So I came the first time I remember and I ate it and I was in love instantly. And it was like one of the best things I've ever ate in my life. So now, yeah.
It just feels like
home. Yeah.
Combination? Sure.
The combo platter starts with a layer of golden yellow rice, which is made from scratch, off-site before heading to the cart. This basmati rice takes the longest to make, stirred for over 45 minutes and prepared in 40-pound batches, enough to fill 60 to 70 platters. But really, it's the chicken that takes the most care and attention. It's always marinated for 12 hours. And although the recipe is secret, Middle Eastern street meats generally use a marinade of herbs, lemon, olive oil, salt, and pepper. The halal guys wait to chop the chicken until it's fully cooked. This way, it stays tender and becomes as juicy as can be.
After we cook it and well done, we cover up by the pita bread. You will get the flavor of the chicken in the pita bread.
Next comes the beloved beef gyro, which is half cooked on a little spit. Another secret recipe, the seasoning likely has a mix of traditional gyro spices like salt, pepper, paprika, and oregano. Cook, shave it as soon as the meat becomes a dark brown color, using a mechanic slicer rather than a knife because it's quicker and more consistent. Back at the cart, the gyro shavings are placed on the stove and chopped into even squares. Initially, the halal guys served gyro meat in long shavings, like many other halal food vendors, but they switched to smaller pieces in order to keep up with demand. And finally, maybe most importantly, comes this question.
White sauce all over?
Yeah, just a little second.
Okay, no problem.
You have to get the sauces, most importantly the white sauce. I personally never asked the exact name of it, but that really makes the meal. Right, I think we all call it white sauce.
Carts across the city have tried to mimic the recipe, but the halal guy says no other place has cracked the code. Based on the to-go packets of white sauce, this creamy substance is a combination of mayo, black pepper, vinegar, salt, and a few other ingredients. But one thing we're sure about, the red sauce isn't for everyone.
We call the white sauce 911 because it's very, very spicy. I personally have not tasted it.
What? Ever?
No, I don't eat spicy. I cannot tolerate spicy.
The sauce has a Scoville rating between 100,000 and 130,000, which is over 40 times hotter than Tabasco.
Not so soon?
The cart guys won't let you walk away without telling you just how spicy it can be, and recommend taking a couple of packets to go rather than drizzling too much on your platter.
I love the white sauce and I love spicy, so you would definitely love the red sauce too. Recommend both. Okay. Wait, this barbecue? Oh, dude.
30 years ago, there were few halal carts in Manhattan until the halal guys opened one on West 53rd and 6th Avenue. It didn't take too long to win over customers, particularly cab drivers looking for an easy way to eat halal.
At that time, we didn't find any halal food in New York City. So we came up with the idea, there's a lot of Muslims here. Why can't we provide full halal meal for Muslim cabbies? And it started that way.
Now, street meat is everywhere. But those cabbies have spread the word about the platters and gyros specifically from halal guys.
Now the deals for cab drivers, okay, like better pricing, a couple of bucks cheap or something, discount.
Not to mention, there's even an express taxi line for drivers only.
It's unfair, but this is their policy. If you're a cab driver, you don't have to wait in the line. You just get from here and you give your sandwich or whatever, then you keep going. So
Halal street food has become a staple meal for New Yorkers and a rite of passage for visitors. The cart has been praised by magazines, radio stations, and celebrities.
Just something you have to try. It's like you can't go to New York and not try it, guys.
Love, sweetness, not sweetness, spiciness. Oh my god, the chicken is so tender, the rice is exquisite, and the white sauce, I would die for the white sauce. Just how the white sauce complements the chicken and the spices that it's marinated in.
I really loved it. I regret not trying it sooner. Now I'm gonna spend the rest of my life eating more of it.
Back in Louisiana, Madison McIntyre shows us how he built a crawfish business that makes roughly $500,000 annually. These crustaceans are big business for Louisiana. They contribute $300 million to the state's economy and end up across the U.S.
Do you ever sneak a bite?
but you can't get it. It's best when they hot.
But this industry didn't even take off until recent decades. In the 80s, some rice farmers took a massive gamble. They experimented with cultivating the crawfish that grew below their fields. And it paid off. In just 9 years, Madison McIntyre has built one of the biggest crawfish companies in the state, handling up to 4 million pounds a year.
Never imagined that it would be to this level, nor was it our goal. It kind of just happened organically.
But because the farming crawfish industry is so young, it's like the Wild West, unregulated and fast-moving. So how exactly did Louisiana's rice farmers come to harvest crawfish? And why do they stay in such a tough business? Crawfish are freshwater crustaceans, related to lobsters and shrimp. And they're native to Louisiana's bayous, rivers, swamps, and rice fields, like this one.
And if you look closely, you'll see some holes, one right here.
They go by all sorts of names. Crawdads, crayfish, mudbugs.
They come out another river.
From late September to October, rice farmers flood their fields, and the crawfish emerge from their burrows hungry. By November, you can start catching them in rows of traps. Mauricio Villa, nicknamed Junior, heads out on the crawfish boat, which doesn't have a steering wheel.
And all that's controlled by foot pedals that are at his feet.
Armed with thick gloves, he empties each trap. He has just 7 seconds to dump out a trap, load in more bait, and drop it back in the water.
And that's just how much ground they cover between each trap.
He's got to move quickly so the crawfish don't die in the Louisiana heat.
Junior's pretty fast. He's a lot faster than me.
This table helps them weed out any unwanted critters, and it separates the crawfish by size.
The smaller peelers can fall through here. You know, they'll go from underneath here and then into these sacks.
The crawfish's big break didn't even come until the 1980s. Rice farmers' profits were dipping, so looking for another income stream, they took a big risk and cultivated crawfish alongside the grain. Fourth-generation rice farmer Jim Johnson was one of them.
It just works almost perfect together. There's almost no better combination of vegetation to go with crawfish.
The rice plant provides a wetland for crawfish breeding and shade from the sun, and plays host to microorganisms like algae, larvae, and worms.
The crawfish will feed off of those.
The crawfish's poop then fertilizes the fields, and the 2 crop seasons line up perfectly. When farmers harvest the rice, the crawfish have safely burrowed themselves deep into the mud. Once the rice is picked, crawfish emerge from their burrows with babies. By winter, they're ready to be harvested and eaten. Soon, buyers all over the South, from Texas to South Carolina, begin gobbling up the mudbugs. What was once just a local eat now makes up more than half of Jim's business.
And with tiny margins in the rice industry through the years, the crawfish not only supplemented it, but built agricultural drive.
Today, the crops are an important part of economies like Welsh Louisiana's.
All the crawfish from the whole nation are farmed in 35-mile square radius of this area.
From November to July, rice farmers end up with tons of crawfish, packed into sacks like these. Junior and his team will load them onto trucks and book it to the crawfish dock. In the summer months, they have to get the mudbugs weighed and in the cooler within 3 hours, or else the heat could kill them. And dead crawfish breed bacteria. Once cooked, it's technically still edible, but the meat falls apart and it doesn't taste as good. Madison pays rice farmers about $1.25 a pound for their catch. Unlike most crawfish mongers, he doesn't come from a farming family. In 2014, he and his friend Charlie started selling them out of his truck in New Orleans.
At an abandoned gas station, and we would serve whole crawfish through there on the weekend.
It was so successful, he bought more trucks and expanded into a full-fledged enterprise, Parrish Seafood Wholesale. While a lot of crawfish companies focus on just one part of the process, Madison does it all, along with his dog June. He grows his own crawfish and buys from 36 other rice farmers. He also owns a coconut culture hatch, a processing plant in restaurants, cutting out middlemen.
Now we have a little over 60 employees. We run 14 trucks, 7 days a week, 24/7.
Madison washes some of his catch on this $150,000 machine.
How many times have you gotten told to buy crawfish?
Every day. Every day. But you get used to it. Like, it doesn't really hurt.
Not only do they have to watch their fingers, they have to watch out for runaways.
And they're escape artists, so yeah.
Crawfish have to hit the coolers right after washing to keep them alive until they're sold. Madison tries to move the high-grade, larger crawfish within 12 to 24 hours, but that's not always easy.
It's all pretty much on a handshake. There's no contract. You have to be careful because people can buy all of your crawfish in the beginning of the season, and then as soon as the catch picks up, they can leave you and buy from somebody else.
Stranding crawfish in these fridges.
It can be a lot of work.
The low-grade smaller crawfish are easier for him to move because Madison just sells it to himself. Then he sends it to his Burrow Bridge factory to process the tangy. Workers started loading the crawfish off the trucks starting at 4 a.m. They dump them into tanks and skim off any dead or weak limbs from the top. Then they give the mud bugs a wash. A conveyor belt drops them into a giant steamer basket. Using a system of tracks, a worker carefully lowers the basket into a vat of boiling water. Just like lobsters, crawfish go in alive to get the best flavor. That's why it's so important to keep them cooking until this moment. It takes just 2 minutes to cook them through. Then Madison and the team break them down this steel table into the peeling room. Leona Williams has been peeling here for 50 years.
This from mama every age of 13, get off of school, have my mom, and come until 1 in the morning. So you break your head off, and then you pinch the tail. This is unique. Peel them well to make sure that the veins are out for sure.
She can peel about 40 pounds worth a day.
Then you gotta be kind of fast at it. That's all the only way you could make money.
They get paid $2.50 a pound.
Are you the fastest one here?
No, I'm not gonna say this. I have my sister in here. She's a little faster than I am.
The team in the next room vacuum seals the tails into 1 pound bags. But his competition is so stiff, Madison wouldn't tell us where he sells these, but he said they end up across the U.S. He also sends tail meat and whole crawfish to 3 restaurants he owns in the state, cooking up all kinds of Louisiana delicacies. Crawfish have been an important part of southern Louisiana's culture for centuries. According to the Native Heritage Project, the Houma indigenous people named themselves after the word for crawfish and used it as a war symbol. In the 1800s, a wave of French Canadians settled in Louisiana after being pushed out of Canada by the British. They came to be known as the Cajuns, and they brought their lobster recipes with them. But short on lobster here, they swapped in crawfish. By the 1960s, crawfish had their own festival, and Creole restaurants were adding them to menus in New Orleans.
It was definitely a Louisiana delicacy. It didn't really get much farther in the state.
Crawfish have since gone definitively national, but locals still put them in staples like etouffee, boudin, and boils. Madison's business partner, Charlie Johnson, uses a Cajun cooking style in his crawfish boils.
Make sure the drains liquid boil. Some adding that to the water.
He first boils the corn and potatoes, drains them, and then cooks the crawfish last.
Right there, when the tail starts to kind of separate from the head, there's that little white line. You can see the meat. That's usually a telltale sign that they're ready.
While New Orleans Creole chefs add dry seasoning to the water crawfish boiling, out here, Cajuns dump on the dry seasoning after they're cooked.
We shut that ice chest and we let them steam. Nothing the magic happens in the ice chest. That's when they start to soak up those things.
Down here, folks stop by the restaurant well into the evening. The Cajuns also love their dip. While back in NOLA, they don't use any sauce. With his factory, weigh station, and restaurants, Madison has become a considerable player in the crawfish industry.
We're building a new facility that's going to be focused on air freight crawfish.
But his success hasn't come without its challenges. As the industry boomed over the last 20 years, lots of people tried to get in on the action. By 2019, the number of crawfish farms in the state had doubled. And then came inflation. Madison says costs soared 40%. Last year, fuel alone cost him $150,000 more than normal.
That's a lot of money that would have been profit. Yeah, labor's pretty high, and we have mostly foreign labor.
95% of his staff is working in the U.S. on a visa.
And they also have to house them and pay for transportation. You can't find local or American labor that would work as hard as these guys do side by side with us.
Madison says he pays them just under $14 an hour, almost double the minimum wage.
We'll put in 15 and 18-hour days, 7 days a week. So it's very demanding. We don't get to see our family as much in the season, but they don't get to see their family at all.
Soaring operation costs and low margins have forced dozens of Louisiana crawfish companies to close.
And so the people that came in just for the get quick rich scheme are not making it right now because of how tough the market is.
Madison says the size of this company has helped keep them afloat.
You know, we can absorb that, those blows, but a lot of people unfortunately couldn't.
What did you make to turn into this?
We don't get big salary.
Madison said Parish Seafood Wholesale saw $500,000 in profit last year, and he paid himself just a $20,000 salary. He also says he invested more than 80% of the profit back into the company.
So anything ever breaks or coolers go out, we have backup everything. Backup trucks, backup ice machines, backup freezers, backup coolers. We have multiple forklifts, which are all just luxury.
Because in an industry where one bad season could send the company packing, Madison has to fight to keep each crawfish alive.
I think, in the next 5 or 6 years, it'll be very lucrative to be in this industry. And there'll only be a handful of people doing it.
Bagels are to New York what crawfish are to Louisiana. We take a peek inside Utopia Bagels' kitchen to see how the shop makes 100,000 of them a week.
Workers start the baking process at 3 a.m. and continue way past lunch hours. But according to owner Scott Spellman, the guarantee of a fresh, hot bagel is why Utopia Bagels stands out from the thousands of other stores across New York City.
I've seen it time and time again. You may try the bagel, but once you try my bagel, you will not eat another bagel.
We visited Utopia's kitchen in Queens, New York to see how it prepares its bagels in such big batches. It all starts with a 41-year-old dough recipe that uses barley dough.
It's a really old school way of doing a bagel. Most stores that make bagels today use brown sugar, but to make a good quality bagel, you need this ingredient.
Next, they add salt and a large scoop of Practice Bagel Improver.
My friends, the grocery store can be a really scary place, and it's not just with food items.
The entire nation. Start one is conversation. Only water from the thing that we lahat na sulok pati dyan sa tabi. This is gonna be a different night. Welcome to Discovery Night. Discovery Night. Mahina mo sa akin, lagyan mo ng ngiti. Sumama ka at buhay ng gabi. This is gonna be a different night. Welcome to Discovery Night. Discovery 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 Night. Welcome to Discovery Night.
Get ready with Dyson with our patented technology. Dry, curl, and shake with no extreme heat. Smooth and high flyaways. Style on the move. Give the gift of invention. In special edition blue blush with exclusive accessories only at Dyson.
Angels Eyes is the proven safe and gentle way to treat tear stains from the inside out. Keep their eyes as clear as these moments.
Ay, mga Rema, mga Repa. Sa Gelni at sa buong mundo. Biyernes na naman. Lumabas na ang toma at ang mga chicha. So ano kami sa isang masayang kwentuhan naman on a Friday night. Welcome to Is Kondringan. Abangan nyo kami ang ating mega special Is Conversation with Showbiz Royalty. Hindi lang maganda on the outside, pero may mabuti rin puso for different advocacies. Kilalanin natin siya maya-maya lang. Bago natin umpisa ng lahat, magbibigyan muna tayo ng life hacks dito sa Isko 101. Nang malaman ko, ang bagay nito ay kanina lang. Pero, para na rin sa inyo, share natin sa Isko 101 mga life hacks. Katulad yun, madalas kayo gumamit ng keyboard. Siyempre, ang mga bagay, mga libambing, at mga iniipon nyo sa kuko na hindi nyo pinugupit, mga lupain, napupunta yan sa loob ng keyboard. At saka mga likabok, singit-singit. Pero meron tayo, hindi pa kayo kumain ng mga chichirya, di ba? Pumapasok yan sa loob ng keyboard. Pero dahil lang sa stick notes, pwede nyo gamitin ito. Para hindi na kayo tumong sa gas, isosok pa nyo lang sa oblo, sa singit-singit, yung may pandikit. At inyanyangga nyo, tapos gagawin mo konti, yun. Diyan. Kaya na, ang alipin ko, tanggal na sa kipan niya. Yan ang ating Isko 101. At ngayon naman, oras na ito, makikilala natin ang ating very special guest, isang showbiz royalty, actress, model, singer, at ito matindi, jewelry designer. At sabi ko sa inyo kanina, hindi lang siya maganda, hindi lang siya showbiz royalty, mabuti rin ang puso niya sapagkat siya po ang ating National Ambassador against hunger for the United Nations World Food Program. And we're very proud and honored today na isa sa mga ambassador ng ating bansa ay kasama natin. Please welcome Casey Concepcion. Yeah. Okay, welcome Casey. How are you?
Great. Thank you for having me. Ang saya ko kasi marami kong masaya. Nanonood ako ng Nagtitong Vlog. Naalala ko yung mga words mo.
Oo.
Naiintindihan ko yun na.
Talaga?
Friends talaga sa
Oo.
akin.
Before we continue, ang pinapanood sa inyo. Ito, mega. Mega food.
Oo, grabe naman yan. Nag-detox na ako ngayon. Tsaka nyo naman ang pinigyan ng ganyan. Diet na ako.
Mapanokso rin, no?
Oo. Thank you, blessing to. This is a blessing.
You can try. Ako
Yes.
may inis para na ako dyan.
Mahilig ako dyan.
Chicken. Chicken ako.
Okay, ang ano mo ba dyan? Ketchup or toyo pyramid?
Hindi. Sauce. Nahabol ko
Yung gravy?
Gravy. Kasi minsan, pag isa lang yung chicken, di ba? Eh, dinagamihan mo ng rice para mapusog ka. Para na sa buhay. We're honored. Thank you very much. I know you're very busy. You're always out of the country doing important things, especially we're very proud of you. Being Filipino and being part of the effort of the world to provide opportunity for humanity.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
Yes.
But now, for now, ano ang pinagkakabalahan mo ngayon?
Well, at yun nga po, akala kasi ng mga tao parang, nag-jet set si Casey, nakikita nila sa Instagram.
Sana all.
Hindi, gano'n, sana all, ganyan. Ang hindi nila alam is, I actually go around the world to work. So, meron akong jewelry business. Naghahanap akong supplier. Naghahanap ako ng kung ano ng mga connections. Pwede kong aralin yung ways nila. May mga parang mga platero dito, hindi ko mapuntahan. Hindi ko siya...
May kawayan, for example.
For example, siguro. So, meron akong mga gustong matutunan na maobserbahan na hindi ko magawa dito.
Why? Starstruck
Kasi
sila.
ko parang,
Starstruck sila.
hindi ko po alam kung ganon, pero it's, nagiging lang po minsan yung masyado kang exposed, hindi po kayo anonymous. Kapag naghanap ng supplier, kunyari nagmamahal, una po grabe ko nagtatong pag ako talaga yung bumibili.
It's very common.
Pati po sa inyo, I'm sure. Tapos yung parang hindi mo pa sure kung okay yung quality, mahihiya kang magsabi na, ay, hindi ko pasado sa quality na gusto ko. Kasi syempre, you want to support local businesses. So sabi ko, maybe, pwede ko yung gawin sa ibang.
Something about moving on the sound of the wheels under your bus or driving through the desert. All these things are romantic to me. That's what I love about driving is sometimes not knowing where you're going at all. Some of the things that inspire me to want to do this collaboration are needs. It's an improvement for me, maybe it's an improvement for somebody else. The outfitter bag, it just was a very, very functional bag for touring musicians. And I assume probably for anybody who travels for a living. So I think it's a bag that's worth it.
As much as gusto ko talagang sumabak sa, kumbaga sa gubat ng business, yes, di ba, dito sa mga Binondo at kung saan. Unfortunately, hindi ko magawa sa mag-disguise ako. So, sabi ko, magandang matry ko muna sa ibang bansa ng source. Kasi, as an artist, di ba, galing ko yung politics. Hinanap-hanap pa rin ko yung katawan ninyo itong entertainment showbiz. It's the same with me. I feel na lagi kang magiging artista. Once artista ka na, forever artista. And bilang artist, hinanap ko kung ano pa yung pwede kong gawin na ma-express ko yung sarili ko. So, ganun po yung nangyari sa akin. So, yung travels ko po, it's nag-aaral din po ako. Nag-source ako ng mga supports.
So you're furthering or you're acquiring knowledge to be a better artist or designer?
Pareho po.
Pareho.
So, sumabak po sa acting class sa New York.
Wow! NYF? NYU?
One-on-one. It's called One-on-One New York.
Okay.
Na-refer po ako dun ng isang executive po sa ABC, yung gumagawa po ng mga invitation to me. Ang pangit sabihin siguro, pero alam niyo yun, pangarap ko kasi sa buhay. Pinangarap na ako dito sa showbiz.
Okay.
Sabi ko, pangarap ko Lord sa buhay, na-experience ko yung sa ibang artista na-discover ako sa mall. Yung paano ka nag-artist? Na-discover ako sa mall ni ganito ko eh. Kasi naglalakad ako sa amin ng nanay ko. May nangapit lang sa amin, pinag-artista ako, pinag-PPR. Hindi ako sa ganyan. Sabi ko, hindi ko yung masabi. Kasi iba yung kwento ko sa kwento ng ibang artista. So, pinagdadasal ko, Lord, gusto ko naman feel na hindi lang dahil sa pamilya or dahil sa pamilya na may lugar ako dito sa industriya nito. Lord, siguro one day, mapapafeel mo sa akin na yung feeling na na-discover ako.
Which is internationally.
Na ba?
Ako na-discover ako sa Lamay ng Patay.
Ay, oh my God. Pero may experience na na-discover ko. Yung importante sa
Sa Lamay ako ng Patay nakita ni Daddy Wagi.
Totoo ba?
Yes. We're attending away kasi ni Chicha. Naman ng mga studio pagka medyo may kaya yun.
Ay.
Dinadayo yun. Kami yung mga nakikita.
Like hack.
Para-paraan lang mga Chicha. But then I was introduced to Kuya Germs. That's entertainment. But you wanted to be discovered somewhere. So that's why you went to the process.
Kasi hindi po siya mangyayari dito kasi diba?
Pero that's good Ang importante kasi is always person has a dream.
So yung napatunayan ko lang siguro sa sarili ko na meron akong pwedeng na-contribute sa industriya ko. That has nothing to do sa pamilyang pinagalingan ko, na ma-feel ko lang. Grabe.
You were discovered?
Yes, sa New York. Na hindi ko ito kinakwento. Actually, I think first time ko itong ikwento. Kasi pinaganda ko yung food sa akin. So, may nagdaagan akong secret sa iyo.
Okay. This is interesting.
Pina ako sa talk show. Parang manood audience. Tapos, girl in a striped dress. Girl in a striped dress. Girl in a striped dress. Sabi sa, that's you. Ay, na stripes na yung suit.
Okay.
Tapos pinapunta akong gano'n. Pina-host nila ako ng One Skill with Elizabeth Hasselbeck.
Wow.
So, parang one ano lang, yung tapos bilang extra parang gano'n. Tapos, the next day, nandun pa rin kami, may show kami na parang yung 17 artists kami. And then, yung mga from that network, dumating dun sa show yun. And then at the end of the show, pinatawag ako. Together with 2 or 3 other people. Pinapunta ako sa Disney office, and then inintroduce ako sa mga casting director doon sa ABC. So, meron po akong mga nakukuha ng trabaho na hindi ko nagawa dahil nagtanong. Kaya po, kahit pa paano, meron akong dream na sabi ko, grabe na pag meron kang talagang naamuyin mo na nararamdaman mo rin, naniniwala kang mangyayari sa'yo. Pag naaamoy mo na siya, napapanaginipan mo, na-feel mo na nangyari na, nangyayari siya sa'yo.
I have a surprise for you. I have a surprise for you. What? Let's say it at the same time.
3, 2, 1.
I got
Free cancellation on most days. Booking.com, booking.com.
Yeah.
Usapang PP, yung disiplina. What is the difference between us here, with regard to doing tapings, and doing tapings there?
Siguro po, unang-una sa lahat, yung language. So,
Ay, nakapagod. Tutuloy na ilong ko. Okay namin. Of course, it's English language. Which you're very...
maniwala kayo sa hindi, yung nosebleed niya, nangyayari sa akin ang nosebleed sa Tagalog pag past hating gabi. Bumabaluktot na yung Tagalog ko. Pero fluent ako since nag-artista ako ng, I don't know, 2007. Siyempre, teleserye, pelikula, commercials, kung ano-ano, hosting. So, Tagalog, okay yung Tagalog ko. Pagdating ko doon, pagbasa ko ng script, anong nangyari? English lahat.
English lahat.
Kahit English lang, lumaki ako mag-English. Iba pa rin pala kapag nahasa ka sa isang disiplina, parang kailangan mo pa rin mag-retrain.
This is interesting.
Yes.
So, yung time, attitude, ng taping, ng shooting, anong pinagkaiba? Meron, diba dito, meron halos na sa America, may takot talaga. Do they follow that religiously?
Opo. Pagkapag more than 11 hours po, matagal na talaga yun. Although may time umabot kami 15 hours, at saka po yung, kunyari, mag-fitting ng damit, may bayad po yung fitting. May taping day, pay, parang gano'n.
So, ibig sabihin, on top of the acting payment as an artist, when your time is being consumed by the same taping, you get paid also. Sana. Sana po.
Pero maganda po yun.
Which makes sense, ha?
Kasi time mo po as artist, nakukuha yung time. Tsaka part ng product ng pelikula yun. At isa pang nagustuhan ko, speaking of food, yarns.
Ayun, nakabox.
Malapit ako sa mga, hindi artista.
behind the scenes.
Okay.
Ang lunch break or breakfast break, lunch break, dinner break, time starts kapag yung last crew member is nakuhanan niya yung pagkain. So the timer does not start until makuha na ng last crew member yung meal niya. Tsaka pa lang magta-timer starts now ang
break.
Ang ganda, yun yung talagang, oo nga no, kasi pag ikaw yung nakadaming, lalo dito, di ba yun, sa daming crew. Pwede kang magmadali pag last eh. Tapos biglang, shoot na, kaya nakakatulog minsan nag-shooting tayo ng commercial, may humihil.
So, hindi, ibig sabihin mo rin naiiwan.
Wala.
Everybody is suspected o ano man yung field of undertaking mo in the set.
From the artist number 1, which is yung, kumbaga yung leading man or leading yes, down to the pinaka-easiest trabaho sa crew. Talagang alam ka.
Uy, ayun yung action.
Nakaka-inspire po siya.
Kasi magandang ipot ito.
Opo, pero yung Netflix natin, especially yung mga working po, alaga naman, of course. Ano lang siguro, kung maging mas standard, okay.
Maging universal siya.
Tsaka po yung isa pang kwento lang,
Sure.
Sharing lang. So, wala akong nagsisigawan sa set.
Okay.
Marami nang nangyayari behind the scenes. Ang artista hindi pa alam. Because lahat naka-in-ear.
Okay.
So, nagulat ako ng mga code. Iihi ako. Tayo ko ako. Takbo ko. Casey Tanuan. What's that code? Anong code ba yun? Oh, we're just telling everyone to go to the bathroom. Wala kayong marunong mga sigaw. Yung mga,
Hindi siya.
yung kable! Nakita sa camera! Yung mga ganun.
Very professional, so to say. And now, we have what we call Asian persuasion.
Opo. May nabuo yung pelikula.
Mapapawaw ka kasi if you're Filipino and somebody's making it there, maliit kasi market na as okay, kwentuhan mo kami, konting chismis.
Yeah. Go!
What happened nung natanggap mo you were told, oy, kasal, gagawin mo itong Asian persuasion?
Kasi po, yung social media ngayon talaga, it's the new TV, it's the new lahat. Nung pinost ko po yung sa acting team, ang uso po kasi kapag may nanliligaw, so yung magsaslide into your DMs, diba? Yung direct messages. Usually pag gano'n lalaki sa babae. Yung medyo sexy, yung mga... Pero this time, pag kita kong gano'n, ay, producer, sino to? Kita ko, 3-time Tony Award-winning, tsaka Grammy Award-winning, so Broadway. DMM ako. Una sabi ko, he's gay, and 2, I work pala to. Work, okay. Ay, may script daw. Can I read the script and then read with the cast? Kasi nauna nang makast yung iba. In fact, I was not the first choice for Avery. Pero okay lang kasi timing. So, ang nangyari, pinalipad ako ng New York nung nabasa ko yung script and binasa ko yung script along with the cast to see kung may chemistry kami lahat. And then, may work na ako. Happy naman ako. Na may nangyari sa pag-stay ko sa America na first was supposed to be for my studies sa jewelry business.
You hold it
Yes.
on your own. Diba? In a big world like New York. Diba? Okay ka naman dito busy sa Pilipinas eh. But you wanted to prove yourself somewhere else. And that's worth, parang pag-isip mo, ang galing naman yung bata. Pag-isip mo, kasi ang hirap mo na.
Tsaka yun, meron din ako siguro na feel na
sobrang nagpapasalamat ako sa pinanggalingan ko. And yung Pilipinas, mahal na mahal ko yung,
Of course.
yung mga fans natin. Meron lang ako siguro nanganap na talaga bang para dito ko? Para ako sa showbiz? Meron ba akong lugar talaga dito? Kung wala akong dalang pangalan or anything, gusto kong matrabaho sa isang lugar na parang kaya ko pala. Kaya ko pala. Pwede pala. And kahit ng mga Filipino-Americans sa set, may natutunan ko. It's one thing to get there, but it's another thing to stay. And that applies to anything in life. UP. One thing to get in and another thing na matapos na makagraduate ka to survive. Living abroad, working abroad, or working in the big city, or anything. It's one thing na makatungtong ka. And another thing na magawa mo yung trabaho para from point A, yung work mo is point B, and then yung dream mo, na-achieve mo sa point C.
Ito personal question.
Naku, kain na ng fried chicken.
Hindi, curious lang ako. Work habit naman to. Sa isang araw, American production compared to Filipino production, nakakailang scene sa isang araw. Yun lang, medyo curious ako ba?
Hindi siya dadami ng... Hindi katulad...
Tayo kasi multiple scenes. Multiple scenes tayo dito. Hindi, ako na magsasalita. Kasi mga lepa. When we do scenes here, sabi niya, ano tayo? 7 scenes. Tapos may halo-halo yun, may big scenes, small scenes. So you have to pace that.
1 minute mo yun, iiyak ka. The next minute, birthday mo, 16 years old ka lang. The next minute, after that, namatayan ka. The next minute, buntis ka. The next minute, sinangkay ng nanay mo. Ganon.
Sa Estados Unidos, how many scenes do they do in a regular based on your experience?
Hindi ka naman kadami.
2 or 3 lang, no?
Mga ganon. Konti lang compared sa 19. At saka yung mas may isa pa akong kikontro. Speaking of sampal.
Ayan, sa akin ka na.
Hindi na. Grabe, meron kaming isang eksena. Ano na siya montage? Alam mo yung isang ganun mo lang tapos na, hindi mo na nakita kung hindi naka-open yung mata mo. Sinampal ko siya. Sabi ko, daya-daya lang naman yun. 1/2 second lang yun. 1 second lang naman yun. Pagdating namin, may stuntman.
Just for that particular scene.
Oo na. How dare you! Tapos wala na, next na montage na. Yung, alam mo yun.
Series of events lang.
Ano bang pa-action yung gagawin ko papagawa sa akin dito? Alam mo may harness na. Crane siya, darn na. Akala ko kung ano ba yung superhero moves gagawin ko. Nagbayad sila ng more than 60,000 pesos.
Para sa kanila?
Oo, para turuan ang
Ano saan mo sabi?
Ako para turuan ko kung paano kasi bawal sa Amerika yung madapuan mo lang yung no contact dapat. Pwede kang mag-remind ng artista. Anytime na madapuan mo lang yung konti yung napaka-stricto.
Dito nga nasusuntok ka pa eh.
Oo, tsaka nga proud ka pa, di ba?
Klasa yan po.
Si Coco Martin yung sumuntok sa'yo, proud. Sinuntok nga ako ni Coco dun sa teleserye niya. Extra nga ako, nasuntok nga ako ni Coco eh.
Kwentong bayan pa yun.
Doon talagang sobrang strict. May stuntman na magtuturo kung paano sumanta na walang
Tasting me?
Sayang.
yes.
Pogi.
Ganun lang mga kwento lang,
Kasi
kwento.
gusto ko yung pinaprofessionalize lahat.
Parang working actors tayo dito. Working artists, working actors. We're all doing a job. And with that job, there's a contract and there are regulations to protect you as a talent.
For my hair, I choose iColor Plus for men. It's a shampoo-in hair color with 3 natural looking shades to choose from. Instant pogi. In just 10 minutes, sulit na 70 pesos mo dito. Check out now because men need you.
Why
Why pay for internet? It's slower upload.
Frontier Fiber gives you equal speeds. Switch to Frontier Fiber Internet.
All of the actors, crew, production, even the OST soundtrack, or musical arranger, edit, mostly Asians or Asian American. So there's maybe 28 na nationalities sa Philippines na big deal ito. Kasi nauso yung Asian hate noon.
Because of the coronavirus.
Yung Asian hate, diba? So para makagawa kami ng production na from end to end, Asian Americans yung statement. Parang kwento natin is kwento rin ng iba.
Na makapanood sa buhay.
Yes, so hopefully kung ma-pick up siya ng malinis video, na talagang hindi lang siya hindi sa audio mo. Sana.
And I hope there's more project.
Thank you.
But you will continue to pursue that journey. And on the side, you do the jewelry design. And because of that, you travel the world.
Yes.
No, dami ka lang nakikita, nag-travel ka sa iba't ibang destination.
Oy, kasi naman, no, ranking lang naman ako sa Instagram, pero hindi nila alam, dami ko nang nagawa that day.
Pero ito, traveling with friends or family, or traveling alone. Anong take ng may kasama ka kaysa yung ikaw, nasusunod ka kung saan mo gusto pumunta? Anong difference mo?
Meron na naman akong secret.
Ayun!
Naku talaga, ano bang gayuma dito sa studio na to?
Kasi, interesado ako how to travel alone because people, some individuals are happy being alone because they're lonely.
Yes.
They just wanted to travel alone with elbow room.
Yes, ako po, nung lumipat po ako ng New York for the shoot, mag-isa lang po ako nun.
Okay.
Talagang sabi ko, aato pa ba ako? Choosy pa ba ako? Tara na, let's go. Kaya lang I think after nung lockdown, stay ko lang mag-isa for 3 months.
Sa New York?
No, nung 2020, naiwan ako mag-isa na because na lockdown, nakaibang city kami ng family ko. Nagka-trauma ako na mag-isa. Dati, independent woman ako, kaya ko po. Sige, iwan mo ako isa. Susunod ako. Ano pa naman? Mas na-enjoy ko ngayon yung may kasama kapag mag-work, sa bahay. Mas gusto ko na ngayon yung may kasama. But I do enjoy plane rides. Alam niyo yung kapag nasa aeroplano ko, tahimik, mag-relax ka lang. Pag tumingin ka sa labas, una, hangin, sky, blue, okay, parang, oh my God, problema ko, magsama-sama kayo dyan, dito ako sa ere. Ganun, parang, nakakahinga ako sa aeroplano.
Baliktad naman.
Oh, talaga naman.
Ako sa rin.
Talaga, nakikip ka na lang.
I like traveling.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I think I've been around, whether the country or the world. But the hardest part of me traveling is height.
Talaga? So, pati, okay, may tanong ako, yours. Anong favorite part mo ng flight? Take off, cruising, or landing?
Cruising without turbulence. Which is impossible. Kaya 16 hours gising.
Oh gosh, totoo ba?
Although lately, nakakatulog-tulog ako pag sobrang kuya. But, I like what you're saying. Totoo yun sa akin.
Yun, no? Yes.
Peaceful.
Pero sa akin, inviting you.
Papagaling ako.
Prayer, lahat na ng Diyos na prayer mo.
Tapos yung, hindi maka-experience na ay minsan ginawa ko. Nakaligo ka na ba sa pagkakasyon ko?
Ay, grabe yun. Hindi ko pa na-experience. Ang sinasabi ni Yorme, first class.
First
Grabe
time.
na.
First and last. May experience na. Matikman mo. And I did. You know what? Dito na.
May shower sa aeroplano yun.
May shower. Tapos nag-goli ako. Nakaligo ka na ba sa 40,000 feet? Oo. Parang,
May kanta. May kanta ni Yorme.
wow. Kasi parang imposible. That's, totoo yun, yung flying.
Yours, may time, ano yun, di ba, limit?
10 minutes. 10 minutes na ang goli. Huwag ka mag-alala, 5 minutes na ako kumaligo.
Nag-check ko nga naman yun, nasa iba na yun.
Ayun, napapatay. Pero ang sarap ng tea. You don't splurge, but from time to time, you want it. Matikman mo because you work hard.
Oo.
Parang,
Sabi nga po nila, kasi sa Instagram ko lang din nakikita lahat, ang daming mga bata na millennials, Gen Z na travel ng travel. Ang dami nang alam gawin.
pero deserve mo naman yun. You work for it.
Nako, you know what? Believe it or not, workaholic ako.
Exactly.
And I cannot just travel. Mag-vlog ako. Kaya yung vlog ko, yung Christina Concepcion vlog ko, bit-bit ko pa rin. Vlog pa rin ako ng vlog.
Ang good thing is share these things so that they may take sila how to travel alone.
Hindi ako nag-umpisa sa times. May column ako sa newspaper dito habang nakatulog. And sinashare ko sa mga tao kung anong experience ng isang estudyante Pilipina sa Europe. And I think nakatulong mo na makilala ka. Na hanggang ngayon,
And that's nice kasi importante yun. Tips. Practical
Yes.
tips.
o ano ba yun, housekeeping tips.
Diba? Kasi
Living alone.
din. Pero meron mga way na precaution. Yung cost of living there.
Yes.
So lahat yan na-share mo yun sa vlog mo.
Yes, mga recipe na natutunan natin, mga life hacks doon. Tawag sa akin, batang kali ng Paris. Sabi ganun ba? Batang kali ng Paris, batang kali ka ng Paris.
Hindi ibig sabihin, marunong ka naman ba?
Sayo ako dito, yours. Eh, sabihin ako sa'yo, never pa ako nakakakulit sa Pilipinas.
Pero sa Paris,
Batang kali ako sa Paris.
oo nga, no? Kasi, hindi.
Sad.
No, nobody can blame you because you have to protect what's in yourself. But now, you're doing good, but you still find time to be one for others by doing this, being an ambassador sa wonderful program ng United Nations. Ano pakiramdam when you see kids or individuals, family, nagbe-beneficio sa ganitong programa ng education which you represent?
Opo. Alam niyo, may mga nakilala po ako mga batang nag-benefit sa ganung programa na nung bata sila, na ngayon, mga business owner na, pag nagkikwento sila, alam mo, when I was 8 years old, yung organization yung bumuhay sa amin. Wow! Doon mo makikita na, guys, totoo pala ito. Yes, hindi lang siya yung feeding program na 2 weeks. Yung talagang kailangan, you will see it. And yung sabi ko, shit, you cannot do this alone. Kailangan meron ka talagang kasamahan or mga taong alam mo. Hindi ka nag-politics ka na eh.
Ako, I know how it feels.
Grabe yung politics. Ibang level.
Ibang level yun. But you, as an individual, you're not getting paid to do such act. You must have a heart.
Tinuruan ko kami ng mayor ng Pasay kasi longest serving
Yes.
mayor, si Dati Pablo. I think nung bata ako, ganun yung naging sa'yo.
So, innate.
Values ko na tinuro ng family. And bilang Pilipino po kasi ganun tayo na.
They learn from your family. See, that's what you see growing up.
Always, parang ang sa amin, as much as possible, yung na-experience mo, sa-experience mo sa iba.
Sa tingin mo, kung may batang ngayon, how can they participate in this program of yours?
Yeah, so yung work program ko, kasi siya very strict sila. But of course, number one, if you don't have the money to help, diba? You try to learn kung anong ginagawa ng mga organizations. Yung ginagawa namin yung school. Paano mo madadala yung bata sa school and manatili siya sa school. Hindi siya doon, makaka-focus siya, may energy siya. So, mukbang siya. Pagkain. So, gumagawa kami ng mga lugo, mga hot meals para ang enrollment nila kapag pumasok sila and then yung attendance nila is 100% or almost 100%, makaka-receive yung family nila ng bigas, mga portion. So, parang nagiging motivation din yung pagkain sa school para mag-school and then mag-graduate.
So yun, I'm one of those. Yung naghahanap ng mga kain sa school namin. Kasi bata kami, wala tayong bago. I'm a product of public education system. So someone admired the district. Ito yun na ginagawa niya. Na minsan nagiging motivation namin. So pa. Kasi may teacher. So tendency, kung sa teacher mo, yung turn out, mag-aaral ka. Congratulations. Ayaw, mabasa ka na naman. Remember ko kayo. Ito kasi, ako, chicha.
Talaga, ano yun? Ay, ganun mo tayo. Kasi pagkain, healthy dapat.
Kasi, ang tendency kasi, isang estudyante, based on my personal experience, pagka sumokpa ka, wala kang chicha sa bahay.
Kapag pumasok at wala kang pagkain, hindi na tayo magsalita ka ng greatest. Guess what do you mean? Gusto ko yan.
Kung pag-isok mo ganyan, makikinig ka sa teacher mo, si Galema at saka si Suma, sabi ko ka muna naglalaro. So galaw yun, mga a-accept siya mo. Tapos, ano kayo yung single?
Kasi,
kumukulong yung siya.
It's a basic need. Hindi malulunas yung sakit mo. Hindi ka makakapag-aral. Hindi ka mabuhay ng maayos at makakapag-trabaho. So, yun ang...
Marami na papaliwan.
Yes. Kaya naman. Share your blessings. Guys, kayo ka! Inom tayo?
Sorry, mga kapapaliwan.
No, ako na sa weekend.
Sarap ng sangit trip.
Something clear. What alcohol?
Where do you see yourself 10 years from now?
Oh my gosh, sana may foundation ako. And, of course, sana may family na ako. Sana gusto ko na complete family. Gusto ko na
So you want to have kids?
happy marriage, happy children, healthy children. Yung, alam mo, mas maging close din ako sa kami ng family, and kami ng magiging family ko. Gusto ko lang yung sila lahat. And sana may foundation na talagang working.
O yan ha, hindi ko na pakinggan yan. 10 years from now. That's a good one. That's good news that you see yourself in this situation.
Sana po. Especially na natin yung nangyari na
Ito juicy.
Nako.
Ito personal
Juicy
ko
pa
na.
lang fried chicken.
May personal question ko na. Anong tipo? Tipo na lalaki. Yung ina-aspire mo. Kasi
Butang kita dyan.
Ay, sagutan. Alam ko talaga.
Ano?
Kasi alam ko na yung ayoko.
Ayun!
Alam ko na yung non-negotiable ko.
Ayan, okay. Non-negotiable.
Ayoko nang sinasabi ng ayoko na,
Okay, come here!
mapipressure ka na, yung parang sakal ka, gano'n. Ayoko na gano'n.
Controlling.
Yeah,
controlling.
Yeah, so yung mga alam ko is yung ayoko. Yun lang, yung alam ko yung ayoko ko siya. But what I like is somebody who's na very positive, good vibes. Gusto ko yung natatawa ako, happy na ako, magyan naman na Joker clown. Gusto ko yung, of course, yung kaya niya yung sarili niya, somehow may career siya. I like career.
Habilidad.
Yes, of course. Because ganun din ako. Gusto ko yung may discipline na may trabaho, may ina-achieve every day.
And of course, yung, ano namin, happy connection namin. Yung kapag nakita mo yung phone mo na siya, magsasmile ka. Ang ano ko, gusto ko lagi yung smile. Yung marunong sa romance, pero responsable din sa values. O talaga?
Hindi kasi ako, for example, sa akin, I always follow 2 rules in happy marriage.
Okay. I wanna learn. Sige.
First rule, wife is always right.
Hindi pa kausap ko. Yours, ito yung camera.
Kasi pag it may be a joke, but in all honesty, there's semblance truth on it in practice. In practice, you know, I'll tell you why later. So what's the second rule?
Wait, what?
The second rule is if you think that your wife is wrong, refer to rule number 1.
Balik doon.
Wife is always right. You know why? Kasi gusto ko yung sinabi.
Ano po? Nakalimutan ko din.
Sabi mo yung you wanted to smile. Yung parang pinararamdam mo na hindi ako nito. Pero kasi alam mo mali ka. But the God would have this space, more space in understanding mo. Sige na, ikaw na nalang sa conversation na to. Sige na,
Yung parang confident siya sa sarili niya, secure siya sa kanya, mahal niya yung babae, anong point na awayin ko?
Kasi you'll end up going to bed.
Tapos
Tapos magpapagitan kayo ng ulo. Tapos magagawa ka ng ng 1950s na pelikula, no focus. Diba? Kasi end up kakain kayo together, no focus. Parang,
kaya nga,
why complicate things?
yan ang mga gusto kong natutunan bago ako magpasal. Kasi not married yet. So, meron akong mga fear na ayokong feel ko. I'm learning from you kung ano nga ba yung importante. Kaya lang, dapat, unang-una sa lahat, confident yung lalaki sa sarili.
Kasi pagka, you know naman yung capabilities, then the least thing that you can do is to understand.
Yours, paano ba nangyayari? Ako na yung
Sige, baka may ma-share ako. More than 2 decades na akong sakal. Kasal. Sige, ano gusto mong
Bilang lalaki,
Sure.
paano kayo dumating sa point na secure kayo sa sarili niyo and alam niyo na ready to take care of home? Paano ba nagiging confident ang isang lalaki sa sarili niya?
Kung ganda question yun.
Di ba parang,
Kailan mo matidesign ako?
you have sons.
Parang nagutan ko na to.
Yeah. So from a man's point of view, may I ask you,
Una, economic.
para maging buo yung lalaki.
Kailangan, kung kaya mo pakainin ng sarili, ready ka na ba magpakain ng ibang ibig?
So parang kailangan
Kasi
lang sapat lang
laging
yung
issue
kita.
Hindi, yung meron kang, may kinikita ka. Yung sapat is relative. Di ba? Depende sa standard of living, way of living, because there is always cost of living. Ngayon, mamimili ka lang ng standard. Marriage, cost money. Family, cost money. Kaya lagi ulo-ulo ng awat. Pagkatalo, then yung pagkatalo, nagiging inis, nagiging hate na, yung hate, biglang, this hate na, ayaw kong sa'yo.
And that's the start sa...
Normally, snowball.
Yes. Oh, what's number 2?
Yeah, siyempre, yung tingin ko, yung understanding works both ways. Pero kung sino yung marunong magparaya at sa yung matipid.
Should it be dapat ba babae or lalaking natatanong?
Ako, I would say, it works both. Pag minsan, magpapalo ka naman. Kahit feeling mo panalo ka.
Kikigin ako.
Di, magpapalo ka naman. Hindi.
Ang nasa amin ko natututunan. Pwede ko na talaga yung last basis.
Pati babae, pwede rin magparaya.
Yes.
Sige, mamaya naman, makakasama ko na naman ito sa kama. Magsishower na naman ako. Pagtatanong na namin sa kama. I said, you know what, Marvin, you're right. Pero nakakagod na, kung Nakakataba ng puso. Kasi yung lalaki, human being din yun. Yes, it's all mine. Hindi ko naman ang asawa ko. Nailusot ko to.
So parang ikaw na yung
So it gives you...
So after nung economic, kunyari meron ka na. Ano yung next na kailangan mo?
Attention. Yun yung sasabi mo
Dapat
kailangan.
marunong ka mag-
You have to give ample time.
Marami akong iisipin pa na.
Hindi ka talaga. Halimbawa, diba, naghahanap buhay kayo pareho. Wala kayo din busy. Pero mani ba naman? Ano? Ano ba yung mani?
Oh, yes.
How do you call your boyfriend before?
Yung mga little things.
Yung, ano, yung limit mo.
Babe.
Babe, babe, trip kita niya. Really?
Okay, so yung parang
Ikaw yung toast glass? Ikaw yung siya. Uy, pwede ko asawa ko, itigrit ako.
bilang babae, may times na kapag tayo nga pala yung nag-offer na magbayad.
Talbot ng dibdib ko nun. Macho.
Totoo pala talaga.
It gives you certain level of ano.
Guys, hindi puro paganda lang ng pasexy ng pasek. Manglipid din tayo sometimes.
Kung nangyayari siya, pamisa-misa, you want coffee? No, favorite niya coffee. Pinadala mo ng coffee. Parang kung hindi ko maniwala. Parang kami open ba sa tayo nakikinig. I swear. And it works, ha? It works. And those small things, nag-appreciate.
The small things are the big.
Then, pag nag-away kayo, sa mga pa-pwede, hindi natin patawarin. It's na 80.
Wala na akong kape.
Wala akong kape. Gano'n. So, yun yung mga, I think,
Kung bangko siya yun, magde-deposit ka bago ka mag-withdraw.
So, it works both ways. Yan na yung tingin ko, Through the years, sa pagbata kasi, maraming fried chicken lahat. Both sides, both sides. May fried chicken ng lalaki, may fried chicken ng lalaki. But there's this level of maturity na to give in.
Middle ground. Mag-limit kayo sa bar. Ano ba yung type ang Pilipino? Parang macho-macho? Or pabebe?
Culturally, tayo, I don't know, I may be wrong. But there was a time in my life, parang second lagi ang babae. Sa akin lagi.
Yung tao.
A woman can make a living. She has her own time. She has also something for herself. Yung personal niya. The more you give that to her, the more she will grow.
Yes. Parang plants. Plantation. Pag winoter mo yung plants, makikita mo yung treatment ng lalaki sa babae based sa itsura, galaw, and behavior.
Kasi pag nag-grow ang babae, pati mo ang lalaki. Diba?
Yung mata.
Mas panatag ang pagsasama.
Ang ganda na natutunan ko sa lahat ng mga hindi pa married. Ayan nga. Yes, actually.
Okay, nako.
Parang na rin na.
Nag-uusapan na rin.
Oo, marami na natutunan adulting.
Pero at least, ito na yan narinig. Hopefully, matupad the JC ng pangarap niya in the next 10 years or a decade from now. You'll have a family of your own, which I think everyone deserves. Ito na, next portion natin, maglalaro naman tayo. Madali lang itong laro.
Okay.
Meron tayong mga pictures na pwede ka magbigay ng tanong or message kung makikita mo. Are you ready? Don't worry. Good vibes lang sa Discovery Night.
Dapat ready for anything.
Ito ang tawag dito. Kodak Bakal. So mga pictures, makikita mo, then you say something. For example, ready ka na?
Okay, game na.
Okay, don't worry.
Sina ako.
Hindi ka malalagay sa alanganin dito. Alagang parlo ka rito sa Discovery Night. First picture. Yeah.
Leading man. Ano yan? For ano, nung bata ako, mama ko, pinanood sa akin yung Hook. Ano yung kay Steven Spielberg yung movie? Kasi, sabi ng mama ko, anak, there's a Filipino sa Hollywood, manood ka. So, hindi ko alam one why.
Ang galing naman. So gusto rin pala ng mami mo na yung gusto mo na magkano ka sa Hollywood.
Mahilig kasi ako sa mga 1990s rom-com. Mama ko mahilig nanood ng movie talaga. So, pinapakita niya sa akin, anak, tinanong ito ng eksena. Ang galing mo. So, parang without knowing it, nag-acting school na ako with my mom. Dahil marami siyang, kaya siya yung hindi ko pa kilala si Dante in real life. Napapanood ko siya. First Filipino, in Hollywood na talagang
Nag-inspire din sa'yo. Next.
Paolo Montano. Yeah, so, Prince Charming, si Cinderella, Baby Houston, and Brandy. Matinoo, sobrang marespeto sa crew, sobrang marespeto sa niya. Ano siya? Ano na?
Sabi sa'yo, chill. Next. Yeah.
Love ko. Ninong ko si Ninong FRJ.
Ninong ko rin. Ay, ninong sabihin niya ka. Ninong ko sa kasal. Baka maging kasilat ko din na sa Ninong ko sa kasal.
Ninong ko. Yours. Si Ninong FPJ. Oh my God. Si Ninong FPJ ang nagturo sa akin ng comments. Sabi niya sa mama ko, nasa shooting sila, sabi, Latput, tawagan nila eh. Ano mo? Latput, tinulungan ko anak mo ito, guys. Naglalaro kami. Pinapanalo ko siya. Tapos, tinigilan ko na. Bakit? Ano ginawa? Ano nangyari? Nananalo na eh.
Baka maagin. Naging close kayo recently or
in pandemic, nagsuzoom kami, nag-FaceTime kami. We have common friends. We have the same size, AB. Meron akong connection kay Lovie. I feel so bad hindi ko napupunta sa wedding niya kasi I have work. Pero I love her so much because si Lovie kasi sa mga kahit na sikat yung tatay niya or yung family niya, hard worker.
Yeah.
Tsaka, congratulations. She's happily married.
Sakto.
Kaya nga. Kaya nga.
Okay. Next picture. Yeah, ayun.
Yes.
Naturuan kita ng Gabby Concepcion dance.
Ang dance! Ay, oh my God. May matching ganun.
Hello, bro. Wala na, hindi siya umaalis sa question niya.
Sa show?
Hindi naman sa niya. Ang tawag ng Gabby Concepcion dance.
Oh my God, nakakahiya. May ganun pa pag-picture. Gabi ka sa picture.
Kasi kung umaalis yan, kaya tawag namin ng 90s.
May actual picture. Gabi
Idol ng lahat
Concepcion
yan.
pose.
Idol ng lahat yan. So, what can you say about that?
May kambal.
Ayun!
Akala ng mga taga-America pag kausap ko siya sa FaceTime.
Brother.
Boyfriend.
Wow!
Ang paano?
Gabo ah!
What?
Ano?
Boyfriend is my father. Kasi, vampire.
Hindi ko matanda eh, no? In fairness,
Guwapo.
nakatrabaho ko yun when I was starting in a TV show. Wow. Yung daddy mo.
Bait. Yung babay ko na sa picture.
Mga bago pa lang kami. I think it's in TV5. Nobody just yung daddy mo darating on time. Tapos kami, mga bago kami. We don't feel different. Kasi, di ko alam.
Pag nasa Lobo, Batangas kami, di ba meron siya, doon siya nakapalagay ng restaurant. Talagang kahit sino, kanya ko sa atin. At saka ma-feel mo yung sincerity niya na kahit na sino ko sa atin.
Masarap katrabaho. Send my regards.
Thank you.
Okay, next picture. Ayan na.
Ganda!
May asik pa talaga siya sa Shawi, no?
Super blooming. Alam mo, pinakagandang-ganda ko sa nanay ko on stage, sa concert scene. Favorite ko, ang version ng mom ko na concert performer. Singer. Parang nagiging fan ako. I love seeing her na nandiyan yung spotlight. Hawak niya yung mic. Nakatour ko na si mama. Ginasta ko ni mama sa tour. Wala akong masabi sa professionalism niya.
kahit ano pang gulo yung nangyari sa shoot, or I mean sa production, pag tungtong niya ng stage ni Man, parang walang nangyari. Favorite kong marinig yung boses niya.
At favorite din siya ng misis ko.
Ay, thank you.
Kainin, oh.
Thank you sa lahat ng Karonan and gabi niyan ba? Ano ba tawag sa mga fans ni Papa guys? Gabi niyan?
Kasi yung mga kita ni
Gabinatics?
Gabinatics.
So my mom, I'm so excited for your concert. Actually, no, Dear Heart, Sharon Dati.
Wow.
Oh my God, my favorite love.
Talaga?
Dear Heart. Love team. I'm excited. Inom tayo?
Sorry, makakapa ako bukas.
No alcohol yan sa Free. Kaya no worries.
Alcohol free? Sorry nga. Sarap ng Sandy Free.
Sandy Free. Sarap ng beer. Walang alcohol.
Itong susunod na to, itong susunod na game, ang tawag dito ay Maritis. May bubulong kami sa'yo.
Okay.
Audio to sa public, yung tanong namin. And then yung answer is with audio. So, ibig sabihin, alam ng audience kung ano ang binulong namin, tinanong namin.
Okay.
O, isa lang ang tanong.
Okay, teka.
Dalawa lang option.
Sarap pumatol, pero mas maganda doon ba?
O, tama yan. O, gusto ko sagot niya. Dema.
Yeah, may mga things na hindi worth it.
Totoo yun. So, good luck. You have anything to plug with your movie?
And ano siya, ano mo kayo mag-expect ng typical na kilig na Pilipinong timpla. Hindi talaga siya, American talaga siya. Okay, mag-expect ng Tagalog dyan. Meron, as Filipino-American kami, kwento ng Pilipino na nasa Amerika, na lumaking Amerika, pero may pusong Pilipino din. And isa siyang topic na hindi pa siya, parang inaano pa nila. Dinidiscuss pa siya dito sa legislation, yung divorce, pero hindi pa talaga siya dito. So yun yung topic na meron doon kasi sa American Union. Pero comedy siya, na may konting drama, na flavor ng indie, na flavor Amerikano, may pusong Pilipino. So I hope you guys enjoy it, and enjoy niyo yung soundtrack.
And of course, the Sharon and Gabby
Dear Heart concert. Hindi na po ako makatulog. 5:30 a.m. po ako natulog kanina kasi papalapit ko po yung October 27.
Okay.
And I hope na yung vlog ko, everything na ginagawa ko, na makakapagpasaya ko sa inyo. Thank you po sa pagkakas.
Thank you, sir, please, for your time. And the only thing na I supply ko sa iyo is we'll pray for you. And I hope that God will continue to guide and give you wisdom and grow and bless you.
Thank you. I will receive that.
Dahil ikaw ay anak ng megastar at royalty. Meron ka kasi ba mabuti mo naman. Meron ka anong tawag dito?
Wow! Hindi ako tumangkad para maging beauty queen.
At saka meron ka scepter. Yan. Regalo namin sa'yo.
For love,
and of course,
happiness.
I hope you like
Oh my God. Ito pa ng baso. Ayan. Ay, ayan. Oh my God,
How many
guys.
flowers?
Sana mag-blessing ako ng katangkaran.
Thank you. Ako lang po ka naman na si Casey. Mga reba. I hope marami tayo natutunan sa buhay ni Casey at sa kanyang mga karanasan at sa mga nagbabalak din. Baka sakali sa abroad, I think yung mga tips ni Casey ay makapulutan natin ng aral at gabay. Sa ating naman mga kababayan sa ibang bansa na nanonood ngayon at naghahanap kung paano magpadala ng pera sa mga mahal ninyo sa buhay tulad sa Pinas, of course. Ito ang free at mabilis. Susubukan ninyo ang Sendwave. Maraming salamat sa ating mga sponsors. And kung gusto nyo makatipigyan ng $20, free credit sa inyong account, gamitin niyo ang promo code na Isko sa Zenway. Ano pa hinihintay niyo? Mag-sign up na at download ang Zenway app sa App Store. So muli, maraming salamat at I hope nag-enjoy kayo. Sana kayo bahagi ng video. Alam niyo man, every Friday, good vibes lang. At maraming salamat sa pagtutok niyo. Magkita-kita ulit tayo next Friday, same time. If you are not yet subscribed to our YouTube, please do so. Mga malaking bagay na po sa amin yun and to our team. Ito po ang Discovery Night. Good night and God first. Thank you.
Discovery Night.
Hello guys! Maraming beses na kita inayasa.
Oh.
Iniwanan at ibang pinuntahan.
Alright.
Parang babae, mahirap talaga malimutan.
Dear child.
Ikaw lamang ang aking pinamalaygan. Bokya. Manila, I keep coming back to Manila. Let's go, come on. Simply a place like Manila. Manila's coming home. I need the streets of San Francisco. I try to ride in Disneyland. Dating a million girls and singing. Somehow I feel like I don't. Everybody! Hinahana, hanap kita Manila. Ang ingay mo ay sarap sa pera. Mga jeepney mong naliliparan. Mga babae mong nagagandahan. Take me back in your arms, Manila. And promise me you'll never let go. Promise me you'll never let go. Manila, Manila. I keep coming back to Manila. Manila. Miss you like hell, Manila. Manila's gonna be hard. Ladies and gentlemen, nasa concert po kayo. Pwedeng hindi pwede yung Manila mapapagod. Dapat lahat tayo. We have to get ourselves busy.
Yeah.
Alright, here we go.
One more time.
Hanap kita Manila. Ang ingay mo ay sarap sa tenga. Mga jeepney mong naliliparan. Mga babae mong nagagandahan. Take me back in your arms, Manila. And promise me you'll never let go. Promise me you'll never let go. Manila, Manila, Manila. Keep coming back to Manila. Simply a place like Manila. I'm coming home to stay.
Keep it going. Good evening, everyone. Yes.
Hello, Rolando.
Hello, Fernando.
Gusto naman po kayo? Yung mga nasa taas, yung mga nandyan. Alright.
Yes. Saya.
By the way, guys, my name is Marcy Dito Poy. And I am your school spot.
And I'm
toyo tea. Ako agad? Mamadali naman. Ayan, good evening everyone. Once again, I'm Clarice Guzman. Are you guys ready to have fun? Yan, ang dami naman natin ngayon. Kamusta po kaya? It's my first time here in Orlando. Isang malakas na ba't sigawan ako tayo first time ko? Di ba? First time ko at nakakatuwa na isiya ang mga kababayan ko, di mga kababayan natin mga Pilipino, and of course, our local Orlandoians. What are you mga people here in Orlando? Chlorine, yes. Wow, hello po. Ayan, pangarap ko maging chlorine one day. Isa po maging isang miyembro. Are you guys ready? Marami kami inihandang mga performances para po sa inyo lahat. And to start, itong aking first song, one of my favorite songs. Medyo I know, makaka-relate yung mga young at hearts dito. Ang dami eh. Parang na tayo makapag-gets ngayong gabi. Ang daming may maintenance. Nakapag-maintenance na po ba bago pumunta dito? Yung mga pouch na may lamang metformin, losartan, insulin. Oh, alam na alam nila, di ba? Yeah. Kasi ganyan din po ang aking nanay. Meron siya laging dalalay. Mga team media. Media itis. Kaya for my first song, para po sa iyo lahat, please sing with me as loud as you can. Alright! Ang siya po po. There's a light, swear of light, that never shone on me. I want my give me my tester. Everything on tester to live was away. Everybody says to do it and not believe nothing. Oh, but what good does it bring if I ain't got you? If I ain't got you. One more time, guys. You don't know what it's like. Kabisado nyo na yan, ha? Oh, there's somebody, love somebody, no way I love you.
Tapos yata. Tapos nga. Yung tok-tok.
Yes.
Langin mo na sa ilalim. Pag may soho eh. Nauli. Tapos ko eh, empty.
Somebody to love
Laki-laki eh.
Thank you so much! Ay, ang saya din na po ito. Nag-enjoy po ba kayo? Ayan, before I sing the next song, gusto ko na acknowledge na nakarating lang po. Ayan. I thought it were welcome po, welcome. I'm Thursday's fan. I hope you enjoy the whole show.
Sino ba yung box na yun?
Meron pa?
May natira ka pa?
Meron.
Kasama ko kayo.
Ay, ilan? Natira.
Diba, mga heartthrobs. Abangan niyo po mamaya ang nila, ang performances nila. Ayan! So,
ay, may gamit ka din sa
akong kumanta ng Tagalog song.
Yeah.
Diba, nakakamiss kasi iba rin po talaga ang impact ng Tagalog song. For my next song, I just wanna be a good song.
Iba 20 lang
I
yan.
want to be favorite Pilibas sa Philippines. And the Asian sliding down is Robredo. Lani Misalucha. This song is entitled, kung kasunang ito naman in English, Our Love Is Kept Tomorrow. So, para po ito sa mga ano pala, meron ba dito nga pinagpalit sa iba? Ay! Meron ba ditong nagmahal ng may kasabay? Ay! Ay, sir! Si sir pala po ng next grill. Ako sarap po ng breakfast kanina. Nagsabay po pala. Ay, nakikita ko. Ayan, nagsabay. Nagmaan sa maling panahon. This actually, yun po yung song about dun sa song na to. So, I hope you guys like this. You can keep this to myself. And I hope I like it.
Bilis tayo makaligpit. Ano? Nag-umpisa na kami maglagay dito sa loob.